In the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Para,
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Brock,
Here.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. And so we are expecting Councilmember Negrete later by phone and Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, maybe in person and maybe partially by phone. But for right now, we have the four of us, and may we call the closed session items, please?
Okay, so let me first announce that the lines are now open for public comment if you want to call. The public comment number is 310-312-8173. I also need to announce that items 1C, 1E, and 1F were pulled by staff prior to the 72-hour posting. First item we have is an existing litigation. It's Paul Vigalia versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have another existing litigation. It's James Tatum Jr. versus the City of Santa Monica. And then we have another existing litigation, City of Santa Monica versus 1238 10th Street LLC. And then finally, we have another existing litigation. It's Santa Monica versus Insurance Company of State of Pennsylvania. And at this time, we have no callers.
Then let me turn to our city attorney. Oh, and welcome, Mr. Lawrence, to your first meeting for a little bit of time, right? And welcome, Mr. Seltzer. So behind these masks, we have Joe Lawrence, our new interim city attorney, and Alan Seltzer, who was here more years than I'm sure he cares to admit, and is now back on the dais, and has led us through very many difficult planning discussions. So on that note, may I ask you, how long do you think this will take? When will we be back? So we should be back by 6:30. As you know, that can be flexible, but we will try very hard, and thank you all very much.
Esther, can you hear us?
A, and that's the litigation matter entitled Paul Beglia versus the City of Santa Monica. This is an accident, this is a personal injury matter. Mr. Beglia fell on a city street on the 3rd Street Promenade near Arizona and sustained a few $100,000, $300,000 to $400,000 in injuries. The city and Mr. Beglia have reached an agreement to settle this matter without admitting any liability, and the amount of the settlement that you're asked to approve is in the amount of $280,000.
Move settlement.
Can I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. Everybody push your buttons, I guess.
Yep.
Denise, are we doing that?
Yeah, the make motion one isn't working, but
Yep,
Hold on a second.
I know. It's hard after vacation, right? Okay, there we go. Motion by Davis, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 5-0.
And then in addition to that, items 1B, which is the Tatum versus City of Santa Monica matter. Item 1D, which is the City of Santa Monica versus 1238 10th Street. And item 1G, which is the City of Santa Monica versus the Insurance Company of the State of Pennsylvania. All were discussed in closed session, but there's no reportable action.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. And now I have to say, I am happy, and everybody in the city should be happy, to welcome our new city manager, who is here for his first meeting. Welcome, David White. I know that he sent out a message to all of you. We are so happy to have you here. We're hoping that this will be a springboard for more continuity, more stability. We've had a rough couple years, and we are ready to have you run our city and run it well. So we're so happy you're here, and welcome also Joe Lawrence and Alan Seltzer, who are here as our interim city attorney, and what should I call you, Alan, and sidekick? And other assistant city attorney. I'm sorry.
Alan's title is Special Counsel, Chief of Staff.
Okay, Special Counsel, Chief of Staff Alan Seltzer, welcome to both of you, and it's nice to see your familiar faces back on the dais. And David, I'm so happy you're here, and I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to welcome you too. So shall I start with Councilmember Parra?
Sure. I echo what Mayor Hemmelreich just said. I just wanted to say thank you so much for accepting the opportunity to come and serve a beautiful city of Santa Monica. I look forward to working with you, and excited to show you all the beautiful things that Santa Monica is and has to offer, and to work with you. And so thank you again for being here with us.
Mayor, let me interrupt you real quick. We do have a caller for this item.
Oh, good. Okay, well then let's hear the caller. Thank you.
Esther, can you transfer the call? Oh, there's two callers.
Two callers?
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I'd like to repeat part of my presentation from the Davis City Council Select.
Ms. Barton, you know, I know we have this as a chronic problem, but we
Here's
really
a quote
can't
I
hear
found
you.
about Mr. White when he was city manager of Fairfield. Quote, David White leaving Fairfield is perhaps one of the best things to happen to this city in a very, very long time. His personal policies, opinions, and hapless direction he has given in our city council has exacerbated our homeless problems and has cunning and expert movement of city funds from and to many accounts has been able to have the city pay for many pet projects that have been wasteful and costly to the taxpayers of the city, to the point where we needed to pass special taxes to keep the city afloat, end quote. Sounds like this inept city council has found its match in Mr. White. Together you can continue ruining the city while disregarding the wishes of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Welcome, Olga Ozorowska. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mr. White, and welcome to Santa Monica. I particularly would like to welcome you as the new Executive Director of the Santa Monica Housing Authority. It is a position that exists on paper only in Santa Monica. For one, there is no job or duties description for this position, which might explain why our housing authority is in the sad state it is in. Last year, it took the city about 3 weeks to figure out who the executive director of our housing authority was, or if we even had one. I would hope that in this role, you will act quickly to save the sinking ship that the housing authority is. For a year and a half now, we have had no housing manager, which may or may not be an improvement from the most recent housing manager, who was still blissfully unaware of some HUD regulations after 12 years in the position. As for your role as the city manager, I hope you will work to change the dynamic between the staff and the residents. I would describe the current dynamic as dismissive on the part of the staff. Residents are treated as a nuisance, for the most part at least. Their communications may or may not be responded to depending on the staff's mood. There is currently no mechanism to hold city staff accountable. The Santa Monica Code of Ethics is a document with no teeth. If one wants to file a complaint against a staff member, the complaint will be either killed in-house or it will be killed by a law firm that the city will retain for that very purpose. In other words, the city staff are untouchable. The residents are expected to pay their taxes, which funds the staff salaries, and put up with the unprofessional and oftentimes inept staff. Former interim city manager Lane Dilk once stated publicly, the city staff do not work for the residents, but for the city manager. It is my hope you are of a different opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ozorowska. And does that end our calls?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
And I'm
for
sorry-
2A.
I'm sorry,
No, she was just saying that was the last caller.
that was the last caller? Thank you very much. So, yes.
I was done.
Okay, so, yes, Councilmember Davis.
Well, Mr. White, thank you for joining us. I think we all look forward to working with you. As you well know, not only have we been dealing with COVID like the rest of the world, but we've had some unique situations here in Santa Monica that have caused us to have a little instability at the management level. And I know that you will bring that much needed and I think welcome stability to the role. And I also, having spoken with you on a couple of occasions, believe that you will bring an attitude that we much need in the city, which is if we have problems, how do we solve them? And that is always the key. That is the role of government, if at all possible. And, we try to do our best in that. And I have every confidence that you will accept that, that task. So thanks and welcome aboard.
Councilmember Brock.
I'm always happy to welcome a good Bruin into Santa Monica. And I know you grew up in the Valley with Santa Monica Envy, and you're a Bruin at heart. So, look, I welcome you. I hope that the public and the residents of the city and your staff will give you a long honeymoon, because I know you'll have to roll up your sleeves. You have a lot of work to do in the city. I look forward to working with you on solving the myriad of challenges in our city. And I hope that you're here for a long time. So, in fact, I hope you're here long enough to grow that hair back. So, welcome aboard, and thank you for accepting the position.
Thank you. And Councilmember Delatorre.
Like Phil and like everyone else, welcome. First of all, welcome. Someone who was born and raised here in the city of Santa Monica, served 18 years on the school board, served the youth of this community for many years in a nonprofit. I've seen a lot of struggles in our city, and I know that you come with a lot of experience and skill. Most importantly, what I've just from the little bit amount of time that I've gotten to talk to you is that I see that you're a good listener and that you're note taker. You're getting a lot of information, and I really appreciate that, because I think that's what's really needed in the organization right now. Someone who's going to bring a lot of different groups together so that we have more unity and more strength, moving forward as an organization. So I'm really excited to see that happen and to be a partner with you in making that happen. And to our new attorneys coming on board, Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Seltzer, thank you very much for your service, and look forward to working with you all as well. Thank you.
Oh, and welcome Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. Hey, nice to have you. Hey, no problem. We're on to baseball now. You'll be happy to hear that, right? You want to call the next item? Unless you want to say welcome to David. And to Joe Lawrence.
Welcome.
Okay, and that's it. You can tell them later. Okay, so now.
Next, we have Commendations 2021 Juniors, 14U Santa Monica Little League All-Star Team. And hold on, I have a picture. There they are.
Yeah, no request to speak so far.
And we have them and I believe we have them on the phone.
Great, then let me begin and then we'll do that. The 2021 Santa Monica Little League 14U All-Stars had an amazing run in the most unusual season in Little League baseball history. After winning the California District 25 tournament in Game 3 with wins against Ladera and North Venice, the 14U All-Stars advanced to the Section 4 tournament for the first time since 2014. Excuse me for 1 minute. Sorry, I can't talk and obviously have a lifesaver in my mouth at the same time. In the Section 4 tournament, Santa Monica took Game 1 against Hermosa Beach with a 7-5 victory, secured by a fly ball to left field by Spike Goldstein in the 7th inning. Santa Monica lost to Hermosa Beach in Game 2 in a 9-5 game. Game 3 was a high-stakes game, with the winner advancing to the state tournament and the loser going home. Spike Goldstein pitched, I think it's 5, it says give, 5 no-hit innings with 7 strikeouts and only 1 unearned run. The offense exploded with a season-high 16-hit attack. The no-hit pitching and offensive eruption resulted in 11-1 mercy. The resounding victory propelled Santa Monica to the first state tournament appearance in league history. In Game 1, Santa Monica faced off against Section 9 champion Eastvale Little League. Santa Monica cruised to an 8-1 victory, earning a trip to the quarterfinals behind a dynamic pitching performance by Blue Hunter. Teddy Levin collected 2 hits and 2 stolen bases before coming into pitch and record the last 3 outs of the game. Game 2 matched Santa Monica against Section 2 champion and eventual state champion Santa Anita Little League. Santa Anita took advantage of some untimely injuries and a depleted Santa Monica pitching staff to win the game convincingly 14-4. Game 3 versus Section 3 champion Claremont turned out to be the end of the line for Santa Monica in the state tournament. Santa Monica competed until the end, but lost a high-scoring thriller, 11-7. The team was disappointed the season had to end. However, the coaching staff and community were thrilled and honored to witness this historic run, and we on the City Council are proud to honor you tonight. We have mailed you all commendations to Coach Kirk, but want to recognize the players and coaches from the All-Star team. Owen Belke, Aiden Dodge, Max Epstein, Zachary Spike Goldstein, Eric Gonzalez, Blue Hunter, Teddy Levin, Anthony Lopez, John McDonald, Matt Murish, Bobby Munoz, Kava Niney, Ben Sherman, Esteban Villasenor, and Jack Waterstone. The coaches were Kirk Goldstein, Aaron Goldstein, and Jason Sherman. On behalf of the City of Santa Monica and the City Council, I commend your hard work and your steadfast spirit, passion, and sportsmanship. And as somebody who played sports myself as a kid, I can tell you that the lessons you learn in playing on this team will be with you the rest of your life. So now may we hear from the coach?
Esther, can you transfer the call?
Welcome, Kurt Goldstein. You're in the meeting.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Beautiful. Hi, everybody. This is Kirk Goldstein, and I had the privilege of managing the Santa Monica Little League 2021 14U All-Star team. As you mentioned, Santa Monica Little League 2021 marked the first time that the league had a team reach the state tournament in any age group. And just to put that in perspective, the league was established in 1950, so we were beyond thrilled with making it that far. I would like to thank the City Council for honoring this team. I've coached many teams over the course of the last 16 years, from the T-ball level all the way through seniors, which is a 16U division. Over the years, I've learned that youth baseball teams require a variety of elements in order to be successful. At the top of the list is support from assistant coaches and family members. My lead assistant on the 2021 All-Star journey was Jason Sherman. Jason's dedication to the team in Santa Monica Little League, he's the former president of the league, is unparalleled, and I want to thank him for his years of service. My older son, Aaron, was an assistant coach and a critical component to our success. Also want to thank all of the family members, including grandparents, parents, siblings, and extended families for their love and support. My wife, Lori, deserves a Medal of Honor for all of her years of support. She's always been our loudest cheerleader. Of course, the youngsters who play the game are the main reason we all do this. I have 2 sons who I've been fortunate to coach along with countless friends through the years. As a coach, my goal for the players has always been to educate them and instill an appreciation and love of the game, regardless of the outcome. The 2021 All-Stars had a rare combination of talent, chemistry, and community support. And I want to, again, thank everyone. I'm thankful for their spirit and pleased that the team was able to make it so far. We had some players suffer injuries along the way, and through those injuries, they still continued to battle with the team. Esteban Villasenor was one of them, John McDonald. They both showed a lot of spirit and heart by continuing to be with the team even through injury and sometimes not being able to play. There are also a couple of kids, Jack Waterstone and Matthew Mirich, who exhibited tremendous loyalty and dedication by traveling back and forth from vacations to participate in tournament games. And last, I'd like to salute and thank all of the players and families for the journey we all experienced together. It's an amazing experience none of us will ever forget. And thank you to the City Council for recognizing us, and thank you, Santa Monica Little League, for the memories.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you.
Sounds like you did a great job coaching this year. Does anyone else have anything to say? Hearing nothing, we appreciate it. Maybe you'll be back next year.
I hope so. Thank you again.
And now, we are on to our consent calendar.
So I want to announce that phone lines are open again for the public comment. Consent calendar, all items will be considered. Sorry. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And as I said, the lines are open. We have no callers.
And just let me repeat the number because we've had some issues. It's 310-312-8173. That's the call-in number. Again, 310-312-8173. Does any council member want to pull any items from the consent calendar? Councilmember Brock.
Well, I just want to thank staff publicly because they answered a myriad of questions I had on every item this week. So I want to thank them because I put them through a grueling series of questions. So no, I won't pull anything because they've answered everything so diligently, and I want to thank them.
And not just diligently, to your satisfaction.
I hope to the satisfaction of residents, but yeah, they answered a lot of great questions. Thank you for adding that, Sue.
Thank you, Councilmember Brock. So do I hear a motion from Councilmember Brock to?
We have a caller.
Oh, excuse me, we have a caller.
Hello?
Welcome, Ann Danawala. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, good evening. I am asking that the City Council consider pulling item 3G, the adoption of prioritizing the water and wastewater services to residential developments with affordable housing, because what this really sounds like is simply an option for a lot of market rate housing with a couple of affordable thrown in there and a rush to get those developed and to grab all the water while they're doing it. So I think that this should be pulled and it should be discussed after and looked at after we do the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock?
I move the consent items.
Moved by Brock, seconded by Davis. Shall we put the vote chart up, please? Everybody shall push. We'll get good at this eventually.
Okay, so it
We'll
was
see.
Brock made the motion, right?
Seconded by Davis.
Are you able to do that? Push that, Brock?
No, I've been pushing the make motion button constantly. I'm not getting anything.
It's not, I wonder if it's a problem with your panel.
Okay, hold on.
Let me see if I can make a motion.
No, because I was able to vote right
Oh,
there.
look, wait.
Oh, now it came up.
Davis. No, that's me. That's me.
There it is.
No, Denise did that.
Denise did that for you.
Oh, okay.
Seconded by Davis, and let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes 6-0. And now we are on to our 7 items. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next we have item 7A, which is a second reading. An adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 3.12.1055 to extend the citywide operation of remote control delivery devices by operators participating in the Zero Emissions Delivery Zone pilot program. And this is a second reading.
So may I hear a motion to approve?
adoption.
Moved by Davis,
Second.
seconded by Brock. You guys are a good team tonight.
I have one question.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Can staff remind us who those operators are in the pilot right now? And if there's any, in terms of the new operators that are trying to get in, what's the process for them so that they might be able to participate?
Yes, please.
Patty's gonna-
Is somebody, I'm just wondering who's answering this.
Susan, do you want to take this?
Yeah, it's okay. You know what? We
can get back.
we can get back. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I just,
we'll get back.
no worries. Yeah, we'll get back.
Great, thank you. So we have, I'm sorry, but.
Yeah, that's fine. We're ready to vote.
Okay, motion by Brock, seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Helmerich.
Yes, so that passes 6-0.
Mayor, can you push your button?
Oh, yes, I can, sorry.
Thank you.
There you go, 6-0, and now we are on to our centerpiece of the evening.
We have adoption of sixth cycle 2021 through 2029 housing element update. And I just want to let the public know, we'll let you know when we open the lines for the public for this, and it'll be once you guys go to questions.
So Denise, I'm sorry, but typically what we've been doing is holding our questions until, oh my goodness, until we hear public comment.
So you want to go ahead and have us open it now?
Well, if you open it now, it could be how long? I don't know how long the staff report will be. I'm assuming could be as long as an hour? No, half an hour?
I would say about 45 minutes.
So 45 minutes?
So Jane, can you let us, when you get to the last slide, we'll open lines then.
Sure, yeah, probably like when we're going to get to the EIR part. You can start
Okay.
then, yeah.
All right. Esther, you want to go ahead and suspend right now?
It's suspended, but we do have 2 callers right now, so we can have them call back.
So we'll have callers regardless. So let me remind everybody of the number. If they call now, we aren't going to hang up on them, right? But you will be waiting in case you've missed this, for about 45 minutes, approximately 45 minutes until it's your turn. Most people know the number, but let me announce it again. You would think I would know it by now. It's 310-312-8173, and that is on item 8A, adoption of the sixth cycle 2021 to 29 housing element.
Can I go ahead? Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jing Yo. Very pleased to be here tonight to present the final draft of the housing element. This is the culmination of over 15 months of very hard work on behalf of the community, the City Council, the Planning Commission, the Housing Commission, the Rent Control Board, many stakeholders who've participated in this process. All of your valuable insights and guidance have really shaped this document, allowed us to be here tonight to present this to you. I want to give a special shout out actually to the team, the planning team behind me, Rachel Kwok, Steve Mizukami, Kerry Fukui, and Ross Herman. This was done completely in-house, which is a feat unto itself, and they've put in a lot of hours to deliver this final draft as directed by the council. So with that, we are going to jump right in. So tonight we are going to go through just an overview of how we got here. Recognize it's been about 4 months since we last talked about this, so kind of just get everybody up to speed and just a review of those concepts that got us here. We'll provide a summary of those HCD comments and kind of the response, and then we'll review the major principles that are guiding this housing element with a highlight of the program changes. And then we will end with an overview of the final EIR and finally actions that we need the City Council to take tonight. This project is a planning exercise, but we don't lose sight of the fact that when we're talking about housing, we're talking about people's homes and all the benefits that come with being securely housed, less financial stress, better school performance for kids, not moving around, housing stability. The conversation is happening at a time really against the backdrop of a declared statewide housing crisis, exacerbated by the effects of COVID. And it's really highlighted those racial and socioeconomic inequities, moving thousands to the brink of eviction and potentially homelessness. It's an opportunity for the city to reflect on how we do better in terms of meeting the housing needs of our community. Housing is a core value of Santa Monica, and it permeates adopted policy from the land use and circulation element, the downtown community plan, assessments of fair housing, all of our adopted policy. The city has been a longstanding leader in housing, really a trailblazer with respect to the production of affordable housing, tenant protections, fair housing enforcement, all of those things. You can see there on the screen, rent control has been in place for over 40 years. We've had an inclusionary ordinance for at least that long, very strong tenant protections, and we continue to be a leader through programs like the Preserving Our Diversity program, providing basic needs budget for our vulnerable senior population. The housing element is mandated by state law. Its crux is housing production, but you'll see that there's a significant emphasis on housing stability in there as well, which is something that Santa Monica does very well. And so, much of the housing element, I'd say it's about 50-50, is a focus certainly on production, but also on housing preservation and stability. Probably, a major part of the conversation in this update has been the RHNA allocation. So that's the Regional Housing Needs Assessment allocation of 8,895 units. You can see there the breakdown at all income levels of very low through above moderate. And this housing element requires us to demonstrate that the city has the capacity to accommodate those nearly 9,000 units. What's new in this housing element cycle is something called affirmatively furthering fair housing. And that is something that is brand new to housing elements in this cycle. What it requires is that housing elements discuss outreach efforts to all segments of the community, an assessment of fair housing, that the site inventory not only accommodate the RHNA, but you're also serving the purpose of overcoming those historic patterns of segregation, opening up new opportunities in high opportunity areas, and really increasing equitable access, housing access throughout the community. And you can see there that HCD issued their guidance on AFFH April 2021 of this year. There are ramifications for being non-compliant or for not adopting a housing element. So you can see here, and we've included in further detail in your staff report, it can include judicial action by third parties, enforcement action by HCD. It does affect the city's eligibility for grant funding. A lot of grant funding programs do require that as a precondition, the city have a certified housing element. There are also ramifications on the Housing Accountability Act with respect to loss of local control. And it's especially important for projects that include 20% affordable units on site. Even if the city adopts a compliant housing element, projects on those sites that are identified in the suitable sites inventory may still proceed until the city does its implementation actions, even if they're not consistent with zoning or the land use and circulation element. And if the city fails to adopt its housing element, again, a project with at least 20% affordable in it could still proceed, even if it exceeds the city's adopted zoning and loose. There's also SB 35, which was adopted in 2017. And this is an annual determination made by HCD, and it's based upon actual housing production. So it's not about just planned accommodating. It's looking at what was actually produced. And that's determined through something called the Annual Progress Report, which is an annual report on the city's housing production number. So actual building permits issued calendar year to calendar year, and it's due April of every year. And then HCD issues that determination as to whether cities are subject to the streamlining provisions for housing projects under SB 35 in the following June of that year. You can see here just a timeline of where we've been. So where we are right now is kind of on that middle column top box in our final adoption hearings. After the City Council adopts the housing element, it will be submitted to HCD for a 90-day review period, and HCD has 90 days to provide us to certify the housing element, as done and complete, or to provide comments back to the city, as to other things we need to address to get it to certification. After certification, the city then has 3 years from the adoption to complete any zoning or general plan amendments necessary. You will notice in your final draft that there are timelines associated with each housing program, so that is a commitment that the city is making with respect to when those programs will be implemented. So although you have up to 3 years, we have timelines in there that are shorter than that full 3-year period. Council has discussed the concepts in this final draft. They are the same as you have seen through March 30th and June 15th. And so we have followed council's direction that was last given to us with respect to the submittal of the draft housing element. Those core basic concepts are the same. A lot of the red lines and language that you see in this housing element is a direct response to the comments that were received from HCD. So they were clarifications, helping them find where information is, making sure that we meet statutory requirements. Council on June the 15th gave broad direction to staff to produce a compliant housing element that addresses historic discrimination and satisfies affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements. You gave direction with respect to housing production, particularly affordable housing production, equitable housing access, and also in the area of housing stability. We believe that at this point we've done everything that council directed us to do, and the final draft before you tonight meets the state's requirements for a compliant housing element. The housing element is divided into 5 chapters, as you can see there. So there's an introduction in Chapter 1. The assessment of fair housing is Chapter 2. The goals and policies are in Chapter 3. Chapter 4 is the summary of land available for housing. It's a companion piece, kind of a summary of Appendix F, actually, which is the entire suitable sites inventory report. And then Chapter 5 is the housing programs. So that's the core of all of the implementation of how the housing element will be implemented. The housing element is focused on 4 principles, again, following Council's broad direction around housing production to provide incentives to increase housing production, housing stability, again, continuing the city's good work in protecting our existing residents and ensure that they are not displaced. Location, this is again following upon the foundation built in the loose about where we grow, the city's broad growth management strategy to place housing close to daily services and amenities, and equitable housing access that grows out of the new AFFH requirements to expand access to housing opportunities. There are 7 goals in the housing element. So overall housing production, key policies there include ensuring that we have adequate land and that we have a streamlined process and a review of regulations for housing. For affordable housing production, key policies there focus on funding and incentives and a particular focus on city-owned sites. Goal 3 is about preserving existing housing. Key policies there include rehabilitation assistance, continuing to support rent control, ensuring that any demolished units are replaced. Goal 4 is about equitable housing access, and this is about distributing housing opportunities throughout the city. Goal 5 is about addressing homelessness. Really, I think I should clarify here, the housing element is not the only document that establishes homelessness policy, obviously. It's very much a reflection of what the city is already doing with respect to a regional approach to homelessness and providing housing and supportive services. Goal 6 is around housing assistance, and this is around continuing, again, the work around technical and financial assistance for our existing tenants and landlords, understanding their rights and responsibilities. And then Goal 7 is around anti-discrimination housing. Again, this is city's longstanding work in enforcement of anti-discrimination in housing, providing legal support and outreach and education. The council's broad principles, direction, all of that has led to also the production of the suitable sites inventory, which is a major piece of the housing element. That's really the core of how we demonstrate that the city has the zone capacity to accommodate 9,000 units, or roughly, I'm rounding up, but thereabouts. And the purpose of the SSI is really about identifying whether sites can accommodate housing. It's not a prediction or a guarantee of the future. It doesn't obligate the property owner to do anything, but it does demonstrate, and we've gone through a methodology and process that is fully detailed in Appendix F as to how we determined sites that were high priority. Really, those sites are ones that, they meet several different factors in terms of whether they're underutilized sites, generally speaking, really good candidates for turning over into housing. And we have developed the suitable sites inventory following HCD's guidelines. They published the Housing Element Site Inventory Guidebook. It's an extensive document, and it provides a lot of guidance as to how to produce that SSI for this cycle. One of the things that we wanted to review here is the reason we're having to go through that SSI exercise is that you do need to demonstrate what is your capacity, what's your zone capacity based on existing standards. So this is, if we didn't do anything, we have a total of 6,000 units. So that is obviously not meeting our allocated RENA. So we have what is called under the housing element law a shortfall of sites. And so when you have a shortfall of sites across the board, you can see in total and also at all of the various income levels, you're required to have a program in your housing element addressing that shortfall. And you can see here in this table, this shows what the summary is based on all of the culmination of the program. So the upzoning that is proposed is what's needed to get us to our RENA allocation. We can't just use our existing standards. It doesn't get us there in terms of producing a compliant housing element. And one of the things here, although you see our allocation was 8895, we're showing here in this housing element we can accommodate about 10,777 units. The reason for that is that in HCD's guidebook, they indicate that you should plan for a buffer. The reason for that is that the city is required to demonstrate that you are in compliance at every moment over the next 8 years. And unless we want to be rezoning sites, every week because we didn't quite do the magic crystal ball, in the SSI table, and you approved a project that had fewer units than you anticipated there, you constantly have to make it up. So it's kind of like a zero-sum game. So they recommend planning for that buffer so that, you have a little bit of give as projects are submitted and approved. I'll now move into the summary of the HCD comments. And this is just a very brief slide. We're not going to go into huge detail on that. It's attached to the staff report in terms of HCD's letter. It was submitted to the city on August the 30th, so it was within their 60-day review window. And you can see there were 5 major sections to their comments. The first section around housing needs, resources, and constraints were largely technical changes and clarifications that HCD was requesting, to meet the statutory, the housing element statutes and all of our statutory requirements. With regards to housing programs, most of I would say the broad brush of those comments was that HCD is looking really for a lot of specificity and commitment from the city in establishing timelines and actually doing those programs. Because this is such a new cycle, we really, looked at other regions that are ahead of us. We looked at certified elements, the handful that are out there, to try and get some clues as to, what is acceptable to HCD. And it's pretty clear that, language in the past of exploring, investigate, sort of soft stuff like that, is not going to be acceptable. They're really looking for some very concrete action. So you'll see a lot of redlining in the programs was really about that, was changing language from explore to shall adopt. And then where it was, not really concrete, that stuff got moved to a policy. So that's generally the approach, that we took with the programs. But again, the sort of broad concepts and ideas that are in there still remain the same. Around quantified objectives and public participation, consistency with the general plan, those three sections, again, largely technical clarifications, that we had to address. And so you see a lot of red lines to address those things. Just a note about timing for adoption. There are kind of two triggers under the law. One is October 15th, which is the statutory compliance day by which the city must adopt a housing element or be out of compliance. We have had discussions over the course of this process about another 120 days, that cities have to avoid an 8-year cycle. It's important to note that it's not a grace period. These are two separate triggers under the law. The second part is really about, so the first part is about are you in compliance if you adopted? The second part is about avoiding, doing a housing element update every 4 years. I think we can all agree we probably don't want to keep doing this every 4 years. We have until February 15, 2022 to adopt in order to stay on that 8-year update cycle. And I'll jump into an overview of the programs with respect to housing production. And just a little bit of a key as you see the slides here. We've tried to highlight in orange some of the new language that was in the red line. Although, again, the concepts are the same, we wanted to make sure that it was helpful for you to understand where some changes have occurred. So in terms of one of the major approaches within housing production is really streamlining the approval process. So a by right process for housing. That is something that is in effect right now through the process interim zoning ordinance. It is set to expire the end of this year, but there is a program 1A in the housing element that seeks to make that permanent and to allow a by right approval process for certain types of projects, including 100% affordable housing projects, code compliant projects, and then what was added through this review since the draft was in order to address HCD's comments was housing projects that include at least 20% of units on site as affordable to lower income households. That's required by Government Code Section 65583.2, and it applies particularly to sites that are recycled from the prior housing element. And then through additional discussion with the Planning Commission, I think another piece that came out of that was projects that require specified modifications and waivers also being eligible for this by right process. We also added in here that the city will commit to written procedures for SB 35. Given these very large allocations, we do anticipate the city at some point in this cycle will be subject to SB 35. It's not something we've had to worry about in the past cycle, but we will commit to having written procedures as required by the law. We are also have a program around streamlined design review. As you know, the city has had a very successful design review program administered by the Architectural Review Board. What this seeks to do is to increase staff level approval for some of our smaller housing projects in the city. And that's something, discussion that we've already had with the ARB, and we'll be starting with the Planning Commission pretty soon. And it's something the council has been aware of, these efforts to streamline the process, also to align with our available staffing resources. One thing to note here is that although the findings are discretionary, the city has never used the design review process to unreasonably delay or reduce the density or deny a housing project. We will have to bring our design review process into alignment with state law, applicable state law that we are subject to with respect to total number of hearings and time limits to act. And we will need to be developing objective design standards as well. Housing as a permitted use is an idea that is in program 4A, and this is really around ensuring that around that concept of equitable distribution of housing throughout the city. So you can see that this is a map of the suitable sites inventory sites and all the various dots on there. This really follows the growth strategy that was established in the land use circulation element. It's not terribly different in terms of focusing any change on all our commercial boulevards. What's different here is looking at areas where that have not typically either didn't allow housing, it was a prohibited use, or the standards were not sufficient to even accommodate housing. So you see the various circles around the city, and it's starting to spread it out instead of concentrating it within just sort of that central city area, areas like Montana Avenue and the eastern part of Ocean Park Boulevard, and sort of expanding it out to some of our other different commercial areas. Around housing production, there's a variety of strategies in here. Key among them is rezoning based on feasibility testing, extensive feasibility testing that has been done for housing prototypes. We developed the assumptions with a working group that was created specifically for the housing element, consisting of community members, housing providers, affordable housing providers, to provide their input into the assumptions. So they provided assumptions on all of the construction costs, land costs, rents, all of that stuff, what was reviewed. And that is the basis for the analysis. And the approach that was taken was, testing a variety of inclusionary housing percentages. So we tested a range from 5% through 30%, just to understand what is the FAR necessary to support the inclusionary housing requirement at a variety of levels. And if you recall, in June, we presented to the council the results of that analysis. And I think what we found is that whether you set it at 10 or 15% inclusionary, the FAR necessary to support it is pretty similar. So council's direction at that time was to proceed with 15% on site. What you'll see in the program with respect to rezoning is you won't see those numbers in there. That was through an extensive discussion with the Planning Commission, but it is a commitment to rezoning to ensure that we have feasible standards to support housing projects. And that's something that is really important. It is something that is in HCD's SSI guidebook, that if you do permit housing somewhere, it needs to be feasible. If we don't provide feasible standards, that will not pass muster in review of producing a compliant housing element. Another strategy here is removing constraints to housing, and that involves some of the rezoning, but really review of development standards that are considered constraints to housing production. So there's an entire Appendix E that talks about constraints and goes through in great detail all of the city's processes, standards, fees, and an assessment of, to the degree that they are constraints to housing production. Third strategy is around revising the Affordable Housing Production Program. That is the centerpiece of the city's inclusionary requirements for private development. The program doesn't provide specific percentages, although we've discussed it. It basically speaks to needing to update that program to really some best practices. And, we have different ideas there, but it's not something we need to decide right at this moment, obviously. And then finally, there's a program 1D with respect to reducing minimum parking requirements. The last time we spoke with the council, there was discussion around exploring that idea. Given HCD's, again, comment about commitment within programs, staff looked at our zoning ordinance, and actually it's important to note that projects on non-residential properties throughout the city are already allowed to apply to use parking overlay 1 rates, provided that they have TDM programs, integrated within their project. But it is already a process that is available, and it is used has been used by housing projects. So, not something that is brand new. When this was discussed with the Planning Commission, there were a couple of areas where the recommendation from the Planning Commission differed from where staff thought it should go. So you can see here, program 1F and 1J are actually very similar in their writing. So we've just included here, one of those programs I highlighted in red. I recognize it's very small, but it's more to give you sort of generally where to look in your document for those differences. So the first part that Planning Commission recommended was to revise the definition of what a housing project is in a downtown community plan. That is material in the sense that it has implications for which projects qualify for housing incentives and a streamlined process. Council importantly updated this definition just last summer on August 25th. And so for that reason, staff is not recommending that change because it was a very recent policy decision the council made. Council had extensive discussion around whether to define housing projects and align it with the Housing Accountability Act. And the difference there is 33% non-residential versus 25% non-residential, which is what is currently adopted in the DCP. The second part where staff's recommendation differs from the Planning Commission is about including a range of minimum and maximum FAR and building height in those two programs. And you can see the language that's added after the first sentence, and it reads, based on the results of the feasibility analysis, the feasible FARs for housing projects range from a minimum of 2.75 to 4.0 with heights ranging from 55 to 84 feet. So the reason that staff is recommending that range be included is that when we reviewed housing elements that have been certified in this cycle and the example that was provided by HCD, they're really looking for those numerical specificity. I think it allows us, it still allows the city certainly the flexibility to kind of work within that range in the future without kind of putting, dropping an entire table on there, so to speak. So it was kind of the balance, that is being recommended by staff there.
I'm sorry, what did the Planning Commission recommend on that? What was the difference?
They did not recommend including those numbers at all. Yeah, so you'll see the upper language does not have that extra second sentence. Yeah. Program 2D is around updating the state density bonus ordinance, the local ordinance. So state density bonus law is something that the city is required to follow. And this is just a program committing to ensure that our local implementation of that is consistent with state law. You can see there an example of what a project could get under the current HPP. The minimum is 10%, so a project could qualify for 32.5% density bonus under the concepts that the City Council was discussing back in June. Which was a 15% inclusionary, dividing it evenly at 5, 5, and 5. Oh, excuse me. You can see that the density bonus would be 20% because it's a lesser amount of very low income. We would also include in this update to our density bonus ordinance, clarifications around incentives and concessions and how that process would work. This was also an area where Planning Commission and staff had differing recommendations. You can see there the Planning Commission recommended an extra paragraph. And what that is alluding to is that if the city does proceed with an affordability requirement that is distributed evenly across income levels, that the city considers ways for housing providers to get more incentives and concessions than would be allowed under state law. So you saw on that table, if you did 5% on site, you might only get one concession. And, is there a way the city could offer two, because they're doing 15% units in total. So that was the concept the Planning Commission was putting forth and recommending be included in this language. Staff does not recommend that extra paragraph be included in that program because it would establish additional incentives that would potentially exceed state density bonus law, but you're not really getting more affordable units in exchange for those incentives, which is kind of the crux of state density bonus law. Program 1C is regarding surface parking lots in residential zones. And so these are, some of them are that A lot designation. And so these are surface parking lots that are associated with existing commercial uses. And the idea here is that because they're residentially zoned, they are currently, regardless of size, limited in the total number of units that could be put on them. So for example, in the R2 zone, if you had an R2 zone surface parking lot, it could be 20,000 square feet, but you can only put a maximum of 4 units, regardless of the size. And so what this program seeks to do is to unlock the potential of those surface parking lots that are boulevard adjacent to that boulevard commercial use. And it's an opportunity to increase housing opportunities in residential neighborhoods without displacing existing residents. Some of these parking lots even maybe R1 zoned, that back up. So it's a way, again, to open up equitable housing access throughout the city. And the program also contemplates reviewing those A-lot rules to make housing production feasible on those lots, looking at some of the very severe restrictions on there with respect to commercial access and the like, that would probably need to be loosened up in order to make a housing project work on those surface parking lots. And then we talked a lot about production. This is one about adaptive reuse. There's a program in here to explore policy changes to incentivize the conversion of existing commercial space. This will be quite a bit of work to do. If anyone has, other cities that have pursued an adaptive reuse ordinance, really, will involve a lot of review of technical codes in addition to zoning to try and make that real. But it is a program that we've included in the housing element to try and maximize some of our existing resources. And then brand new program 1K, as you heard me talk about at the beginning of this presentation, because the city does have a defined shortfall of sites and shortfall in terms of total number of units, and lower income RHNA, we're required to have a program that specifically addresses that. So it's called the Adequate Sites Program. And the way that we are demonstrating that it's going to be accommodated is that it will be on city-owned sites to allow 100% residential use. So not mandating, but allowing 100% residential use. What that means in practice is that you don't need to have commercial use on the ground floor, basically. But it would require that at least 50% of the floor area on city-owned sites be for residential use. And we've done the math on that, and it works out. That doing that on city-owned sites will cover that gap with respect to lower income RHNA. And then part of this program also is looking at that citywide on our commercial boulevards to allow flexibility for that ground floor. Right now, in the zoning ordinance, in any of our commercial areas, we do require active uses on the ground floor. We do have a lot of commercial ground floor space in the city, and it just allows flexibility for housing projects to have ground floor housing, as long as it's pedestrian oriented. This was an area where there is also a difference in the Planning Commission and staff recommendations. So this is one where there's not a huge difference. It's just, while staff agrees in principle with the Planning Commission's recommendation, and this is really not any fault of the Planning Commission. I think this was an evolving conversation during the Planning Commission hearings. And so, the Planning Commission, you can see up there, had a more sort of broader general statement about making amendments to accommodate that. And the staff recommendation added more specificity around the city-owned sites, and actually how this might be accomplished. So, again, not a big difference in approach there. And then finally, the Planning Commission recommended a new policy, 1.11, with respect to housing production. This was looking to increase housing opportunities in our multi-unit residential zones. This was recommended to eliminate the density caps that I talked about in all of our multi-unit zones, so in the R2, R3, R4, all of the Ocean Park districts, with the exception of rent-controlled units, deed-restricted units, or single-unit dwellings occupied by renters in the past 3 years. So the Commission was looking to just increase opportunities for producing housing in areas, but also ensuring that we're not displacing existing tenants if at all possible. However, staff, there really wasn't time to analyze the potential effects of this. Staff is concerned the potential displacement implications. It's also not clear that this is even necessary for this housing element, given that we've already demonstrated that we can accommodate all of our capacity in our commercial zones without going into our residential neighborhoods. It kind of runs counter to the strategy established in the LUCE. So for that reason, staff is not recommending this policy be included. I'll now just briefly go into programs addressing specifically affordable housing. The Moderate Income Affordable Housing Overlay is a program that is included in here, and it's intended to target 120%, so up to 120% AMI units around all of the major transit stops, so all of the Metro E lines in downtown, around the 17th Street Station and Bergamot. It requires that these must be moderate income units. Oh, that's a typo there, excuse me. It should be 100% moderate income units. The idea here is to apply the incentives under State Density Bonus Law AB 1763 for 100% affordable housing. So these would be an extra 3 stories or 33 feet, a 50% density bonus above base FARs and no minimum parking requirements. The difference here is that in talking with moderate income housing developers who produce these projects, what they do need to make it pencil, because there are not really any other sources of funding to support this, is flexibility in the unit size. So that is the trade-off. In order to produce moderate income units, they do need to be at those smaller units to get higher volume. And the idea here within this program is to trade off that flexibility in smaller units with larger common area amenities. Their program 2B speaks to the right of first offer to buy land. This is an idea for an ordinance modeled after San Francisco's Community Opportunity to Purchase Act ordinance. We recognize that this is one where devil's definitely in the details. Will be a lot of work to go through, but the idea here is to allow nonprofit affordable housing providers to receive advance notice when land goes on sale and give them the first opportunity to purchase property within the city. The variety of programs for affordable housing around special needs and supportive housing for homeless individuals. So kind of a new term added in this housing element cycle was low barrier navigation centers. Essentially what those are a merging between homeless shelters and permanent supportive housing. So it's kind of this intended to be a bridge between those two housing types. And this program generally seeks to review all of our special needs housing types for consistency with state law. It's a part of the law that is continuously evolving and the city tries to keep up with. Finally, we have the committing city sites for affordable housing. The plan here is to account for 1,884 units on city-owned sites. So this is the city committing its own land and prioritizing affordable housing on there. And you can see some of the sites that were included in the SSI for that purpose. Parking structure 3 is RFPs already certainly underway. The 4th and Arizona site, the Bergamot Arts Center, was discussed, and the parking lots behind Main Street. Because of HCD's requirement, again, for commitment, we certainly can't commit the city to an outcome of that, but what we saw, a good example, and what some other cities did, is that they committed to releasing an RFP. So that is the commitment within that program for public land. This was an area where there was a difference between the Planning Commission and staff recommendation. And here, really the difference was because the City Council spent a lot of time talking about the specific language in this program. That's the reason that staff didn't recommend the change. But I think when you look at it, the ideas are pretty similar. The Planning Commission, you can see there, is asking for consideration for revenue generating uses that are community serving in synergy with fair and economically diverse housing and open space. The council in June directed inclusion of language that talked about community serving purposes, including about limited to green space placemaking and or community serving commercial. So again, because staff received such specific direction from the council, we did not feel comfortable overriding that direction in this document. With that now, I'm going to turn it over to Steve Mizukami, who's going to go through our housing stability programs.
Thanks, Jing. Good evening, City Council. Steve Mizukami from City Planning. So the housing element includes a variety of housing stability programs that include preservation programs that focus on rehabilitation, to maintain and extend the use and livability of our aging residential buildings, and also housing assistance programs and services that focus on providing financial and technical support for seniors, for families, persons with disabilities, and others with special needs. And this is in efforts to help our residents retain housing in the city. So last time we spoke, we talked about housing barriers and the needs for existing residents as highlighted through our technical working groups, which include the need for rental assistance and support for those who are rent burdened, continued tenant protection and assistance ranging from legal counsel, oversight of landlord obligations related to voucher programs, and also housing maintenance and repairs, and also assistance on tenant rights and available housing programs. Continued support services for the homeless and at-risk individuals, and also the need to preserve housing affordability by maintaining and rehabbing our existing housing stock. And so let's see here. So I'm going to go over a handful of programs in the housing element that will help the city achieve its housing stability goals. First area is protecting existing rental units. Program 3A, for example, it restricts the removal of existing rental units and ensures that protected units, such as rent-controlled units, are replaced as part of any new project, ensuring compliance with SB 330 state law. The city will continue to restrict condo conversions in efforts to preserve our existing rental units. And Program 3C seeks to preserve both restricted and non-restricted at-risk housing units, in which the program would also explore strategies to conserve both rent-controlled as well as naturally occurring affordable units that are also at risk of removal based on redevelopment. The next area is tenant landlord support and outreach. Programs 3B and 3H would provide additional education and outreach to tenants and landlords on the legal requirements of Section 8 and other similar state and federal housing voucher programs. The program would also provide outreach to landlords on available city programs in efforts to encourage continued rehabilitation, repairs, and also upgrades to our aging buildings. The city's low-income residential repair program will still be maintained, and Program 3I will continue the Right to Counsel pilot program that the council is well aware of that provides legal assistance for low-income residents facing eviction. Reducing homelessness. The city will continue to invest in housing and supportive services to prevent and address the impacts of homelessness as provided in Program 5A. And 5B is a new program in response to AB 101. This is the By Right Low Barrier Navigation Centers that Jing had mentioned just previously, so I'll skip that.
Yeah, Steve, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Maybe others are too.
Okay.
But I think while you're behind the glass, you can take your mask off.
Oh, sure.
If you want to.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
It probably helps.
Oh, and now I hear you perfectly.
Great. So the last section is housing assistance and supportive programs to low-income households and households with special needs, our families, our seniors, and our homeless. The housing element includes a variety of different programs, including maintaining our rental housing voucher programs and seeking funding sources to support rental assistance for vulnerable individuals as well as households at risk of displacement. And this is consistent with the city's practice of always monitoring the availability of funding resources on an ongoing basis. Maintaining and potentially expanding the POD program by pursuing additional funding to further expand assistance to other rent-burdened residents. The element also includes a new program that addresses resident concerns, where the city would provide additional outreach and coordination to raise both tenant and landlord awareness of available housing programs and resources. The city will continue to provide fair housing enforcement and outreach through the city attorney's office, provide tenant landlord mediation and legal services, and will also maintain the city's anti-discrimination tenant protection program. Next, I'm going to pass it along to Rachel, who's going to be providing an overview of the programs that affirmatively further fair housing, as well as the housing elements final impact report.
Evening, Mayor, Council, Rachel Kwok, City Planning Division. As Jing mentioned, a new and important mandate for the sixth cycle housing element is, of course, AB 686, requirement to affirmatively further fair housing, or as we call it, AFFH. Increasing housing opportunities in high resource areas is an important part of the AFFH mandate. The fact that the city of Santa Monica is a high resource area, as you can see here in this figure here, is one of the reasons why Santa Monica's RHNA is particularly higher than the last cycle, particularly our allocation of low income. It's because we are a high resource areas, and the areas in green, as you can see, is still considered a high resource area. It's a slightly lower resource. So in 2020, the city prepared a report entitled The Assessment of Fair Housing, which looked at all of the city's current fair housing programs and identified 6 high priority factors that are barriers to fair housing. These 6 factors include the displacement of residents due to economic pressures, impediments to housing choice and mobility, the lack of access to opportunity due to the high cost of housing, as well as the lack of affordable, accessible housing. The other factors they were cited was the land use and zoning laws, as well as private discrimination. All of these 6 factors were considered in the drafting of the housing element. So the housing element not only addresses housing production, but also addresses housing equity through the lens of AFFH. In addition to the city's suite of current fair housing programs, the housing element includes a number of programs aimed at addressing AFFH. Some of the programs that were previously mentioned by Steve and Jing do that. For example, the preservation programs. However, the programs under Goal 4 play a more specifically target at AFFH. Program 4A, which was discussed by Jing, would allow housing as a permitted use in areas that currently prohibit housing, which includes the office campus areas, creative conservation sectors, and industrial conservation zones. Programs 4B would incentivize housing production on the surface parking lots of religious congregational sites, as well as other community assembly uses. Programs 1G and 4C address ADU production, and a new program 4D, which was previously mentioned, would continue the right to return program. With respect to program 4B, this is the Community Assembly Surface Parking Lots program. So what this program would do is basically incentivize the production of affordable housing on sites that are owned by community assembly uses, such as religious institutions and religious congregations. And these sites are scattered throughout the city in many high opportunity areas, particularly in like residential neighborhoods. So the idea behind this program is that these sites would be incentivized to build affordable housing. However, in discussions with religious congregational leaders, they have stated that in order to support their affordable housing, they would need to provide some level of market rate. So what this program would do is basically give housing projects on these sites the same incentives as the ones given to affordable housing projects under AB 1763, which is the additional height of 33 feet, the unlimited density, no minimum parking requirements, so long as their housing is no more than 50% market rate. Programs 1G and 4C address ADU production. And what program 1G is basically is the ADU accelerator program. And what this program would do is create an ADU handbook for property owners so that they could come to the counter, know exactly what to do if they wanted to build an ADU. And so this program would also prepare some pre-approved ADU plans. It should be noted that this program, we've already received a grant from SCAG to implement this program. Program 4C is the ADU incentive program within the R1 zone district. And the idea of this program is to incentivize more ADUs in the single family zones, the R1 zones. Currently under state law, you're allowed 1 JADU and 1 ADU. With this program, we would allow 1 more ADU so long as that additional ADU is deed restricted as a rental unit. And what this program does is really allow more housing opportunities in the R1 zoning districts, which are traditionally out of reach for a lot of segments of the population. And so ADUs are more affordable option for them. And then I won't belabor this because this was already discussed, but Program 4D is the Right to Return pilot program that was initiated by Council in July. And so what this program would do is basically continue that pilot program, allowing previously historically displaced households to be placed on the affordable housing wait list with second priority. So this is the final section, and I'll try to go through it briefly. This is the housing element final EIR. The final EIR is required by the California Environmental Quality Act, which, if for some of you who are not aware, it applies to all discretionary projects. So any project that comes before you that requires a discretionary action by council or planning commission must go through this process. The intent of CEQA is to inform the decision makers and the public of the potential for significant environmental impacts. You could do this in a couple ways, including identifying ways to significantly reduce or avoid the impacts with mitigation measures, or identifying alternatives that would prevent these significant impacts. The idea of an EIR is to disclose to the public the reasons why an agency has decided to approve the project. Keep in mind that the EIR is an informational document. It does not approve or deny a project. It is only a disclosure document. So the housing element final EIR analyzed the potential environmental impacts of 11,000 units, which is roughly our RHNA plus the 21% buffer that we had discussed previously. And the final EIR went through a series of public review stages. And so this is kind of a chart showing the stages of the environmental EIR process. The first is a notice of preparation, which went out in October of 2020. It basically signified to the public that we were starting an EIR. And so this notice of preparation went out for 30 days. Public comments were received, and those public comments have been incorporated into the draft EIR, which was published on July 1st, the same day that we submitted the housing element to HCD. So the draft EIR analyzed the potential environmental impacts, and it was released for 45 days. And we got 4 comment letters from the public, and we also held a planning commission hearing to discuss the EIR. And then from those comments that we received, we made changes to the draft EIR and published the final EIR on September 24th. And finally, we are before you here seeking certification of the EIR and project approval. Just to go over briefly what the final EIR conclusions were. As you can see here, there were a number of significant unavoidable impacts identified. And this is not surprising given the extent of housing that has been forecasted or planned for. For example, air quality was one of the topics that had a significant impact, and that's due to construction and operation. Noise, vibration due to primarily construction. Cultural resources, because we can't avoid the fact that there may be some demolition of a historic resource. Public services, transportation, and utilities all also had significant unavoidable effects. Mitigation measure was also identified for air quality, tribal resources, public services, transportation, and utilities. And then also as another requirement of the EIR is the required analysis of alternatives. And so we have to look at certain alternatives in the EIR. We looked at the alternative 1, which is the no project. Alternative 2, which basically is one of the concepts that was presented to council early on in the housing element process, which is the transit-oriented housing development. This was a concept that was brought to council and basically looked at taking all of the housing that was the RHNA allocation and concentrating it around the expo stations. Alternative 3 is the quantified objective alternative, which wouldn't meet our RHNA, but is a more realistic kind of alternative. And so alternative 3, which is the quantified objective, was the environmentally superior alternative in the sense that it would reduce the impacts the most. However, keep in mind that it does not achieve the goals of the RHNA. It would not achieve the RHNA, it would not achieve the goals of the housing element, and it would not be compliant with state housing element law. So because the EIR identifies significant unavoidable impacts, Adoption of findings and statement of overriding considerations is required. Also, we would need certification of the EIR to certify that has been completed in accordance with CEQA, that you guys have reviewed it, and it reflects the independent judgment and analysis of the city, that the EIR has been considered prior to the approval of the housing element. And so I leave the slide up. These are your final 3 recommendations that are before you. And if you have any questions, city staff is here to answer.
That's the end of our
Is it on
presentation.
us now? Is that, and that is the end of our
That is done.
presentation.
Yeah.
So we're going to hear public comment, but I do want to ask whether you, while we're hearing public comment, whether you have a suggested approach for moving through this. I thought we might start with the disputes between staff and the Planning Commission and move on from there.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. We've put all the language in one book. It's highlighted in yellow, and we highlighted it in the presentation as well, so you could understand the language differences, what they mean. So I
So
think
we
that's a
should
good
go back
choice.
to those slides is my point, and just run through one by one and take a vote on each issue.
We can
okay?
do that, and then if you'd like to go through the programs, from there, then that's probably helpful.
Yeah, and then I'm sure we have a lot of questions, and yes, Councilmember Para.
Couldn't read those in yellow from here. So what document can we pull up to read the redlined or the most recent or up to date?
Yeah, so the language that you saw in yellow is actually in the final draft, so it's attachment, it's the final draft document, and it's highlighted.
Final draft redlined on that page.
Okay.
you know,
Right.
the-
There's a clean version and a red line. The clean version has it highlighted in yellow.
Okay.
And there's
you.
there's 5 programs and 1 policy.
Thank you. Okay, so how many callers do we have?
It looks like we have about 5 callers. We have Elisa Pastor from the Planning Commissioner first.
And she gets 5 minutes, is that right?
That is correct.
And let me just announce a number one more time. So if you want to call in on the housing element, the lines are open. The number is 310-312-8173. And before we move to public comment, are there any sort of housekeeping questions like the ones that were just asked in terms of moving forward about how we're going to move forward? Seeing none, let's go to the public comment. Thank you.
Esther, we're ready for the callers.
Welcome,
Good evening.
Elisa Pastor.
Thank you
Go
so
ahead,
much.
you're in the
Good
meeting.
evening. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, and welcome to our new city manager and city attorney. Very exciting. I am pleased to be here tonight to represent the Planning Commission. The recommended document that is before you is the result of many hours of hard work by the Planning Commission, the community, and definitely by staff. Our focus has been ensuring this document is legally compliant, that it affirmatively furthers fair housing in the community. We focus on making development of housing in our city feasible, equitable, and predictable, and on preserving existing affordable housing and naturally occurring affordable housing. We looked at the barriers to creating housing and how to overcome these barriers. The document provides direction for implementation in the near future. There are several items that we looked at very hard and urge you to do the same, even though they may vary from previous discussions that you may have had, and there are some disagreements with staff. And we did not make these decisions lightly. Of particular importance is to lay the groundwork to streamline the permitting process, to rid the code of low-hanging fruit in the zoning code that are barriers to more housing, such as the unit mix in downtown. This is something we've heard a lot about, and it seems to have been omitted from our recommendation. Things like the definition of high-rise and unrealistic design standards. We think it's important to align our code and plans with state law and to ensure that height densities and FARs actually incentivize housing, not just make it barely feasible. And to ensure that affordable housing is a top priority in our community, especially on public land. I want to speak in particular about the range of FARs. We talked about this a lot, and our concern with having the exact range in there is that we heard from a lot of community members that one size doesn't fit all in terms of the FAR and heights, and we really wanted there to be additional analysis of particular areas and the particular heights and FARs for feasibility. I believe that we had recommended language to make sure that, to tell HCD that we want the capacity overall as a city to remain, but we wanted to have a little bit more specificity, and we understand that that really couldn't happen in this short time period. With regards to alignment with state law, we did think it was important to match the definition of a housing development project to state law because there are protections in state law that we must abide by. Also, we spent a lot of time talking about this even split of the 555 for the 15% of the low-income housing for the density bonus, because all of that does, it tells HCD that we are trying to undermine the actual purpose and intent of the density bonus ordinance, because what it does is it makes it much harder for developers. The way that the density bonus ordinance, the state law works is that if you provide a certain amount of housing, you get a certain number of incentives. And those incentives are keyed to the density. For example, if you provided 15% very low-income households in your project, you would be entitled to 3 incentives. But under the City of Santa Monica's structure that was recommended, you'd only get 1 incentive. So you're making it more difficult and you're making it less feasible. Also, we were very concerned that the feasibility of this split had not been analyzed, and so we can't guarantee that it actually would be feasible. I think those are the other things with we did really want to look at lifting the cap on R2, 3, and 4, but we were very surgical about it. We thought it important because those are residential neighborhoods. They're multifamily residential neighborhoods. We could have more housing there and still be consistent with our goals and protecting our communities. But we wanted to do it very surgically so as not to displace anyone, which is why we included those provisions on rent control and renters and whatnot. I'm happy to answer any questions. We are excited for this housing element to be adopted tonight. We can build the housing we need, we can protect our residents, and we can welcome new residents into our community who are going to contribute to our economic base and culture. And I urge you to adopt the housing element as recommended by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pastor.
Welcome, Matt Stauffer. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Matt Stauffer. I'm calling on my own behalf tonight, excuse me, as someone who commutes an hour and 20 minutes each way into and out of Santa Monica. I'm grateful that I live in an area with robust public transit access, and kudos to Big Blue Bus for running a route all the way out to Koreatown for me. But many don't have that option, so they drive. The imbalance between jobs and housing on the west side is a key driver, pun intended, of our traffic congestion and pollution woes. It goes against the city's climate goals, burdens working people with super commutes, and pushes new residents into hotter, higher fire risk zones. So I just ask, please do all you can to ensure a realistic plan is in place for allowing a wide variety of working people to live in and have access to all of the opportunities that Santa Monica has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stauffer.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. At least the state is now noticing that the Santa Monica Housing Authority is out of compliance.
Ms. Barton, Ms. Barton, can you hear me? We've had a chronic problem with not being able to hear you, and we do want to hear what you say. I don't know. We seem to have this problem uniquely with you, but if you could just speak up a little and maybe speak directly into the phone, it would really help. Thank you.
Good evening. At least the state is now noticing that the Santa Monica Housing Authority is out of compliance in date pertaining to current laws and the state housing plan. There's so much, but let me start with it would appear that the elimination and production of extremely low-income housing will need to be revisited, as well as to be included in all your charts. Next, the Housing Authority staff. The timeline for compliance with the state was given as October 15, 2021, even though the staff is proposing a timeline as late as March 31st, 2022, admitting that the city could lose eligibility for significant sources of state funding. Then on the disability and senior issues, is the affordable housing staff, by saying that they need more clarification, trying to drag the timeline out further so they continue not to provide services to them? Or would you be hoping if you put it out far enough, no one will check? And public comment. I'm not sure how public comment can properly reflect the essence of what the speaker was trying to emphasize when the affordable housing staff is constantly not properly reflecting and toning down what was said during public comment in the minutes. How can you include public comment if it's not reflected properly? Further, the farce by the Housing Authority staff choosing RAB representatives who refuse to communicate with the tenants they're supposed to represent, because they and you really don't want anyone to know how horrific the experience Section 8 and other affordable housing tenants have to endure with no support or services from the Housing Authority. Would that be why an ADA coordinator is required due to abuse and discrimination relating to seniors and the disabled? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Welcome, Carl Hansen. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members, and welcome to our new City Manager and City Attorney. I'm Carl Hansen, a Housing Commissioner and resident of the Wilmot neighborhood, but speaking tonight as co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. Since our founding, Santa Monica Forward has strongly encouraged our city to take the housing shortage crisis seriously. Decades of inadequate housing production, particularly in high-demand coastal job centers like Santa Monica, has led to ever-increasing housing costs and displacement. This has turned the housing market into what is essentially now a pyramid scheme, where the earliest property owners have benefited the most, and future generations, renters, and those on the margins find it harder and harder to keep up. You often hear from many of those at the top of this pyramid who claim there is no housing shortage crisis, and for them, there is not. They say building new housing will hurt community character, but community character is about people and not buildings. Should a future Santa Monica be strip malls and surface parking lots and single-family homes that are only accessible to the top 0.01%? Because that's what we're rapidly becoming. We, like many other housing supporters in the community, have commented on the housing element multiple times. Those concerns have not been addressed. Our housing element fails to take meaningful actions to overcome Santa Monica's very real patterns of segregation. Our housing element fails to make realistic assumptions about what will be built and where, and our housing element fails to provide any significant evidence that the existing uses on the parcels in our site inventory will be discontinued during the planning period. This is both an abdication of our responsibility to provide housing for those who need it and places our city in a legally precarious position with the state. Please reject the current draft of the housing element, and instead, for the sake of all those struggling with the burden of the housing shortage crisis, please adopt a housing element that will actually lead to the production of the housing we so desperately need, and don't subject our city to costly and shameful state penalties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Welcome, Angelique Caps. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor. Welcome, new City Manager. I'm calling on behalf of the Housing Justice Committee of the Committee for Racial Justice. I wanted to lift up some points from a letter we sent to you all in March to reinforce them for the housing element. And a major priority for us is that the principles of ASFH must be considered in this housing element as a way to counteract the patterns of systemic racism manifested through redlining and restrictive covenants. That affordable housing must be placed throughout the city, including north of Wilshire, Montana, and Ocean Park. And we support this even if it means altering zoning accordingly away from R1 exclusively. By keeping our zoning code the same, we're making the intentional choice to keep our neighborhoods separated by class and race. We're hopeful that you'd include inclusionary unit production in the AHPP. This would create more likelihood of affordable inclusionary units in a city for our disadvantaged communities, not making area median income. And regarding preservation, we believe the city could preserve housing by creating programs to incentivize owners selling properties to first allow nonprofits to bid on them or something similar. So I saw a lot of that. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that that's where the Committee for Racial Justice Housing Justice team stood. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name.
Anjali Kronheim-Katz.
Oh, I know you. Thanks, Anjali.
Welcome, Tricia Crane. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich, City Council members, and welcome to our new City Manager. This is Tricia Crane speaking tonight for the Board of Northeast Neighbors concerning 8A3, a resolution adopting the housing element update. It's our position, the position of Northeast Neighbors, that the housing element update should not be adopted and submitted to the state housing officials as written because there is now strong evidence that it will put our community at risk for significant and unavoidable water crises. We cannot ignore the finding of the city's EIR to the housing element that, quote, significant and unavoidable impacts on our water supply will likely result if we agree to allowing 8,895 new housing units to be built in Santa Monica. We feel that our action must be taken by the council to call for a risk mitigation analysis to be undertaken and to construct a strategy to be included in our housing element for Santa Monica that anticipates the potential impact of a water crisis and local shortage. Santa Monica has been a leader in sustainability. This is not the time to back down from our commitment to protect the environment and live within our limits. Please postpone submitting a housing element until it can be revised to include and address impacts on our water supply. In doing so, the council will be taking an important stand to protect the well-being of our community. Our council's leadership on this will be meaningful to the people of our city and beyond. Thank you very much for your good work.
Thank you, Ms. Crane.
Welcome, Eleanor Kamner. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Leonora Kamner. I'm Executive Director of Abundant Housing LA. I'm a member of the Housing Commission, but I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a resident of Santa Monica. Exclusionary zoning and barriers to home building are something future generations are going to look back on with shame. People are speaking out. Homelessness, high housing costs, housing scarcity, displacement, and pollution do not make a livable community. Low-density zoning and land use practices, which are well documented by historians here in Santa Monica as having been put in place for the explicit purpose of racism, must no longer have a place in this city. The fact that the housing element site inventory matches historical redlining is very telling. The coming decades will be challenging. The region will face rising heat. There will be exponential growth in fires. Low-density suburban sprawl literally is not survivable in this future. Santa Monica, with access to cooler temperatures, could be a model of inclusion and sustainability in these mounting crises. The housing element fails to adequately plan for these challenges. Please reject it. Thank you.
And I just want to announce that the lines are now closed.
Thank you, Ms. Kamner. And so as the clerk announced, the lines are now closed. Does that mean we don't have any more callers?
We do have people that are on hold, but we've now closed the lines because it's past the fifth caller.
Okay, thank you. How many more callers do we have, by the way?
About three more. Let's see.
3 or 4 more?
I think 1, 2. Yeah, 4 more.
4 more.
Thank you.
Welcome, Aaron Eckhouse. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Aaron Eckhouse. I'm the Regional Policy Manager for California YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard. here to talk about some good things that I see in this draft, but also, unfortunately, some bad things that need to be addressed and improved. Starting with the good news, I think the expansion and extension of the by right approval process is a really good idea. I think the proposal to adjust certain policies to better account for feasibility is a really important idea, and I agree that that is something that is required by state law for Santa Monica to account for in the housing element. And I really like the idea of developing new housing on surface parking lots. I think that's also a tacit admission that Santa Monica doesn't actually need all of this parking that it currently has and that it requires in every new apartment building, which leads me to some of the issues I see with this housing element that need to be addressed and improved. I'll start with parking because I think the proposed changes to parking requirements are a cynical joke, frankly, that do almost nothing to reduce the amount of parking required in transit priority areas in the city, and will still leave Santa Monica vastly overparked and create a significant barrier to new housing and affordable housing in Santa Monica. There is no need for Santa Monica to require new fossil fuel infrastructure, which is what parking is when people build new housing. I'll also say that the programs to affirmatively further fair housing I do not think are adequate, and I think HCD told you in their review of the draft that they are not adequate, and
Your time
that
is
has
up.
not been sufficiently addressed.
Thank you, Mr.
In particular, nothing. And
Your
then
time
close
is
parking.
up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, Daniel Friedman. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Daniel Friedman. I'm with the law offices of Jeffrey Mangels, Butler and Mitchell. I'm really here to speak in support of an element of the housing element which we, which our clients and the folks we represent, we believe will help result in more housing faster. In particular, we think the programs relating to the conversion of existing commercial spaces, including ground floor residential, ground floor commercial and existing commercial spaces to residential, the programs that have been included in the housing element will provide value and immediate housing because there are businesses and there are vacant sites throughout the city that can be repurposed quickly and used for housing and provide immediate benefits to the city. So with that said, I just want to say we appreciate the hard work that staff put into this, as well as the hard work that the Planning Commission put into this to prepare a housing element that included those elements. And so in that regard, we support that addition to the element. With that, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Welcome, Natalia Zernskaya. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and City staff, and welcome to the new City Manager. My name is Natalia Zernskaya. I serve as the President of the League of Women Voters of Santa Monica, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League this evening. We appreciate all of the work that went into the 2021 to 2029 housing element. The League believes that all people have a right to safe, decent, and adequate housing. The League supports a variety of housing types which maintain the quality of neighborhoods and which promote economic and social diversity within the community. One of the goals of Santa Monica's housing element in the sixth cycle arena process is to, quote, facilitate equitable housing access to all neighborhoods by expanding access to housing opportunities and overcoming patterns of segregation. The League supports zoning practices and procedures that will counteract racial and economic isolation. Unfortunately, the housing element as presented falls short in its efforts to address the city's historical systemic racism in housing. For example, the map of the suitable sites inventory superimposed on a red line map of Santa Monica shows that most sites considered for new housing development within the inventory are in formerly red and yellow lined areas rather than the wealthier and higher resourced formerly blue lined areas. Per the housing element, quote, the high housing cost of single-family homes and the single-family home restricted zoning on either end of the city functionally restricts racial diversity in these neighborhoods, as shown by the disproportionately white and Asian American populations of the neighborhoods, end quote. The city should enable and incentivize the building of a wider variety of homes that would serve to create more housing availability for current and future Santa Monica community members. which would also improve social and economic mobility among members of our community that has been systematically denied access to well-resourced areas such as ours. We urge the Council to make the appropriate updates to ensure that the housing element is fully compliant and adequately plans for our six-cycle arena target of 8,895 new homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ernestskaya.
Welcome, Michael Soloff. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I'm Michael Soloff. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm the husband of Mayor Sue Himmelrich, but I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as co-chair of Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights. We have provided detailed comment on this, and I just want to, on behalf of the organization, highlight one point. It's time for us to talk the truth about housing in Santa Monica. The state has pointed out that 70% of this new housing that they think we should create needs to be deed-restricted affordable housing. We all know that the true housing crisis in the state, in this region, in the city is among low-income renter households that are paying more than 50% in rent. To date, the state has done absolutely nothing to assist us in trying to address that crisis, and the state, in fact, has engaged in policies that has destroyed far more affordable housing units in the city of Santa Monica than we could possibly ever recreate. That said, I'm very proud of the city for committing to put public land and a lot of public land up to create this affordable housing. I think we need to make sure that that becomes real, and I applaud the Planning Commission and staff for making sure that the zoning will support that, at least that amount, the 2,000 units. We also need to take the time to actually set up the affordable housing production program to support that, and that should be our focus, and we should challenge the state and the county to put their money where their mouth is. We are willing, as we always have been, to create a place for low-income people in our community. Now, please use this housing element as an opportunity to send the message that the state and the county must stand with us and actually commit resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
Welcome, Tony Joaquin. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Tony Joaquin. I used to walk down on the pier with my dad when I was younger, and I do and still do. I used to love Santa Monica, and I'd ask him, Dad, why don't we live here? And he'd say, Santa Monica is for rich people, and we weren't rich. Well, it still is today, but we'd drive back to the San Gabriel Valley where we lived and where I still live.
Sir, I hate to interrupt you. You're sort of fading in and out. If you could just speak directly into the phone or whatever you're talking into, because we would like to hear what you say, and we'll give you the extra time that I just took by interrupting you. But it would be really helpful if you could speak louder and directly into your speaker or whatever you're speaking into. Thank you.
Okay, I think you can hear me better
much
now.
better. You got it. There you go.
All right, cool. So as I was saying, I want to live in Santa Monica, and I really hope that you can pass the best housing element that produces the most housing in Santa Monica, as I can't afford it today and still live with my parents, and I still have to drive into Santa Monica. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we would like to hear what you say. Thank you, sir.
It's okay. No problem. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
That was our last caller.
Great. Thank you to all the callers, and now we move to questions from council. Yes, thank you. Everybody's in position. So let's start with Councilmember Parr, if that's okay. I know you have a fair number of questions, and
We're going to start with the
we're starting with questions. We heard public comment. Now we're going to ask all of our questions, and then we will comment. Or is there someone who wants to go first?
Yeah, I think can someone else go first? Does anyone have questions?
I have, well.
I have questions. I have a ton of questions, but I thought I thought we were gonna go over those slides first.
Do you want to just vote on those and eliminate? So what we were going to do, I think, was look at those slides, the ones where there's a discrepancy between staff and the planning commission, or between what we asked them to do and the planning commission. And if you want to, we can start with that to warm up kind of, and then move to questions, but it
Well, what
seems.
if you have questions about this?
Right, but people, I hear you, thank you. But as I was going to say, people may have questions, and so Councilmember Davis, it sounds as if you have questions, so why don't you start?
Now I'm totally confused. I apologize. So I'm not asking all my questions. I'm only asking questions about the difference between planning commissions and staff recommendations? Is
No,
that-
you're asking all of your questions.
Oh, okay, well, good. Then everyone can settle in. So, and I apologize if this is a little scattershot, because I went through these documents in different pieces and in different orders. So let me start out by saying, Ms. Yao, I'm really happy to hear you talk about that we're really not talking about units of housing, we're talking about homes, because I think that it's really important to remember that the homes that we're talking about for people who are homeless, people who are rent burdened, families that are overcrowded. So I really do appreciate that. I understand a ton of work has gone into this, both in terms of what Planning Commission, various other groups within the city, and of course, planning and community development staff. And so I want to make sure that you understand that I'm very appreciative of all that. Nevertheless, I have some questions. So let's start with affirmatively furthering fair housing. One of the proposals, as I see it there, is that we're going to allow an additional ADU in the R1 zone over and above what was currently allowed under our local ordinance. Is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
And you referred to that as deed restricted, but it's not deed restricted in terms of affordability. It's simply deed restricted in that it has to be made available for rent. Is that correct?
That's the idea, yes.
The one thing I didn't hear was the word market rate before the rent. And the reason I asked that is because, although I'm a refugee from north of Montana, a lot of the ADUs that were built there are occupied by adult children of people who live in the main house, or parents, or staff, people who work with the people in the house. And if we were to say it needs to be rented, they could rent them for $1 a month. And you haven't really increased the affordability, the availability of affordable housing. What you've basically done is just said, well, okay, my kid can live there and they'll give me $1 a month. I mean, how do we police that?
So I think, I mean, the idea about making it deed restricted for rental is that ultimately the entities that are going to execute that program are individual homeowners, right? So it was a balance between creating this incentive and creating more rental housing opportunities, or just more housing opportunities in general, in a lot of our single unit neighborhoods, which would otherwise be out of reach for many. And to create a program that addressed not deed restricted necessarily, but I think what we're seeing, and we don't have a ton of data around this because we only started tracking even production of ADUs. I think it was like 20, maybe just the last like 2 to 3 years, actually in our permit system. We don't have a lot of information about how they're used, absent a survey. We did attempt to actually conduct a survey of that and didn't get a great response to it, so a lot of information we have is based on kind of looking through, listings and trying to get a sense of what's out there. So that being said, I think there's a sense that some people do build ADUs for whether it's an extra guest room for family and friends and what have you. Maybe they're not paying rent, which is helpful as well. That's a housing unit for that person. But we did want to provide the incentive, a realistic incentive to a homeowner to pursue an additional ADU, but wanted to be able to ensure that that actually is counted within the city's housing stock in some way, so that they're committing to renting it. We're not saying they have to rent it there's not a cap on the price or any amount, is that it does have to be a rental unit. The program itself is not specific on those details. That's going to be through the implementation of any municipal code amendments, around that requirement or how we implement that program. But that was the idea, was to make it a realistic incentive for an individual homeowner.
Simply announcing Whoops, she's I'm sorry, let me try this again. Councilmember Negretti, I don't know how I did it without you, Kristen, in the first half of the meeting. So Councilmember Negretti has now joined the meeting, and thank you for joining us. She's here telephonically. Should we test and see if we can hear her?
Sure.
Hi.
Oh, yay, that was good. You sound just like you. Okay, so we are in the middle now of questions from council. We just began. When I say in the middle, we're in the middle of Councilmember Davis's questions. She's only asked one so far, so I think that you're fairly current. So there we go. Okay, and
I've been listening, so I'm good.
Oh,
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Davis. Pardon me for interrupting you.
No problem. So this proposal was in the prior draft that we saw before the original submission back in August. Since that time, have we made any attempt to determine how many currently existing ADUs are being actually rented out? Did we, for example, consult apartments.com or something like that to try and figure it out?
We did, yeah. Who else did we? You want to? We did. So we have Ross.
Good evening, Council. Ross Firma with City Planning. We didn't do any of the research in between the draft back in June to now, but prior to June, we had conducted a survey to see as much information we can get about how people are using ADUs, how much they are charging for rent, how big they are. But as Jing mentioned, we didn't get really great feedback. We also did some research on apartments.com as best we could, but again, information was just limited.
Okay, thank you. But in terms of this is not a change in policy from the original draft, is that correct?
This is not, no.
Okay. The other way that this draft proposes to affirmatively further fair housing is to build on what I'm going to colloquially call the A1 lots. I know they're not all technically A1 lots, but when I say A1 lots, I'm thinking about parking lots that are in that buffer zone between commercial and residential that are spread throughout this, because otherwise I'll get very confused. How many of those where you think that there's actually going to be housing built exist in or abut R1 zones?
I think just to clarify, actually, the program specific to AFFH is actually the community assembly surface parking lots, which is different than the A lots, the surface parking lots associated with existing commercial and residential uses.
Okay.
So within the community assembly surface parking lots, within the SSI, we identified. You have a number there, Rachel?
Because when I look at the SSI map, I don't see any.
Yeah, there were like
There's about 104 surface parking lots adjacent to boulevards, but we've identified 22 as having the highest potential.
Well,
So
I'm
those are
not
the
asking about adjacent to boulevards. I want to know how many of those are adjacent to R1.
Oh, R1. I don't know if give me a minute and I could pull that.
Okay, thanks. Because as I look at the did you identify those lots in the SSI? Yes. Because when I look at that map, and maybe I'm not looking at the right one, I don't see any in the R1.
Yeah, it's limited. There are, I can think of like two that I can remember, but give us a moment. We'll just double check that.
There seems to be one maybe north of Montana. As if I look at the SSI, I see one little blue dot north of Montana. That's the only one I see, but I'm willing to be corrected because there's a lot of maps in here and I may not have been looking at the right one. All right, so we've got the building and community assembly areas. We've got the additional 81. And then the other program to affirmatively further fair housing is the pilot program to provide affordable housing priority for those displaced by the I-10 freeway. Is that correct?
That's right, the right to return pilot.
Okay, and that's a great program, and I think this council unanimously supported it. The problem is that doesn't create any new housing, does it? It just changes the order of priority on the existing affordable housing list, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's not going to get us any new lots in new housing in formerly exclusionary zones. It just changes the people who might be eligible to go into affordable, deed-restricted affordable housing, correct? Okay, thanks. I don't know, was there an answer to the question?
Yeah, it looks like there aren't any actually that are in the R1 zone,
Okay.
but most are in the R2.
Okay, so there aren't really any in the R1. Great. So let me ask you a question. In your presentation, you basically said that we are going to have to upzone in order on the boulevards, in order, and in the Bergamot area, the formerly commercial zones, not the residential areas, so everyone can hold, breathe, but yet we're going to have to upzone in the commercial areas. And my question is this: what baseline are we upzoning from? Because as you well know, we adopted a loose that had tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and a whole lot of different heights and FARs for different parts in town. But although the loose was adopted in 2010 and 2015, was it? We downzoned big chunks of the loose. We downzoned Wilshire Boulevard, we downzoned Bergamot, we downzoned Santa Monica Boulevard. So when you say upzone, are you talking about upzoning from the original loose numbers, or are you talking about upzoning from the downzone numbers?
We're talking about upzoning from what you see in the zoning code.
Okay.
What's being proposed actually exceeds even existing tier 2 in the zoning code. So when the 2015 zoning ordinance was updated, the LUSA and the zoning code were brought into alignment in that regard. So when we talk about upzoning, we're talking about the standards that you see in the zoning ordinance for tier, certainly above tier 1, but as it turns out, what's being proposed is just an elimination of the tier system altogether for housing projects, which will actually make it simpler to implement. And the FARs that came out of the feasibility analysis actually exceed the existing tier 2.
All right, so we're going to be upzoning from the existing zoning code. And there are numbers in your proposal, and I guess that's part of the discrepancy, I guess, with Planning Commission. It's my understanding there was a chart created for Planning Commission that showed the proposed upzonings throughout the city. What happened to that chart?
Through the Planning Commission hearings, yes, it was in the draft that they looked at. And as you heard Chair Pastor indicate, there was extensive discussion around it. Ultimately, the Planning Commission voted to not include those specific, that entire table with all the FARs and heights in there. The reasoning for that really was in their deliberations, they kind of wanted the ability to, I would say just have the flexibility to maybe make some adjustments later on when we go to the code amendments. They were uncomfortable with sort of setting things in stone within the housing programs. I think as you heard me say, the housing programs in this cycle really have a different meaning. This is HCD's method for monitoring and enforcing a city's compliance with its housing elements. So, whatever you put in your programs, there better be very strong commitments to doing that. And, by putting that table in there was just concern that, if we wanted to adjust a number, would that kind of cause concern. So that was where the Planning Commission ultimately landed with, not including the entire table. You'll see in the staff recommendation, based on what we've seen in some of the certified elements, some cities have put their entire table, or they've gotten as specific as saying, we are rezoning this amount of acreage to this. Most cities, they have units per acre or something like that. They'll be very specific. So that's why, we're recommending inclusion of a range. It still provides, I think, that openness for future decision making, but it doesn't just completely eliminate the numbers. I will note that the basis of the SSI includes that anticipated rezoning. So the SSI chart in Appendix F, and the entire table that we have to send to HCD, its basis includes rezoning.
Okay, so one of the proposals, as I understand it, is that housing projects will have a reduced parking requirement specified in the parking overlay 1 rates. Is that 100% housing projects, or does that include mixed-use process?
All housing projects.
All house, so if it's 1 unit of housing, oops, sorry. Why not just and again, we know when we get rid of parking minimums, it doesn't mean parking doesn't get built. It just means less parking gets built. Why not just get rid of parking minimums?
I think that, what we were thinking about there is the genesis of Parking Overlay 1, kind of take us back in history, is that it's the areas that are in the immediate areas around our major transit stations. So really kind of the half-mile area around our Expo Metro E. The other areas of the city not in that are called Parking Overlay 2, creatively enough. And in those areas, they're a little bit further from transit. Some of them may not be, I would say Santa Monica in general is actually quite walkable. But I think we were wanting to account for that basis in the approach, that the reason for the reduction in minimum parking requirements was its proximity to transit in a way that I think threaded the needle between, the different opinions that we've heard with respect to parking and with respect to minimum parking requirements. So that is a recommendation instead of going to eliminating minimum parking requirements altogether across the city. This was one that was, seemed a reasonable approach. The Parking Overlay 1 rates, are still a reduction from if you're in Parking Overlay 2 or anywhere else in the city, but it's sort of, the middle ground, if you will, to account for some of those areas that may not be as transit accessible as others.
But isn't it true that parking requirements are effectively a constraint on creating more units? Because when you have to build parking, that it certainly creates, it makes building housing more expensive. And then also makes the housing that you're building more expensive because people have to recover costs.
Absolutely. I mean, we heard that throughout the working groups process. We've heard that in input, that behind land cost, construction of parking is right up there as a big ticket number. So it certainly does add to the cost of housing production.
Okay. In the staff report on page 37, and I hope these page numbers are right because I printed them out and I don't know how consistent they stayed. One of the statements that staff makes, again, talking about adopting SB 35 rules and regulations in anticipation, I gather, of the fact that there's at least some chance that we're not going to make arena numbers. Is that right?
Right. SB 35 is based on actual production, and if we were to look back at our kind of historic production numbers, what these targets are. Basically, the way they do it is they prorate your arena allocation over the 8-year cycle. So because it's higher, I think we just anticipate that, we probably will be subject to SB 35.
Okay. Well, in that discussion, it says, given that it is unlikely that a market rate project would include 50% affordable units, absent a substantial subsidy, it is likely that the latter class of projects would be 100% affordable housing projects, talking about the SB 35 rules. Mm-hmm. If we are relying on one of the ways we're going to affirmatively further fair housing is building on community, what did you call community? I call them church lots, but I know they're not all community assembly lots.
Assembly surface.
But we're going to require that 50% be affordable. Aren't we in essentially saying that they need, if this is true, that they essentially need to be 100% affordable projects? And isn't that a constraint? I mean, believe me, I totally agree that we need tons and tons and tons of affordable housing. But if we're creating a situation where we say we're going to rely on these community assembly lots to generate a lot of housing, particularly as part of our affirmatively furthering fair housing goals, which I think is one of the weakest parts of the draft we submitted to HCD originally. And what I read here is that, well, it has to be 50% affordable, but now you're telling me, well, if it's 50% affordable, it's really going to end up having to be limited to 100% affordable projects. Aren't we really then creating an additional constraint to building on those lots?
I mean, I think when, to be honest, when we've spoken with some congregations about their interest in doing this, that consideration for some amount of market rate actually came from them. So I mean, obviously they're very much still exploring the issue. There's a lot of, I think, interest, mission alignment, in terms of the production of affordable housing. That would be their preference, but they wanted the openness for that. So I don't know for sure, that in that specific situation, that's the case. I think that, generally speaking, we don't see normally 50% affordable housing projects, right? You either see the inclusionary requirement or you see the 100% affordable. So that's, where we're, the genesis of the comment in the staff report. With respect to AFFH, I think I would note that, there seems to be a conflation of, the AFFH requirement and sort of showing zone capacity for the purposes of the RHNA, and I think that we have demonstrated there is zone capacity in the city for 9,000 units. And what the AFFH programs do is open up the possibility of more. Because, we couldn't necessarily, and I think we crossed this bridge when we talked about this in June, we couldn't sort of pick and choose sites specifically all over the residential neighborhoods, because you can't sort of say like this particular site. It's not the same certain methodology, or more certain methodology that you'll see in commercial areas. So the genesis of the AFFH strategy is largely around building upon the work that the city has done historically to address fair housing and to provide opportunities in terms of dispersing affordable housing throughout the city in where we fund and who we choose to provide funding to, but also in terms of going forward in production, opening up opportunities for entities, like community assembly lots, like looking at different opportunities in areas, in high opportunity areas of the city, and creating the parameters, for housing to potentially occur.
All right. Because my understanding from speaking to people who own those lots that they would like to have some market rate housing. But we're basically saying, well, we're going to impose a requirement that it be 50% affordable. And then in our staff report, we say that doesn't really exist. So if it's going to be 50% affordable, it's going to be 100% affordable, which one is my understanding what not all the owners, some may, but not all the owners of these community assembly lots want. And two, funding affordable housing is much harder than funding market rate housing, because you have to go out and get tax credits, which we know is a competitive environment, or find other ways to do it. So my question is, isn't that 50% requirement a constraint on building housing on those sites?
I think one could view it that way, but again, it's sort of depending on individual circumstances, and I'm only sharing, what we've heard,
okay,
from the outreach we've done.
All right, so a couple of comments that were in HCD's letter that I just want to ask about. One of the things it talks about is the element identifies programs to promote and conserve affordable housing, and it does an excellent job of that. It lays out a great historic groundwork of all the good work that's been done here in Santa Monica, thanks to many people throughout the community. There's no doubt about that. But it does say that most of the programs do not appear to facilitate any meaningful change nor address affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements. Actions must have metrics and milestones as appropriate and must address housing mobility, new housing choices, and affordability in high opportunity areas. Where is that? Where are the metrics? Where is the discussion about mobility enhancement, housing choices, and affordability?
So it's sort of, although chapter 5, but the programs under Goal 4 are very specific to AFFH. You will see things like housing mobility are kind of integrated within the housing preservation and stability. It's really speaking to like vouchers and what have you. So, we couldn't call it program 4 something and program 6 something, you know what I mean? So it's integrated throughout all of the different goals and programs. We wanted to create a specific AFFH goal to address some of the things that are clearly standalone and don't bleed into other areas. But we did look at HCD's AFFH guidebook again, all of the strategies that are in there, and added programs. So you'll see like the condo conversion ordinance, for example, like they have a huge list of all of these possible strategies. We went one by one and said, you know, do we do that? Can we add a program to do that? And so they are sprinkled throughout all of the programs in the housing element. And again, you know, that was following HCD's guidebook in order to show that how this housing element is meeting AFFH per HCD's guidelines.
But, and again, tremendous programs here in Santa Monica. But the housing element is about, in large part, producing new units, not what's existing on the ground now. So, for example, housing vouchers, great, but that doesn't produce new homes for people. It may give people more access, but it doesn't actually build more homes for people.
So certainly there is a major emphasis from the state on housing production. I don't know that I would say that AFFH is only about producing new units. I think we've provided the parameters for those opportunities to occur, like these community assembly lots, providing a lot of incentives for that to occur in some of our most affluent residential areas of the city. But there's also value in you know, furthering fair housing by preventing displacement, you know, of some of our most vulnerable households in the city. And so the city's work in, you know, tenant protections and fair housing enforcement, certainly when we seek clarification from HCD in that regard, you know, it's like, are we getting no credit? Like, is it just all about new production, you know? And they clarified that, you know, we know that Santa Monica does this work, and, you know, you really need to talk about it and highlight it, because we would get credit for that for the purposes of compliance with AFFH.
When you say get credit, what do you mean? I mean, we don't get credit like, okay, you don't have to produce as many units.
I'm using that as a term of art. So no, it's not credit for the RHNA per se, but they would assess that, they would take that into account in assessing Santa Monica's compliance with the AFFH requirement.
Okay. So, and I've got more detailed questions about the SSI, but let me start out with this one. I apologize. In HCD's letter, they notice that the element relies on non-vacant sites to accommodate 50% or more of the housing needs for low-income households, which triggers requirements to make findings based on substantial evidence that the existing use is not an impediment and will likely discontinue in the planning period. I'm looking for that, and I see some generalized statements about how we decided what to put on the suitable sites inventory, but, and I know I always mention it and everyone rolls their eyes, so get ready to roll your eyes. El Cholo's on the suitable sites inventory. What makes you think El Cholo's going to close and they're going to build housing there?
Everything that we presented to you in terms of the methodology, that is our substantial evidence. When we looked at the age of the buildings, that's one factor. That's one factor of the substantial evidence. When we look at the size of the site, that's another factor. When we looked at whether or not the site has been for sale or was recently for sale, or if the tenant has been vacant, that's another substantial evidence. All of that is documented in the resolution attached to your packet. But those are all different factors that really combined make up the substantial evidence. And so it's not just, I can't tell you, it's because X, Y, and Z, this property owner had said, we will develop. That may be one factor, but it's really a myriad of factors, and that all play into the substantial evidence because, you know, our city is 100% developed. We have no vacant sites, so we have to rely on non-vacant sites. And the way we did that is we went through a very tedious methodology of going through factors such as age of the building, assessor values ratio. We went site by site, looked at each of the sites. You know, if we had to, we went and did a site visit. And so a lot of this ownership of the property played into a factor. So all of those may really make up the substantial evidence for why we think those would turn over. And it wasn't an easy task. We only picked the ones that had high potential. You know, there was each parcel in the city was classified as to low, very low, medium, and high potential, and we only used the high potential sites.
Okay, thanks. So looking at the map of the suitable sites inventory, and we had a couple of our callers mention this. Obviously, the suitable sites inventory is concentrated in the middle of town. And is that just simply because there's been a decision made that is that because, I guess why? Because that is, unfortunately, sort of let's put the housing on top of the people who are already there.
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes to your first question. It's all related. It goes to the substantial evidence. You know, these are unfortunately the places where, you know, there's a lot of surface parking, you know, there's a lot of auto dealership parking, or there's a lot of empty lots. These are the sites that have low AVR, assessor value ratio. These are the sites that have the older buildings or single tenants. That's just the consequence of our methodology.
Well, but look at the map that you've got up there. So, for example, that far left circle is Montana, right?
Mm-hmm.
As far as I can tell, there's one, maybe two suitable sites, according to the SSI on Montana.
Right, and
I mean, so drawing that big circle suggests that, we're going to redevelop all of Montana, but the SSI says, no, we're not.
So and again, it goes to the fact that we have to show HCD evidence that we think likely will turn over, because nothing has really turned over on Montana in the last, 10 years. We don't have evidence to say to HCD, even though we're upzoning, let's say we upzone that area, we don't have evidence to say that area will be upzoned. That's one factor. Another factor is sometimes the sites are too small on Montana. A lot of parcels on Montana are very small. There's no common ownership, and they're too small to develop. So we just don't have the substantial evidence to show HCD. While we are upzoning these areas, we can't pinpoint to a site that we can say will surely develop based on the methodology that we've developed.
Right, but then you show us this chart which suggests, oh no, we're going to develop it. I mean, what I'm trying to do, and I'm not trying to be rude here, but the same thing is true in Ocean Park. You draw a big circle, but the only suitable sites, as far as I can tell within that circle, are the public parking lots to the west of Main Street, which is fine. But really, the non-city owned, and I've got one question about the circle in the upper right hand in a question, the non-city owned sites that you're talking about are right in that, what I will call unsweet spot, that have been historically redlined. Or people have been redlined into. So how do we reconcile our notion of wanting to affirmatively further fair housing with an SSI map that says, and I understand in here you say, well, but look, it's not in the Pico neighborhood, which is great. But is that really all it takes to affirmatively further fair housing, to say it's not in the Pico neighborhood? Or do we need to do something more intentional and say we need to figure out, how do we encourage more housing in those areas that are not, by your analysis, getting any housing? I mean, that's my question, is how aggressive do we need to be to affirmatively further fair housing? Because I read HCD's letter to say we were not aggressive enough the last time, and I don't see anything really changing.
So I think that, we don't want to confuse the SSI, which is we have to go through a very rigorous process until we get to a point where we are actually lighting up a parcel on a map. And there are a myriad of factors that got us to that point to say this site is a high potential site to turn over for housing. That doesn't mean that something else can't happen elsewhere in the city. So the approach here is, although we have to use these sites to demonstrate that we have the capacity to accommodate the RHNA, the AFFH strategy, and I put the map up here because what we've done is to say housing is a permitted use. on Montana Avenue or on Ocean Park or on Main Street or in the office campus zone where it was prohibited or, effectively prohibited because the standards couldn't accommodate it. That's the action that's being taken. The fact that you don't see a parcel identified there is because we don't have, as Rachel was saying, the substantial evidence to say, that we can actually identify a specific site on the map for the purposes of the SSI, but it doesn't mean that a property owner in any of those areas couldn't come forward to bring a project in the future because the city, we're doing what we can control, which is establish the parameters for housing to occur.
All right. So let's talk about maximum unit caps. Program 1C proposes to amend the zoning ordinance to eliminate the maximum unit caps, but only on the residentially zoned surface parking lots. Is that correct?
That's right.
Why not remove them in other parts of the city?
So across the residential neighborhoods?
Or in the big circles you got drawn there?
Yeah, they are. So
then maybe I'm misreading, because I thought 1C said you were only going to remove the residential caps for the surface parking lots.
Yeah, the surface park, well, that again is the reason we specified surface parking lots was to ameliorate any potential displacement risk. Again, the overall approach to housing production in the city is to try and do it in places, incentivize it in places where we're not going to displace anywhere where there's existing residential units. So, generally speaking, in our residentially zoned neighborhoods are where the vast majority, all of our, rent control units, residential units are located. So it was from that perspective that we balance, those two levers of housing production and housing preservation.
Okay. Trust me, there is a limit to my questions. We're just not there yet. Activity centers. Those were taken out when we downzoned when we enacted the zoning ordinance and downzoned the boulevard. Is there any thought about bringing those back, or is that just, or we're not going to designate that, we're just going to rely on whatever the height and FARs that you're proposing are, and those will apply across the board?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember the concept of activity centers and what they were.
Yeah, I voted against them, so I remember exactly what they are.
Yeah, so they were, these identified nodes around the city, and it was areas where, it wasn't master plans. These were multiple parcels, that met a variety of criteria in terms of having large available land, but most of them were owned by different property owners. So what the LUCE actually required for activity centers was mass coordination across multiple property owners. You had to do a specific plan of some kind, for all of those sites, and then everything on the activity centers had to be through a development agreement. So this was not an automatic endeavor by any means. As you noted, those were removed as part of the 2015 zoning ordinance update. We didn't really seriously consider that as a viable housing strategy. I think the preference is really towards making clear and transparent development standards for housing, streamlining the process, incentivizing it, revising the AHPP as a more reasonable way to proceed, as opposed to development agreements for every single project in specified areas of the city.
Okay. So obviously one of the issues and the reason that there's a lot of streamlining proposals here is that certainty adds to the likelihood of development. How do the proposed actions that we would submit to HCD in the housing element affect previously filed proposals?
It wouldn't. It would apply to projects going forward. I think as a matter of policy, when the city adopts ordinances, it's not the housing element itself that would have effect on that. When we go to code and plan amendments, when we adopt those ordinances and resolutions, they typically apply point forward.
Well, and that raises an interesting question. So under the timetables, you have in the proposed housing element some of this doesn't happen for a while. There might be an interregnum where there's conflict between the housing element and the zoning ordinance. What trumps what?
So
When, zoning or housing element?
well, the zoning ordinance is still the implementation tool until you update it. You know, and it depends, and you know, the state anticipated that, right? So as you saw in the time flow in the beginning, the city has up to 3 years to do its implementation. What you'll see in this final draft is timelines far less than 3 years. We're talking about 6 months from now. You know, generally speaking, we're like March 2022 for a lot of the key programs. You know, through sort of mid 2022. There's a few that go sort of further out, you know, based on kind of order of priority, but a lot of the key pieces in terms of process streamlining and rezoning are happening, you know, basically as soon as we finish certification. You know, we'll be jumping right into those code amendments.
Right, but I just want to be clear. So if for some, and it may be very limited period of time, there's a conflict between what we adopt in the housing element and the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance will remain in effect until we've modified it to comply with our promises in the housing element.
That is a matter of policy for the council. I mean, this is not unusual at all. When the city adopted the LUCE in 2010, it was 5 years before we got to a zoning ordinance. You know, the council certainly has the, yeah, we're laughing. The council certainly has the ability to direct staff to come back with, you know, interim regulations and what have you. I mean, we did that during the LUCE in that 5-year period, right, to try and effectuate all of that adopted policy before we had a zoning code update.
So with regards to the question of unit mixes, size of units, and obviously with regard to the 100% moderate overlay, there's an exception. But that unit mix obviously is something of a constraint on housing, and I'm a big fan of building units for families and things like that. But so how do we balance that constraint? I mean, how did you take that constraint into account, our required size of unit mix, when you were evaluating the amount of housing we could produce?
So when we ran through the numbers, we actually accounted for the unit mix as is required today. So that's how it was accounted for. Within the programs, you know, it doesn't specify exactly. I mean, we couldn't list every single standard, but you'll notice in 1F and 1J, it talks about a review of design and development standards, including but not limited to, and it just lists a few examples. Obviously, unit mix is one that came up a lot during, you know, over the course of this process. So we expect when we look at all of those standards and, you know, their effect and constraint on housing, I mean, that's work to be done in terms of the implementation phase.
So I have a lot of questions, but maybe this gets put off until we discuss, well, I don't know, should I ask them now relating to the relationship between the density bonus and our AHPP? Do you want me to ask? Okay, so if we're doing, all right, so at Planning Commission, this was vigorously discussed. And so as I understand it, in the housing element, we are sticking with the 15% required inclusionary, 5% very low income, 5%.
Yeah, so actually the program, the number escapes me right now, but the program to revise the AHPP doesn't actually include a number in there anymore. It just says revise the AHPP. So that's a change from.
So we're not going to, or at least as of the housing element, we're not sticking to that 5% requirement?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the program doesn't include that specific number anymore. Again, in the SSI though, the 15% across evenly spread out was something that was, you know, accounted for in building the capacity. You know, but it's just a number that's not in there right now.
So, because, I mean, obviously Planning Commission, or at least some planning commissioners felt that requirement essentially sort of cut us off at the knees for state density bonus law, and you had the chart up there, because if we did 5% very low income, then you could only get one concession, and then you only got, and I'm going to 20% bonus, whereas if you did the full 15, you got 3 or even 4 concessions and you got a 50% bonus. But if you sort of tack the proposed 15% on top of that we would be requiring, you would almost have to get to like 25%, which we know from our empirical studies and our feasibility analysis done by HRNA is not feasible. So are we sort of leaving that, or I'm just trying to understand where we are with that then, if that's not
I mean, it's
in the mix.
honestly, so I think a couple of things is that and it has very strong relationship to the rezoning that's being proposed, right? So when I said that the SSI, its basis, assumes the rezoning, the FARs that are included in the SSI take into account that 15% inclusionary, because it's a linear relationship between your inclusionary requirement and the FARs necessary to support that. How the city chooses to parse out those units is truly a matter of policy. I think there's a number of factors in play. Our arena is not only at the very low income level, it's at the lower and the moderate income level. And, I think that's, how council came to that conclusion of sort of, having units produced across the spectrum, because generally speaking, we've not seen any public funds used for the production of moderate income housing, nor is there anything available, so that's kind of like the only way to get it other than through the moderate income overlay. So I think, that was some of the thinking in terms of having that even split. You're right that there was definitely a lot of debate and discussion about this at the Planning Commission. I will say that, doing it in that way of splitting it at 555, it still is fully compliant with state density bonus law. The Planning Commission's recommendation was, to provide consideration because you have an applicant that is providing 15% inclusionary in total, and that their perspective was that, that applicant is then not getting the full advantage under state density bonus law. I think, that is certainly one perspective, but I think from our view, doing it this way is still fully compliant with state density bonus law. That is the city's commitment. That being said, the city could certainly, offer that as a local incentive. If that was the council's interest, there's certainly nothing to stop the council from doing that.
Well, and I understand that proposal is compliant, but there's a difference between compliant and something that's actually going to maximize the production of more homes for people. And as I understand it, at least the thinking was that 555 distribution would be a constraint on the amount of homes that could be generated by the state density bonus. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, I think one thing to keep in mind is that state density bonus law exists for a lot of cities that don't have an inclusionary ordinance, and there's a lot of them that don't. Santa Monica has had, an inclusionary ordinance for decades. And I think one thing to note is that these FARs that are the basis of the SSI, they are set at levels that are very feasible. They're not just like barely feasible. We were sure that the FARs that are there are more than feasible for an applicant. So they're already being set at levels, and then that are feasible, that comply with the city's inclusionary requirement. And then, the applicant is then given whatever bonuses and incentives that are available under state law. I would note that incentives and concessions are not the only way that an applicant, can ask for a departure from standards under state density bonus law. There are also waivers available to them. So there are different routes, that an applicant could request under state density bonus law to remove things that might affect the ability for them to pursue their project.
Okay. The moderate overlay. So as I understand it, it's 100% moderate units, and we're going to allow builders to do micro units so long as there are substantial common area amenities. Is that a fair assessment of it?
Right.
Okay. Is there somewhere in that, by the way, I'm not against it. I think the moderate overlay is a great idea, but we know we had historically an issue in this town with a particular person who was building 100% affordable housing as moderate. And we actually had to change the AHPP and other things to avoid from sort of sliding within that seam, if you will, because they were small units, and yes, they were within the rental guidelines for 100% affordable, but they were very small, and so they were effectively market rate studio units. Is it the common area amenities that's going to separate that? I mean, how are we going to keep that from happening again, where we get 100% moderate, which are really just market rate studio units?
Yeah, so these units we anticipate would need to be deed restricted up to 120% AMI under the income and rent limits that are currently in effect today, which is different, from what was occurring at that time. And the council certainly has had a lot of discussion around unit size and micro units and flexibility in different models. And, this is really quite a trade-off, is that if as a city we want to pursue moderate income units, I think some of the outreach and research that we've done is like, this is the trade-off. You do need to allow the units to be smaller. And I think, when the council's made decisions with respect to restrictions on smaller units, I think that you also put forth like an openness to having this discussion in the future, if it was kind of the right confluence of events. And I think that's kind of, how this moderate income overlay came about. It is definitely a trade-off, smaller units for, more amenities, and then ensuring that they are deed restricted moderate. And I don't believe now that our moderate income rent limits are approaching market rate in the way that they were before, just because of the changes that were made.
And I actually am getting towards the end here. I did have one question about, in the housing element, we say we're going to do an RFP for city-owned sites by 2023. Now, that is not the RFP for the current site of parking structure 3, is that correct?
No, this is different, yeah.
2023 is 2 years from now. I mean, is it really? I mean, again, we're talking about homes that people need to live in. Why does it take 2 years to do an RFP when presumably we've sort of already done one, at least in terms of a framework, for parking structure 3?
That was really in consultation with our colleagues. We city planning, we don't do that RFP work. It's really our colleagues within housing and human services. And, I wouldn't feel comfortable moving up that deadline. So certainly there's nothing preventing us from doing it earlier. But again, it does come back to program compliance, and the timelines that we set for that, is HCD does monitor and enforce. And, if we put a date that was, tight, or that was artificially earlier than we believed we could get to it, then that might be concerning, given that, the city could have avoided any potential enforcement action by HCD just by putting forth reasonable timelines. But again, there's nothing preventing us from issuing an RFP before 2023.
So let's talk about, actually, as I read the housing element, it allows greater use of in lieu fees, perhaps?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's the idea, yeah.
And are the in lieu fees for housing created throughout the city, or is there some geographic limitation to it?
No, in lieu fees can be paid it's situational, it's not geographic. And we're not, I think, to be clear, we're not rewriting the AHPP in the housing element itself. It is just a commitment to revise the program, to maximize affordable housing. So I just want to be clear about that.
And off-site housing now will be available to be done throughout the city, is that correct, as opposed to within the quarter mile?
Yeah, that's a concept that we would like to definitely include.
Okay, and is there any limitation on where that might be, or is it just throughout the city? Okay. The right of first refusal for affordable housing providers, where does that apply geographically? Does it only apply to commercial properties or certain types of commercial properties? I was a little unclear.
I think that will be something that we will have to work through in implementation, to be honest. Just the cities that have done it, I will say it is a complicated program to administer. Cities do it differently. So I don't think we had particular kinds of properties in mind. It's really going to be part of the work that's done in implementation as to how that program works.
Okay, because I was just curious, because in San Francisco, they have had some issues with it.
Yeah.
And so I was just curious if
But they
there was some
definitely have,
takeaways from that, or we had some better ideas.
Yeah, I mean, San Francisco does it as residential properties, and they use it more like an anti-displacement tool. I think the biggest thing there that makes it work is that it's actually paired together with funding, which is a huge thing that we're missing, in this. So, when I say like we do have to explore more the details of how that would work, if it would work, that's where it's coming from.
All right, those are all my questions for now, but I'm reserving my right because someone may trigger something in my mind later. But thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Sure, thank you.
Councilmember Parr.
Thank you. So Councilmember Davis asked a lot of my questions, so thank you. So I have a few, and I'm gonna have to refer to a bunch of notes. And I am going to begin, let's see here. Chapter 2. So Chapter 2, try to put this down a little bit more. So Chapter 2 talked about the assessment of fair housing in the city. And within that chapter, there was a lot of discussion about historical practices leading to segregation and redlining. And it showed numerous maps pointing to where before I begin, I just wanted to thank you all so much for all the work. I can only imagine how difficult this was. And so just wanted to thank you, the planning staff and all the stakeholders and our planning commission for all this. It's great work, and I know that it's a lot. And I also wanted to say that I am a complete advocate for affordable housing. I think it's just, we are in crisis, and it's something that we need, 110%. So I'm asking these questions just out of concern of just things that came up and, as I was reading. So please take that into consideration as I'm asking these questions. I'm not against affordable housing. So these are just questions that I had. But anyhow, there was a lot of discussion in Chapter 2 about historical practices leading to segregation and redlining. And there's also numerous maps pointing to where the population of minority households live, where low to moderate income households live. There's a bunch of maps also showing cost burden households, overcrowding, displacement risks, and lowest environmental health hazard indices. And overwhelmingly, it pointed to the Pico neighborhood. And in previous council discussions, we spoke, very clearly that the formerly redline areas of the city should be excluded, from any overlays or from any densification. And when I was looking through the housing element, the only place that I could find any reference to any protection at all to Pico neighborhood was in Chapter 2 under quote unquote displacement protection, but the language was very broad to me. And so is there any way that we can be a little more specific? And, I'm looking for language that literally says under no circumstances should we be upzoning the Pico neighborhood. Because again, everything that you have statistically shows how impacted and how overburdened this neighborhood has been historically. I mean, there's no need for me to, and so again, there's the history, and then there's just one little piece and one little sentence that says just one little something, but that doesn't say anything in here at all to protect it from no more.
Yeah, it's I appreciate you bringing that up, because I think when we started this conversation around historic zoning practices and the like, and showed the redlining maps, I think the automatic reaction was like, oh, we need to avoid those areas. But I think the conversation evolved actually throughout the process. Had a really interesting discussion with the Housing Commission as well. Where when you look at the redline maps, there are areas that were formerly redlined that are some of the most wealthy areas of the city. They're no longer, seeing some of the socioeconomic disadvantages, that occurred back then. And so I think the suggestion was made that instead of relying only on those maps, like look at current metrics, to help guide some of the policy making around this. And I think what we've seen, we do have a couple of considerations for that. I think one was within the concepts of, any new off-site affordable housing that would not be located in disadvantaged areas, as identified by the state. And it does generally cover some parts of the PICO neighborhood, just as an example. From an upzoning perspective, I think I want to be sort of clear when we say PICO neighborhood, that the upzoning is not occurring in any residentially zoned parcel, to be clear. It is on commercial lots only, so there's no displacement of existing residences. So parcels that you see identified in some, and it's very limited on PICO neighborhood, it's because they met the filter, when we went through the SSI in terms of what's a high priority site. I think that if there was interest in, excluding PICO neighborhood, and, we would need to define what that is or where that is, we would probably have to go back to look at our SSI, because we still needed to demonstrate zone capacity in the city. And these are the parcels that sort of rose to the top as high priority, like high likelihood of turnover. So if any one of them were removed, you need to make up that capacity somewhere else. We can't just, generally speaking, we can't just sort of magically just grab another parcel from somewhere without going through that substantial evidence and going through the process of it, right? So I think that's just something to be mindful of. I'm not saying it's not something that we couldn't do. It's not something I would think we could do really quick.
So maybe not necessarily, pooling other parcels, but maybe adding, my suggestion, just adding additional language, to talk about protecting that neighborhood even more from further densification, I think is really important. My 2 cents.
So we're going to talk about this later, but I think we've done the groundwork, and I hope you don't, but we've done the groundwork for this when we talked about it in connection. So I think that we already have language that can do that. When we talked about the PICO improvement plan or whatever, and there was a lot around that, but I think
I just like to see it.
It's always been our intent to protect the PICO neighborhood from gentrification, and I think we have the language to support what Councilmember Parr is trying to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, and then, sorry. So, chapter 1, the introduction, page 8. So, in the introduction, and in my book, page 18, under water and sewer priority, it talks about Appendix F, provides a summary of potential water and sewer infrastructure constraints for housing projects. And then it talks about the city will be increasing the capital facilities fee to implement improvements as necessary to serve future housing developments. Can you tell me what the fee is right now, and if you know what the projected increase will be?
We'd have to look that up, actually, in terms of the fee.
Okay.
We'll get back to you on that, yeah.
Okay, and then forgive my ignorance on this, but right now, is this fee currently being paid by property owners?
The wastewater capital facilities fee? It's paid, yes, yeah.
It is.
It's paid by new development as well.
By new development, but not necessarily all property owners.
Yeah, property owners pay for it through, well, you pay your water rates, but it is applied to new development.
So then, so if it is increased because of this new demand on housing, so if we have to build, so when we build these 9,000 units, that increase will also affect property owners. The property owners are going to have to pay additionally if there's an increase on that capital fee because of improvements needed, correct? Because it says here, the city will have to increase capital facility fees to implement improvements necessary to serve the future housing development. So which means that there's going to be additional fees.
Not necessarily, yeah, so it's an impact fee, it's an impact fee for new development to pay their fair share. Impact on the wastewater system, if you will. So I don't know that it would necessarily come back to existing property owners.
Okay, so this is not something that's going to come and hit you like through your property taxes.
No, I don't believe so. Yeah.
No? Okay, thank you. Okay, next. Program 1D, page 125. Parking, yeah. Let's see here. So parking 1D, so it talks about the city shall reduce minimum parking requirements for all housing projects by by applying parking overlay 1 rates. So I'm sorry, what is a parking overlay 1 rate?
Yeah, so parking overlay 1 is a geographic delineation within our minimum parking requirements in the zoning ordinance. So it's generally defined like the immediate half-mile area around the expo stations.
Around the, I'm sorry?
Expo stations?
Expo
The
stations.
the light rail.
Okay, so they reduce the parking requirements. So what that means, and then you're saying eliminating and or reducing it around the stations to allow developer to choose the right size. So let me ask you this. So this means that the developer would have the ability to choose whether or not they are going to provide parking depending upon the size of the development that they choose to build on any particular lot.
No, not quite. So there's still a minimum parking requirement. So that's different than, we're not talking about eliminating minimum parking requirements. It's just a reduction of what they would need to build at minimum.
Okay.
So that's
okay.
That's what's being proposed.
Okay, so that makes more sense to me then. Okay, and then on page, so it's program 1E, when we're talking about the Bergamot area plan, thank you for sending me the bigger map of all the groups, the neighborhoods. So I understand that there's a Bergamot area plan, but technically Bergamot is in the Pico neighborhood, correct?
Well, yeah, as I explained, those neighborhood boundaries are, they are self-established by neighborhood organizations. So the boundary map I sent you is not a formal map of neighborhood. We don't have formally established neighborhood boundaries, if you will. That was just a map of what has been established, like self-created by the neighborhood organizations.
Okay, so looking at I was just looking at what was being proposed here, and then thinking about Bergamot as part of, Pico, and looking at affordable housing. 49% of all affordable housing in the city is in the Pico neighborhood. I just had I have some concerns about additional affordable housing there, per se, because again, it's all being put in that same area or part of town. And my thoughts about Bergamot area, to me, just made more sense of it, looking at it as a cultural center, instead of continually to take from Pico, is giving to Pico. But anyhow, moving right along, sorry. Program 1H, which is the adaptive reuse of buildings. So I know you made, you showed us a little bit of a slide on this. And I mean, adaptive reuse, obviously, isn't it more sustainable to do than new construction because the infrastructure and parking's already in place? Like, wouldn't that be something that we should probably look at and try to promote more, especially now after COVID and all the open available office space?
I mean, yes, like generally speaking, reuse of existing resources is generally more sustainable than new. I think, you know, when you're talking about converting existing commercial spaces to residential, one thing to be mindful of is, you know, a lot of these buildings weren't built anticipating that. They neither have the infrastructure, the space, you know, for doing that. And if we're talking about sites that are high priority sites, you know, that are highest likelihood of turnover, you know, you might be talking about single story buildings with, you know, a big parking lot behind it or what have you. You know, so for that reason, this program is included here, but we really couldn't account for how many units, you know, that might come from, because the city's never really had an adaptive reuse program of that nature. Where we've seen it done successfully in the county is, you know, areas where you have, they have older, taller buildings, like for example, downtown LA, right? You know, where you're able to convert some of those older office buildings, lofts, what have you, you know, they got turned into housing or other uses. Santa Monica doesn't have a lot of buildings like that, you know, that would be candidates for us to have done that. So, but the idea here is to, you know, go through an implementation process to look at, you know, what would it take to do that. We did start to do research, you know, with regards to this area in terms of like conversion of office buildings and the like. And I think what, you know, we see is, you know, the part of the issue is that the city doesn't exactly have like a glut of high quality office space. You know, what we see is businesses might grow up here, but they eventually got to move from the city due to the lack of space. So, you know, the likelihood of it happening, you know, is a little bit unknown. You know, if you were a property owner that had an office building, you know, that couldn't convert, you might want to hang on to it, you know, because it is so limited in Santa Monica. So that's speaking to the likelihood of it. And we just don't have a lot of different kinds of buildings that lend themselves to that. You know, it's expensive to do that conversion. But nevertheless, you know, the program is here because it was something that has been discussed, you know, was specifically directed by council in terms of something that we should take a look at, you know, and try to develop program parameters to make adaptive reuse more possible in the city.
I'm really interested in that for sure. Okay, looking into program 1I, in terms of using innovative and different technologies, the modular and the prefab, are those types of technologies, are they being used in California? I mean, are those, because, you know, obviously in California, they have like the most stringent seismic requirements, and would those also require like sprinkling?
Mm-hmm. No, but we have projects that are doing modular construction.
Really?
So kind of excited to see how it turns out and whether it's
As a former fire inspector, I'm like, really? You could do that? Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, moving right along. 4B. Page 152. So, and my other big question about utilizing surface parking lots owned by a community assembly uses. So if we allow these religious congregations to build out housing on the parking lots, where will their congregants park for services and special events and ceremonies?
Yeah, so some of the congregations we've talked to, they actually are interested in replacing the parking that's there. So it actually would be in the new building that they built.
Oh, so then it would be in addition to.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know. Okay, and then I had.
Oh, and Rachel just reminded me actually that there's new state legislation that does not require the congregation to replace their parking. So it doesn't mean that they can't. It just means that we can't require that they do that.
You can't require them to replace their parking.
Right.
But I'm sure they want to because.
Yeah, I mean, I mean that's why like who we've talked to, you know, they've expressed an interest to replace it, you know, but it's not something like when we go to code amendments, the city could say you shall replace your parking because we're prohibited from doing that under state law.
And then, you know, and then the other questions, you know, for example, I know that there are some projects now that, these are some questions that I have because I know as we're moving forward, you know, we're looking at different exceptions or, you know, ways that we can allow developers to be able to build more affordably, right? And so some of the conversations are around not requiring parking, right? Which and I've openly talked about, like, as a mom to 3 kids in Santa Monica, there is no way I could not have a car, right? And so when we talk about you know, building affordable housing and thinking about different ways to make it more affordable, you know, a building that doesn't have any parking, right? You know, for someone that's disabled, but that is still mobile, you know, where do they park? Where do they park their car? For a single mom with 3 kids who's got 3 kids and groceries, like, where do they park? You know, it's not like we're in New York. So my question is, I know that there are some units already in Santa Monica that don't have parking. So how are we doing with those units? Are those units being rented out? And what kind of units are those? Are those family units or are those single units or?
Yeah, I mean, so generally speaking, the one area of the city where we have no minimum parking requirements at all is within the downtown. We have had I mean, the DCP was only adopted in 2017. So I'm not sure we actually have had projects that are constructed and operational as a result. Well, we have some. I don't know how it's been going for them, but they have built parking in their projects. Projects that have been through the entitlement phase without parking, I don't think they've been built yet. So don't quite know the results of that. We do know in terms of the what we found in the DCP is that within the downtown, at least, that's an area where you have lower than typical single occupancy vehicle or just vehicle ownership in general. It's highly walkable, highly accessible to transit. The other thing we see in downtown is there are tens and thousands of available parking spaces. There is not a shortage of overall parking within the downtown area, you know, so for that reason, you know, the DCP doesn't have minimum parking requirements. When it comes
that's
to
assuming
something
that you can walk. That you can walk physically.
Right. I mean, part of the consideration for you know, making that real is that you know, you have residential units that are close to daily services, right? Can you kind of live your life within, you know, that walking distance or different ways of getting around? And you know, as you're well aware, the city has been a leader in terms of establishing you know, different mobility options for residents. You know, compare Santa Monica to any other city, it's pretty walkable. You know, we have a really great grid system. It's pretty easy to walk from place to place. When it comes to specifically affordable housing, as you were talking about, the city's ability to require minimum parking requirements is actually very limited. Under state density bonus law, which affordable housing providers are increasingly using, the city is not allowed to require minimum parking requirements for 100% affordable housing. Some of that is a balance because it is, as you heard us say, it is cost, you know, and there's a lot of cost. And so, you know, funding that goes towards building that parking, you know, that's fewer units on the other end. And I think that's the balance, you know, that the state made in terms of creating those rules. So, you know, although what it does is it just provides, you know, a housing provider the opportunity, the option to build the parking that they need, as opposed to the city telling them the amount of parking that they have to build, that may be more than they need. So I mean, from our practical experience after the adoption of the DCP, when minimum parking requirements were eliminated, we saw developers actually continuing to build parking in their projects, and it's because the lenders required it, and there's sort of other factors in play there, and for marketability, they'll choose to build the parking, and it's only very, very recently, that we're starting to see some projects that don't have parking in it, and that's partly because, they maybe have another project close by or right next door that has excess parking, and so they've made that calculation that it makes sense, for them to build a project with no parking because it's accessible next door. So that's just some of the practical experience that we've seen.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that some of the rest of my questions have to do, for example, there were a lot of calls or a few calls about water, in the EI report. It talked about, I'm trying to find my notes on water. Basically how we're trying to be water sustainable, I think it was by 2023 or 20, hold on. Too many notes here. Sorry, I'm trying to find my water notes. Okay, demand for water. All right. So I'm just going to ask a broad question because I've got too many notes. So is there any risk analysis on the demand for water, and what is 9,000 additional or 10, 11,000 units going to do on water sufficiency and demand on water and our sewer system?
Yeah, so all of that was assessed as part of the EIR, and the EIR didn't just do its own thing. It relied on the adopted 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, and part of that is also the water shortage contingency plan, so that was all been adopted by council. I think generally speaking, the UWMP indicates that there's sufficient water supply, both local and imported water, to account for the RHNA allocation. So that UWMP did account for the 8,895 housing units anticipated by the RHNA. So there is sufficient water supply available for the units that are being planned for.
But did I read it correctly? That's assuming that we're not in a drought, correct?
No, the study, the availability analysis did consider events like a multi-year drought that we're experiencing now.
Okay.
Jing, this is Sonny. I'm on the phone as well if you want me to elaborate. Good evening, everyone. This is Sonny. I'm the Water Resources Manager for the city. So good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. With regards to the question regarding the drought, the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan did analyze a single-year worst-case drought as well as a multi-year, 5 consecutive year drought like the one we're in now through the planning period of 2040. We also factored that in analysis with these additional 9,000 housing units as well. And with the availability of local supply as well as our access to importer supply, it was determined that we have sufficient supply to even meet a 5-year consecutive drought. That's based on historical data and the climate change projections that DWR require that time to be analyzed.
Great, thank you. Voice from above.
Sorry. It's kind of awkward for me too. So that's not for you guys.
I got it from you, Margaret.
Well, you know, speaking of God, if I can have a point of order, the Dodgers won 7-2. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jing. I'm done with my questions.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, Councilmember Parr. And actually, we have God too. No, we have Councilmember Negretti who has a few questions. Can you hear me, Lana?
I can. Can you guys hear me clearly?
We hear you just like you are God. So,
Okay. I don't have anything as profound to say, but I will move this along because I know it's going to be a late night. I have a few questions. I know I asked this question to you and you were going to look into it, but I want to ask it up here. How many of the current incomplete projects that I see around the city count toward these numbers? I know a lot of these current development projects are not set to be complete for, possibly another year. And I'm curious how many of those that we see being built around currently are counting towards any of these numbers, if at all.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, we have a list of obviously pending and approved projects, and I think there's about 1,700 in the pipeline that has been approved or pending. But to account for the fact that some of these may never be built or they may not be completed in time, we did take a discount factor. So we are counting about 1,500 towards the RHNA allocation.
So just to be clear, you're saying that because I'm talking about structures that I see that look like they would be finished in the next 12 months.
Okay. So those that have already are in construction, they can't count towards RHNA because the building permit has already been pulled for them. So they actually count towards our last 5th cycle housing element and not this one. So anything sorry, go ahead.
So what you were speaking of is anything that has been submitted for but hasn't broke ground yet and hasn't had actual permits for yet. Okay. Thank you. And then my other question is, can we adjust the FAR throughout this process, or once we do this, are we locked in?
Yeah, so
Maybe that's
right. So that goes back to the SSI process. So the basis of demonstrating the whole exercise around it is demonstrating that the city has the zoned capacity to accommodate those 8,895 units. And our suitable sites inventory assumes a certain level of rezoning. So there's FARs that are already baked into that. So in terms of how difficult would it be to change, it's not that the city couldn't do it. I think that the ultimate thing that you have to demonstrate is that you still have the zone capacity for your RHNA allocation. We've been through a pretty rigorous process to identify the sites that have the highest likelihood of turnover and then applied that rezoning to them. I have to say that if we were to, change course on this, I mean, it would take some time to redo and reassess all of that again. Because the way the SSI works is that you have to have the combination of the available land area in addition to the standards, that generate that zone, showing that zone capacity in the end. So to some extent, it is pretty locked in. There may be room for a little bit of variance, but ultimately, even if we do change it in the future, we still have to demonstrate that we can accommodate the RHNA, and without having done that work, again, I can say it took a year to get to this process, so it would be a challenge to kind of change that up again and try and find how we get to different capacity.
okay. And then Councilmember Davis and Para asked a lot of questions that I took off, but just to reframe one of the questions I had, in terms of fiduciary responsibility on our behalf and the state, I know this will probably be a question that can't really be answered in terms of how the state is going to be helping us pay for all of this, but one of the things I do think we can, or you hopefully can answer, is have we discussed, the more people we have, the more services that are obviously needed, and, the anticipated cash flow and impact of that?
Yeah. You're talking about the kind of fiscal impact of this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's trash services. There's all sort of services that will be needed, and therefore more staff needed. And have we really looked at the cash flow around that?
I would say not specifically in that way, in terms of doing like a fiscal impact analysis of this. The way that new housing projects kind of contribute towards that is that the city has a variety of impact fees that are in place. We have a transportation impact fee that pays for any transportation infrastructure from bike lanes to buses to sidewalks. That's what that impact fee addresses. We have a Parks and Recreation fee that is intended to contribute fair share towards open space requirements. We have an affordable housing commercial linkage fee, which is for any commercial development. They pay a fee towards the production of affordable housing. We obviously have an affordable housing production program to require inclusionary housing units within private development. And then we have a host of other fees. People pay school fees. There are a variety of water, wastewater fees, sort of like hard infrastructure fees that are applied to new development that are intended to offset their impact.
Okay. And then lastly, just out of curiosity, assuming, I know this has to be submitted by the 15th, and we kind of also discussed this earlier. With all the questions and discussion around changing things, are other cities, is there really a period that, does the HCD allow like a period of variance to submit this if this is something that has to become, that we have to come back to if it feels too rushed and there's too many, questions and things that council members want to go over?
What we know from speaking with HCD staff, looking at the statute, is that October 15th is the statutory deadline. There is no variance. We actually did ask, can we get an extension? SCAG asked if we could get an extension. The response back was, it's basically, it's state law. It's housing element law. It would have required the assembly, the legislature to have changed it. So they didn't have the authority to offer that extension. So October 15th is the statutory deadline by which the city must adopt.
So there's not a 150-day period to allow for HCD to review and for us to make changes?
No, so it's two things. It's the city has to take an action to adopt, and then HCD has 90-day review period to certify the housing element. So those are two different things. There's an action the city has to take, and then there's obligations that HCD has.
Okay, and then
we're going to do comments, Lana. So if you
done with my questions because everybody asked those before. So thank you. I'm going to mute my line again, and you can go to the next person.
Thank you, Councilwoman Negrete. And I guess, does anyone else have questions? Okay, Councilmember Brock.
I didn't, but I think it's almost obligatory that I follow up on a couple of items. So, water, because that's been the subject of a lot of conversation over the last couple of weeks. And as we build, we have to satisfy, I want to make this clear, we have to satisfy the plan. The question is, if the drought continues, MWD may raise water rates, which means that our residents, our current residents, may get penalized for the fact that we have to pay more for water in order to satisfy the housing element that we have to submit. Is that, I know that's a supposition, but is that potentially a correct supposition?
I might ask.
Water rates may raise, water rates may go up as water supplies constrict. If water supplies constrict, then residents in Santa Monica may have to pay more for water. Would you agree with that or disagree? Or are we on something that's fixed with the MWD? So for instance, the next 5 years, we have the same rates regardless.
I'm going to see, is Sunny still on the line by any chance?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, he's calling back. Makes sense. Hold on, sorry.
Sounds like a reason.
And I heard a lot, and I received a plethora of information from the water department or whoever wrote me today and yesterday. So I understood all that, but I think residents are checking in and asking, with this extra development, are they going to see an increase in water rates? And I would suspect they may, but it would depend on the amounts of rain and water that we have and the amount that we have in our aquifer. Because we have adjusted our expectations, correct? We were supposed to originally be water self-sufficient by?
2020.
By what?
2020.
Okay, so we're, okay, I heard that, that was sort of, that was whispered. So if we were supposed to be water sufficient, we've had to scale back our projections. And I presume with another 20,000 residents, we may have to scale back even further.
Well, the reason, well, Sunny's back on. Are you
Sure.
there, Sunny?
I'm here.
And I know
Okay,
Sonny's the expert.
I tried to the best of my ability.
Yeah, but before you start, Sunny, I just want to clarify. The reason that we originally pushed out our date from 2020 to 2023 for water self-sufficiency was due to the schedule of our capital program. It wasn't due to increased water usage. Our residents are actually really good and have maintained.
Right, but their rates got raised because they were really good. Right? So
Yeah.
we
I was just
conserved more
clarifying
water.
why it moved, the date moved.
So when we conserve more water, instead of everyone going, yay, it was your bill went up. It was a yay too. But the fundamental part of that was the water rates increased. And then the question I'm getting is, since we've also invested more in our water infrastructure, but we're still going to be short. So anyway, go ahead, Sonny.
I caught some of the question, Councilmember Brock, so I may ask you if you could repeat some of the earlier questions because I was trying to dial in and to avoid the echoing. I missed some of your earlier comments, so I'll start on where I picked up, which was your questions regarding water self-sufficiency. What are the impacts of these additional housing units on our water self-sufficiency goal, and how does that relate to rates if we had to buy more net water now than originally projected with our water self-sufficiency goal? So I'll start at the water self-sufficiency goal. As most of you know, originally we were targeting 99% water self-sufficiency by 2023. With these additional housing units and the additional analysis we did to account for the increase in population, that goal has been revised down to about 90%. That's assuming all of our conservation measures will be in place. Without stepped up conservation efforts, those goals may go down to 85%. So just for discussion purposes, we'll assume that our goal is at 90% with our conservation efforts stepped up that we're currently working on. So that does have an impact because we still need to purchase about 10% of our water supply from Metropolitan Water District. However, the way that our rates are set up is based on cost of service. Right. So, for example, like right now, our 3-tier rates, the first tier is based on the state's target goal for indoor water use of 55 gallons per person per day. So we look at that allocation. We have local water to meet that. So that charge is based on each individual household or apartment unit, commercial using that kind of water. And then the next tier rate is based on, well, how much additional local groundwater we have to serve that. That's the second tier. And then the third tier is the most expensive tier we have right now, and that's the imported water costs when you push into the higher tier. So when we revisit this at the next rate study, we will have to look at our mix of local portfolio, and now we have to look at 10% MET and set up our structure that way. So it's not like everybody's going to get penalized because we have to buy 10% more water from MET. It's really coming down to how much water you use to push you up to that tier when you need to draw on that imported water source that's more expensive. So for each individual customer, if you stay within sort of your allotment, the targets, you should be fine and not push into the higher tier.
So I know we had a discussion, if I can follow up for a second. We had a discussion several years ago about rental units and rental units not having their own water meters. So other than the fact that we want you to be a good Santa Monican, if these new units are built and the landlord pays the water without having any way of knowing who has decided they're angry at the landlord and they're leaving their bathtub running for 8 hours a day, there's really no way to segregate the usage by unit, correct? And I guess and there's a follow-up to that on the new on the new 6,600 units. Are we going to have separate meters or separate sub-meters? Because that's a big
there's
thing.
a requirement now for new development.
And that's why I'm just trying to make sure, because I know I've been asked that. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
I'm not positive.
that's correct. For new,
Sonny, can you
for
repeat
new
that? I'm
development-
sorry, we all were talking.
Yeah, no problem. So first part of your question, for existing units, it's hard to sub-meter. However, for new developments, I believe if you're over 6 units, you're required to sub-meter, right? We still have a master meter that the city supplies, but if you have a development greater than 6 units, I believe in that regulatory requirement that we have, you have to sub-meter these units. So the landlord will be able to determine how much water that each unit are using because you're required to sub-meter.
But is there any penalty, or can those sub-meters be used just instead of the landlord paying water, that each tenant pays their own water? Because in that case, the tenants would actually be more cognizant of their usage and be more aware. So for instance, I own my unit. So I'm aware, I see the water bill every 2 months, and I know how much water I use. And so I'm cognizant because that comes out of my wallet. So I just want to see, so we're saying of the new 8,894 units, the vast majority of those units will have sub-meters, but the landlord will still be paying the bill. Am I characterizing that correctly?
You're correct. The bill is still with the landlord that owns the master meter. However, the sub-meter requirement then allows the landlord to be able to charge individual units by its use rather than through, like, say, an HOA that covers everything, as most units have right now. So it gives the landlord a mechanism to charge each individual unit separately for water use.
And that would be under rent control as well. They would still have that ability, or just non-rent controlled units?
They're new units.
Got it. So they're not rent controlled unless the law changes. Okay. All right. So bottom line is residents should be concerned but not feel they're in dire consequences by having the new units join them.
As far as the water supply perspective, yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Does that help?
There's a lot more things you guys are working on.
Does that help? Okay. Because I was trying to make sure I helped. All right. Since now I'm asking questions, I wasn't going to. I apologize.
That's okay.
But so a couple of things. Let's look at fourth and fifth in Arizona for a minute. The number of units that you have there are 338 units for that property. Is that true?
Give me a moment to confirm. That sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay, so if that is, how much leftover parkland is there? Or are we saying we're eliminating the chances of a downtown Plaza Urban Park there? And my follow-up to that is 338 not just a max, but is that the requirement or is that the goal?
That is the goal. So you can see, sorry, I just found it. It's figure F6 in Appendix F has the list of city-owned suitable sites inventory sites, and it is, there it is, unit capacity. So what we assumed in here is 150 units per acre, so that's the minimum that we assumed on there. And assumed 154 units on that site.
So I'm sorry, I was wrong on the figure then.
Yeah, and it actually.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
So I was doubling it.
Plus that.
Plus that one.
Yeah.
So sorry, you're right. It's about 330 units, yeah. And your question was whether that precludes a park. I mean, we're not planning to that level within the housing element. These were just projections. It's a
maximum projection, but not an absolute.
Yeah, I mean, it's an over 2 acre site. You know, you could design, I mean, if you want to have open space, you know, the trade-off is a bigger building to have a smaller footprint, right? There's different ways.
So try and balance the height and density of whatever we build there.
Yeah, and I mean, keep in mind, these are city-owned sites, so they will go through a particular public process, you know, for it. This doesn't automatically do anything.
We know the public process.
Right? Yeah.
So I had Sonny, if you're still on the line, did he go to sleep?
I'm here.
There you go, Sonny. The only question I had about the sub-meters, are they specified in our codes right now, a state code, local code, or would that be part of a RENA statement?
That's already a part of our local code.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. I
You're welcome.
appreciate that. Okay, so let's talk about the parking spaces. And I know that there are definitely divergent opinions on residential parking spaces. Tell me what the proposed RENA standards are for senior parking,
For senior.
for complete senior housing parking.
Well, under the city's zoning code, sorry, let me just look that up. It's actually pretty low.
I just want to make sure it stays.
Is 0, yeah.
I want them just to declare it.
So so I think that the distinction is between market rate senior or affordable.
Affordable. I'm only concerned with affordable.
Okay,
right
sorry.
now.
Yeah, so if it's 100% affordable, it doesn't have to, it's not just because it's senior, it's 100% affordable. As I indicated in my response to Councilmember Parra, the minimum parking requirements are 0. That's what the state requires.
And so we're saying that if it was senior housing, all affordable, there does not have to be any parking requirement on premises.
Right, the city cannot impose a requirement. It doesn't mean that the provider, won't build it or can't build it. It just means that the city cannot set that minimum requirement.
And we can't require it, you're saying?
Right.
We have no choice in the matter.
Under state and city bonus law, we can't require it.
That's distressing because there are cases where, because I've heard that in some of our affordable housing complexes, there's a higher rate of turnover in the buildings without not substantial, but basic parking. So, for instance, and sorry, Mom, I've invoked her before, but she's 93 and a half, but she still drives as a safe driver. But she would not be able to get to her doctor's appointments or to go shopping to the market. So I think there is a issue when you're saying that there's no parking requirement for an affordable housing project, because even if you do at 0.5 spaces, where you assume that maybe half of the people have parking needs.
And again, the distinction when you say no minimum parking requirements, it doesn't mean that the project has no parking. It means that they have the option to build no parking. They have the option to build the parking that they need. So that is the distinction. When it just means that the city cannot impose a minimum parking requirement. It does not preclude an applicant from building the parking that is necessary for the operations.
And that's not just in the downtown area, that's citywide, and you're saying that is a new state law.
That is for any 100% affordable housing project under state density bonus law. Because they're providing 100% affordable housing, the state indicates, that we cannot establish a minimum parking requirement for that kind of a project.
And there's no way to do a by right concession or anything to.
No, it's just, that's a rule, yeah.
Okay. It's Ben's fault. That's distressing. And I think that's distressing, where Councilmember Para and Councilmember Negrete have young kids. And if they don't have any parking available in their complex, and there's limited permit parking on the surrounding streets, and our permit status says you can park 1 block on either side of your property. So in other words, it's not 2 blocks away, it's really 1 block on either side are your chances for parking in a permit zone. So my question, I don't know if it's even a question at that point, because nothing we can do about it. It's just more, I think, a matter of frustration that we're going to make it harder for people who need that housing to actually stay in that housing.
Yeah, and again, I mean, our practical experience has been that all this allows is it provides the housing provider the flexibility to build the parking they need. We actually just processed 100% senior project on 14th Street. They built parking in their project because it again comes down to they're going to do what's sensible and for their population, right? So I don't think that any affordable housing provider, right? They're trying to serve their tenants and residents. It does
if they can't rent their apartments, even
right?
if they're
exactly right. So
I understand
that's what
I
we're
understand what
seeing
you're saying.
In practice, it doesn't mean that it's zero parking.
Inclusionary housing, we're still at 15% in the program, correct?
So the program within the housing element doesn't have a number in it, but it is the basis of the FARs in the suitable sites inventory. So if you look at the HPP revision, that particular program, it's program 2C. You can see it on page 25 of your document. So what that speaks to is that the city will revise the AHPP. It doesn't have a percentage requirement. That being said, the basis of the SSI is a 15% requirement and the resultant FARs that come from it. It doesn't mean that the city couldn't adjust that if you wanted to do that. I would just caution that if you lower the inclusionary requirement, and the FAR comes down with it, we do run the jeopardy of then not meeting our total.
Yeah, I don't want to lower it. I want to make sure it stays at 15.
Right.
And we have no ability to make sure that distribution is even. In other words, 5% extremely low, 5%, let's say, very low, and 5% low.
You could indicate
Can we
that.
specify that in the document?
You could specify that.
Would that cause any kind of problem for HCD? Would they look at that and say, my God, what did Santa Monica do?
No, I mean, not from that perspective. I think it's just be mindful that what you put in the program is, pretty locked in. I mean, that's how HCD will be monitoring the city's compliance with that requirement. If you put a number in there and you adopt something different,
I understand.
They'll have questions.
So you're saying don't get us locked in, but then we want to make sure that we really satisfy our requirements for our hearts in the city as well, which means that we want to make sure that the people who can afford the lease still have a chance to live here. So that's a dichotomy that's a little bit odd then, because I want the low, very low, and those people, extremely low people, to have a chance to live in Santa Monica, because they're the people who are serving in restaurants. They're the people who are serving at stores. Do we lose that ability then?
You don't lose that ability, no. Because the city, the fact that you don't put a number in the program doesn't mean that the AHPP went away. It's still there. I think, our, certainly staff's understanding of the council's intent is 15%. Like, that is the basis for all of our calculations.
Okay.
Unless we get different direction in the future to do something else, we're continuing to proceed, into implementation as if that is the assumption. It's just that those code amendments to the HPP are not before you tonight.
On the A-lots, are we specifying on the A-lots for development or potential development, even though I know there's not many on Montana? I've heard that. But my question would be, on the A-lots, is there still a way to make sure that there's a daylight plane and that we don't lose the neighboring units when something is built on an A-lot, they don't lose their right to daylight? How do we ensure that? Is that part of the document, or is that something we just have to do later?
That's going to be something later.
But if we're doing a lot of by right and we're eliminating the ARB from some items.
By right doesn't mean there are no standards.
All right.
And
It
actually is.
I hear you, but this is a document that just discusses in a broad way.
So it's a
our
broad
plans.
paintbrush.
Later on, we have to go back and look at the AHPP, look at the zoning code. Believe me, those will not.
No,
be
I just
done.
want to make sure that we're not.
Yeah, you think this isn't fun, wait till that, but.
I will clarify, we already have a daylight plane requirement that actually is a development standard
Right.
already in the zoning ordinance when you have projects that are adjacent to residential zones. So that's already something that's required.
And then probably the last question. It was suggested today in a letter I received, and many of us received, that we add a preface to the document, really saying that, declaring that Santa Monica has always done its part, will continue to do its part, but we need the resources from the state of California in order to help us do our part. And would that be something that would be appropriate to add to the preface of the RENA document that we turn in, the housing element document?
I think that's probably a question for the council. That's a matter of a choice of what you would like to put in.
I guess what I'm asking is, have we made a real declaration that Santa Monica did its part for the last 5 cycles? We're going to continue to do our part, but we need monetary assistance from the state of California in order to do our part. So you can't tell us to do our part and leave us hanging. So I guess what I'm asking more is, from a planning standpoint or from a document standpoint, is it appropriate to add language for that? I understand you're going to come back and say it's up to the council, but is it, I guess what I'm asking more is, from your standpoint, is it something that's appropriate, or is it a challenge that would be bad for the document?
I would probably recommend that you might want to consider, when we deliver this final draft to HCD, we'll have a cover letter on it. You might want to consider having it there as opposed to within a document. That is an option, but certainly that's purely a choice of the council as to.
Okay, we can discuss that then. Thank you. I'll rest.
Who does sign the letter? Well, just to follow up to that.
I signed the last letter, but honestly, it can be you or the city manager.
Or both of us, something like that. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sorry to take that time.
No, thank you. I actually have just a very few bigger questions. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Councilmember De La Torre.
No, I just, on that last point that Councilmember Brock made, I want to support that and also add the whole issue of the EIR, the finding in the EIR of significant and unavoidable impacts regarding our water supply, because approving all these RENA mandated units it definitely is going to derail our city's long-term goal of achieving water self-sufficiency. So I think it's along the lines of the not having the funding to do all of this is what it's doing to us, when we're trying to be responsible on water self-sufficiency, how all this is going to impact us. I think those types of comments need to be included. One concern that I have in regards to, how do we ensure that we sustain our city as a diverse city? That we don't continue to gentrify and, because a lot of times the densification leads to displacement, and gentrification. And we've seen that, when you upzone. Well, just one question that I have, instead of making all these comments. Has staff looked into, you made a comment, I know when Councilwoman Parra was talking about the Pico neighborhood, you said that most of the upzoning is proposed on commercial, not on residential. But one question I have is, has staff do we know of any studies where the upzoning of commercial has a residential impact, for example, on land cost? Where you upzone sort of Pico Boulevard, and yeah, it is commercial, but then what impact does it have on the residential? If those lots go up in value, does that have a residential impact? Like, do we know of any study, or has staff assessed that impact?
I mean, as you're well aware, council member, we did quite a bit of research and literature review as part of the Pico Wellbeing Project to try and look at, the factors of displacement and gentrification. And it's certainly an area that has been well studied in academic literature and otherwise. And I don't know that you could point to any one particular set of factors. I think every city tries to address this issue differently. I think one thing that, kind of rose out of that effort was an understanding that, it's not necessarily zoning as a tool or, land use planning alone, right? There's a myriad of factors that have to be accounted for in terms of that overarching goal of, diversity and economic diversity and, helping people rise out and make the next step into, improving their lives. So I rambling a little bit there, but it's certainly something that we've looked at. I think it's a broader question, beyond just the scope of this housing element. I think what we've tried to do is be really mindful in the realm of housing policy that, the city does do a lot of work in terms of tenant protections and anti-displacement, that try and retain, essentially keep people in their homes. Because I think what we know is that once, you're displaced, even if that unit is replaced, people generally don't come back. Once they're displaced, they're gone. And so, it's best to make those efforts to allow them to stay in their homes. But I think the other thing that we've looked at in this housing element is understanding that, Santa Monica's economy is, we rely on 80,000 non-resident workers that commute into the city every day. And, over, I think a third of them, are in the service sector, some of our lowest paying sectors. And so, it really speaks to, if we want to open up Santa Monica to be a more diverse and welcoming city, that, housing is a big part of that. We have to have housing at all types and all income levels, and needs, and we're only an 8 square mile city, so it really involves looking at all different areas of the city. And we're not, and, this housing element puts forth a proposal that it is a continuation of what we've done, but I think it also it opens up opportunities in areas, where we've not seen it before. So that is the approach that's being put forth.
And I appreciate that approach, because what we've seen in the past is a large amount of affordable housing is relegated to the Pico neighborhood and in the lower income part. And there's reasons for that, right? The land value is cheaper, so you can, probably develop there more. But one concern is that, in the Pico neighborhood, we have a lot of development that has had a negative impact on health. For example, like the freeway, you know, the trash collection and excuse me? The train, the you know, subway to the sea, you know, 40 miles of line, but the whole maintenance yard for the train was placed in the Pico neighborhood. And so if we keep on thinking of the Pico neighborhood, of where we're going to put development that other parts of the city don't want, you know, that's obviously going to be a concern, and it's going to depress property values where a lot of people of color own property as well. So in terms of our goal of equity and racial justice, it has that type of impact. So it's one of the things that I was looking at then is, well, where can we like, for example, on Montana Avenue, you have it right there identified as an area where there might be some potential, you know, for some affordable housing, even though there's not a lot of sites there. And I know staff, you know, in the questioning of like, well, realistically, what can happen on Montana Avenue? And, you know, what we heard was the sites are too small. There's no common ownership. And, you know, so it's a little bit of a struggle. But if we allowed for more density, you know, on Montana Avenue, or lot consolidation, for example, maybe two owners, you know, if they have an incentive to say, look, if we come together, we can have more density, go a little taller, that might be the incentive, you know, for these property owners to do that type of housing project on Montana. Is that something that staff has considered and maybe surveying these property owners, talking to them, figuring out what is the best sort of incentive that we can provide to allow for that type of densification on Montana Avenue?
Yeah, I mean, this is a case of, you know, the best predictor of future behavior is, you know, what we've seen typically. And so we know that in Santa Monica, you know, we don't have any vacant sites left, right? Every housing development we do involves a redevelopment of an existing largely commercial property. We've definitely looked at Montana Avenue in great detail to take a look at lot sizes, depth, you know, could you fit subterranean parking if you did that? Like, how would it work? Would it fit? And there are definitely candidate sites on there that might fit that profile. But as you heard Rachel mention, you know, we couldn't quite like identify it because there's never been development there, you know. So for the purposes of the SSI, you couldn't say like, okay, this one, you know, for sure, because we couldn't quite string together the substantial evidence to say, yes, it'll happen here in the way that you can do it in the rest of the city where it has. But that being said, the zoning rules, you know, the rezoning that's being proposed essentially is doing, you know, what you're saying is provide the opportunity, provide the parameters, you know, to try and incentivize and entice, you know, maybe somebody to considering doing housing, you know, because there'll be the standards that are available for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The other issue that I have, a lot was already covered by my colleagues today, but, you know, in terms of and I know we're not covering sort of the type of housing units, for example, you know, 1 bedrooms versus like 3 bedrooms, you know, more like family oriented housing. And I don't know if have we done any type of surveys of current low income renters, low income tenants that participate in our affordable housing program that are living in the newer units? Because one of the things that I've had feedback from the community, people that even qualify to move into, you know, affordable housing units through Community Corporation Santa Monica, one elderly couple that I know said that they went to go look at the units and they took a measuring tape and they said, you know, my couch won't even fit, you know, into this unit that they want me to move into. I like it. It's nicer. It'd be better for us, but I can't move my furniture in there. So just on that alone, they're like, they can't move in. And so, you know, I think what's important is to look into, you know, how can families live in Santa Monica, you know, as well, you know, because I think it's real important for public education, for sustainability of neighborhoods and so forth. And so is that something that's being considered? That where's the great thought on that? Has there been great thought into that?
That would be like part of the future implementation action. So, you know, the Affordable Housing Production Program does set minimum unit sizes for deed-restricted inclusionary units. It does not apply to 100% affordable housing projects that receive public assistance. And, you know, it's a tough nut to crack because it is so expensive to produce that housing for a variety of reasons. And so, you know, the unit sizes, I'm sure, are part of, you know, the factoring in as to the balancing of, if I could get more units, if it's a slightly smaller, do I get lesser unit if it's, lesser units if it's bigger? I mean, those are all calculations. I'm not an affordable housing provider, but those are the factors they have to consider, given the cost of doing that housing. But certainly, I think that the city has had many policy discussions around unit size and trying to find ways to help families remain in Santa Monica. I mean, the bare fact is it's very expensive. Land prices are high. Rents are high. Families need bigger spaces. If you get into 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, it's just more expensive. And the ability to purchase is challenging. So, but I think those are things that we can certainly look at in terms of implementation and when the city lends money, for affordable housing. I mean, those are things that, certainly the council can debate, I think, further down the road.
So further down the road.
Yeah.
And the last question I have, I was just thinking about this, every city has to have a housing element, right? I mean, that's the state law, correct? So from past practice, we've seen even in our own city that we make a commitment, to meet this number, and it's very difficult to meet that number without having, the financing and, policy and so forth. So I'm assuming that many cities won't be able to meet, all the RHNA numbers. So one question I have is, if the city of Santa Monica, for whatever reason, it's more difficult to do it here because of the land value or just other policies or whatever, but it's easier, let's say, to do it right across the street. Let's say, in LA or maybe Culver City, for example. Is there any type of collaboration between cities? Let's say one city says, I have the land, but we don't have the money. And another city says, we have the money, we don't have the land. Like, is there a way to create more affordable housing right outside of the city's boundaries, or is it just in the city of Santa Monica? Like, do you know of any example of that?
I just talked to Mike Bonin about that a week ago. I mean, I'm already working on it.
Oh, okay.
It's just a question of putting it together.
Okay, good. So there's a possibility of that.
Oh, always. There's always a possibility, but somebody's got to do, you got to make the move.
Yep.
And so, all I can tell you is that I think that it's something that I'm working on now.
Okay, that's great to know.
Yeah,
All right, thank you. That's all.
I would note that requires, changes in the law. Like current law today, you have to build the housing in your city boundaries.
Right.
You don't get credit for doing it across the
Yeah,
street.
yeah, correct.
I'm not suggesting we build outside our city as much as I'm suggesting that the county and the people who have the money, because we never get any. It's the cities like LA and the county who have the money, and then the state. But because we're not 500,000 or 200,000, we get zero. That's our problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem, God.
Doesn't matter, super quick. So I just have to, and I appreciate that Councilmember De La Torre brought it up, because this has really bothered me for a long time, and it would just be nice to hear, because I didn't, it's not in the housing element, but so if you can sort of tell us exactly when that step is, so I understand it, because I believe this idea of being able to address the issues about the housing that's going up and how inadequate I believe some of these family size units and stuff to be, that would have been a really great way to address some of the issues around affirmatively furthering fair housing, in my opinion. I think the fact that, our great rent control policies of the past provide like the only options for people with families in this city to this day is a problem. And all the new construction is not feasible for families. And so how we are going to create policy that says this is not actually acceptable. And I'm just a little bit kind of passionate about this, because I've always been on the side of, some people view me as too development friendly. I think it's great. I think we should be developing more and creating more housing opportunities. But I have to say that going out there and trying to find housing for my family it was so depressing and demoralizing to see the inventory that was out there, and you can't even put like a kid's bunk bed in the room. You can't. And so, and all that's going in are sort of everything that's not in line with what we're talking about today in some ways, right? This idea of like not invested in the culture of our city, not invested, very transient, like turnover type populations that keep driving up our market rates because they're splitting up 3 bedrooms into 320 somethings with good jobs that are subsidized by their wealthy parents. So why can't that be addressed in some way in this document? Why does it have to wait for another time? Like,
I mean, I think that it can be addressed in the sense that we can make a policy statement around it, but it's not going to quite have the teeth of a program, because I think what you're talking about is the how and the details of how we do that. And I think we all probably have different ideas in different ways, but I think until we do that meaningful analysis and include the housing providers in that conversation of how do you make it work? Because I mean, you know, part of the struggle here really is that, you know, land prices in Santa Monica are higher than pretty much any city around it, right? So we're already starting at that level. And, you know, when you've paid a lot for land, you know, then you need to have the number of units to make up for it. And so, you know, if we want family-sized units, something has to subsidize that in some way. So it's either if we're not going to throw any, you know, public assistance at that, you know, and it's the private market that's bringing that to bear, you know, what you see is the program for the moderate income overlay, right? Is that they need micro units. And maybe if you have enough micro units, do you get like a handful of family-sized units to subsidize that? I don't know what that equation is without including the moderate income housing providers in that conversation. You know, so.
Well, and that's why I support that personally, right?
And so I think like we can establish that as intent and policy, but the devil in the details of how you get there is work to be done.
Yeah, and I appreciate you raising that point, because it is kind of like we talk out of both ends, right? Every time we say, well, we just want affordable, we just want this, and then we end up not getting the types of units that we're also saying we want, because we don't open up the options to sort of more moderately priced things where they can actually pay, because just there, you know, again, I'll save it for discussion, which is what my intention was all along. And questions have been more than covered. Oh, and sorry, the other thing was what the conversations with SMMUSD and SMC, how that played into this element, because it's not there. So I'm just wondering sort of where we
somewhere.
Yes. So we did speak with kind of institutional landowners, including UCLA and the school district and the college. We actually got a letter from the school district, and is it in Appendix F, right? Yeah, it's an attachment in there.
But I didn't. Is it like clearly defined what they're going to do, or is it falling into the inventory?
I think that so in order to include a site that is owned by an institutional entity in the suitable sites inventory, HCD requires that you actually have a letter from that entity saying like, we're okay with this and we're looking forward to partner with you. So that's the nature of the letter that they gave to us, and it allowed us to include, I think it's the site at, is it 19th Street?
It's their former headquarters.
The former headquarters site, yeah, of the school district. So that allowed us to include that on the inventory.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
I have a couple of, as I said, my first question, I've asked this before, and I'm going to ask it again. We keep talking about our jobs, housing imbalance, about having enough office space for the next 100 years, et cetera. Can't we just eliminate commercial, make it a disfavored use, and make in the future commercial, you know, office development be a CUP or something that would make it more likely to become housing and not an office? So
I think that's, you know, they're two separate but related issues. in order to make housing feasible, you don't necessarily, like, you need to establish those at feasible development standards. And we actually did the analysis of comparing these new rezoned FARs relative to the existing, like, you know, would it make it more favorable? And the analysis showed that yes, you know, you would make more profit doing that than you would with the existing standards for commercial. So we wanted to make sure that the advantage was built into there in terms of the rezoning. That's should be in the June analysis from the attorney.
Yes, and I'm aware of that. I think that my real question, I mean, I get that, but I think that it's not obviously enough to cause, for instance, Elon Musk not to build housing on top of his charging station, for instance, right? Because we obviously made that easy enough to do without anything else on it. So my question is really, how do we make it so that it is on any lot? Because obviously residential is, I think, probably more difficult to handle than commercial. On top of other things, there's more turnover and various other things. My question would be, can we downzone commercial? Can we have requirements of commercial that would make it less desirable without some housing element?
So yes, you know, that is the downtown community plan. It's a housing plan. It heavily favors housing. There are process and standards incentives for housing that are not available for commercial development. That being said, I would say from a city planning perspective, you know, I wouldn't recommend the wholesale elimination of commercial development. You know, cities need tax bases. We need to have a sustainable economy. You know, and I'm not sure that wholesale elimination of commercial uses is you know, the right balance. You know, in terms of how we proceed, but certainly, you know, we could take that approach, same approach that was done in the downtown community plan, where there's much stronger incentives and process incentives for housing development than they are for commercial.
Yes, and when you talk, could we target that? Could we put it, I mean, for instance, in, you know, by way of example, Bergamot, which is, things like, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so could we, for instance, in Bergamot, for instance, and I agree with the idea that it's a creative community, but make it more a live-work kind of creative, you know, with more housing and people living there and doing what they do there, right? The arts and the crafts and the other art they do. But is there a way to create that environment where nobody's going to want to build an office building?
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, what we've seen in downtown since the adoption of the DCP, we have seen pretty much the only kind of development that's happened in downtown is housing. Across the city, you know, we largely see most of our new development is just housing projects. There's just sort of a little, you know, smattering of small office buildings here and there. Certainly in Bergamot, since the adoption of that plan in 2013, you know, I'm not sure it's quite achieved the vision that was put in there. I mean,
I don't think so.
You know, it was a challenge. You know, it's there's not a master landowner there, right? It's multiple property owners, and I think we knew the implementation would always be challenging. But you certainly could put in place, you know, standards and process that strongly favor housing. You know, you can use those levers to try and encourage that kind of use versus others.
And then I wonder when you, and I looked for this, but in the housing element, you talked about the fact that we'll issue the first RFP in 2023, but we don't talk about the parking garage number 3 RFP. Is that because we aren't looking at those proposals?
Parking structure 3 is, Rachel, it's already in the pending, right? Yeah, so it's already in the SSI. It's already accounted for as a pending project.
No, it's not a pending project. It's just part of the city-owned sites, but
Part
it
of
is
the city.
counted in the city.
But I'm talking about when you talk about, and what we're going to do is do RFPs to fight, right? And
No, we weren't thinking about parking structure 3 because the RFP's already been released for that. We were thinking about the next
but we
one.
haven't even acted on the RFP yet, right?
Correct, right.
So, and then the Housing Commission sent us a proposal that, just to be clear, my husband voted against, so in case anybody has any questions, right? But, or at least part of it is recommending more intense housing a quarter mile from each of the subway stations. I don't love the half mile metric. A quarter mile, I think, is a better metric. I saw, and I think we all know this, that people are much more likely to walk a quarter mile than a half mile if there's public transportation. But my question then would be, has anyone looked at that in terms of actually boosting the numbers around those stations, right? As when we look at the FARs, et cetera, and the heights, that would be a place I think that would be acceptable to do it, probably to most people, right? But it would be within a quarter mile, and it would be very focused on those stations.
I mean, that's certainly something that I think, to answer straight, no, we didn't look at boosting specifically around the stations because of the AFFH requirement. It was more kind of like spread it across the city, and so the standards are citywide in that regard. It wasn't just targeted at one particular area or another, but that certainly sounds like it makes a lot of sense.
Well, I'm just thinking about more densification right in those areas as opposed to in other places, right, that are more adjacent to other neighborhoods.
I mean, I think the thing to note that if you are going to have housing as a permitted use, it does have to be feasible.
Yes.
So, it doesn't mean like the basis of the SSI has FARs that are attached to it. We couldn't really go below, what's already been assumed in there. So if you wanted to boost it kind of around the stations, it would just be additive on top.
That's what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about making that and
Trade-off, yeah.
Yeah, as a trade-off.
I mean, if you wanted to do that, you probably have to think about, potentially just not allowing housing, in some particular areas because of that connection. Like once it's permitted, it has to be feasible.
Right. And finally, on the two more things. One, I think we don't have our work on short-term rentals and our lawsuit against Airbnb, et cetera, in the housing element that I saw. But I think that HCD would consider that an important, in view of the conversation, right, an important preservation element. And I think we need to think of everything because we have been involved in loads of things like this that are really meant to preserve our housing stock, including, saying that you can only rent to a natural person. And these are just really straightforward things, I think, that we've done. And I think we know now that they care about this, that preservation is important to them, that keeping people from being displaced is an important part of this housing element, affirmatively furthering fair housing. So, I think that does it for my questions. And now we're moving, so let's talk about how we structure this meeting. I thought we ought to first go through the planning department proposals and vote on those one by one as to what we do with those, right? And Kristen said, and I wonder, so this is sort of hard to read. Sure. But can everyone, bigger, but does everyone know what we're talking about here? And can everyone see it on their screen? That's all I'm asking. Who wants to see it? I'm not demanding that you look at it, but as we vote on these.
If you give us the page numbers and things, sure.
Great. But you can also look at it here. We're gonna go through it like this, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So you can read it here. So, and you can look at what the Planning Commission recommended is the top and what the staff recommended is the bottom.
Yeah. And I do have page numbers as well, if it's helpful for everybody.
Yeah, we'll need.
So the first one, if we're starting with program 1F, is page 127 in chapter 5.
Just look up. So just to get this going, I'm going to make a motion that we accept the staff recommendation. And what that means is that as opposed to accepting the HAA definition of a housing project, and we already rejected this once this year, oh wait, this isn't,
That's not the same.
no, they're two different ones. Wait a minute.
Yeah, so that is correct. So you see the Planning Commission recommended, so I just highlighted the two differences.
Yes.
One is, so these are actually the exact same paragraph. And the difference there is that the Planning Commission had the additional sentence to revise the definition of a housing project in the DCP to be consistent with the HAA. So maybe we should just talk about that one.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So we just voted on this and decided that we would keep the 25% and not go to the HAA 33%. I move that we not accept the Planning Commission recommendation and retain our earlier decision that a housing project will have no more than 25% commercial. So any seconds? Okay, so moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Parr. Let's have a roll call vote.
Mayor, I have a question. Mayor, I want to understand how you guys are voting on this. You're going item by item.
Only on the differences between the Planning Commission and staff at the moment.
Then Joe, I have a question for you. So when they go to vote on the whole resolution, it'll be all together. So I'm trying to understand. It's going to be bit by bit and then all together.
Yeah, these are, think of these as straw polls, I guess, right?
Yes,
And then you'll
these
do a
are
vote at the end.
isolated issues that are differences. So the Planning Commission recommends to us, and we have to, I think, explicitly not accept what they recommended. Isn't that right?
Right, these are essentially edits that are being made.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
Okay, so thank you
And
very
Mayor,
much.
Mayor, I think we just need 1 minute to make sure everyone's got the document open on the right place.
Okay.
We're all looking at the same
I
thing.
think I'm going too fast. Nobody has ever told me that before.
Well, I just want to make sure everyone's reading the same thing.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can
Well,
everybody
we had
hear me? This is
discussed
Todd.
before you were here. Oh, sorry, Lana, I'm sorry. I completely forgot you were there, God.
I know, sorry.
But,
Can you
so,
clarify where we're at? You said page 100 on the Planning Commission
127,
attachment.
isn't that what you said?
Oh, 127.
It is Program 1F, which is called Revise the Downtown Community Plan Standards.
But let me go back for those who weren't here at the beginning. So at the beginning, we discussed the fact that there are these differences between the Planning Commission recommendations and what staff recommends, or what we said initially on June 15th, right? So these are differences that have to be reconciled before we can move forward with the whole document.
That's right.
Okay, so what we're trying to do is clear away those differences, and then we can talk about the other aspects of the housing element. But these have to be cleared away because the planning commission basically sort of is the author of the document, and we have to explicitly reject what they're saying here
That's right.
under state law. So what I moved is that the Planning Commission actually recommended that for commercial building, for residential, a Housing Accountability Act streamlined building to qualify as a streamlined building, and this takes us back several months. Do you remember when we discussed this? Okay, that we decided that it should be 25% commercial and not 33%, because the Housing Accountability Act says you have to have no more than 33%, but doesn't say, you can't say 25, and we've always said 25. So that was how we got to 25, and it gave us more residential. So that's sort of where we landed. So I'm moving that we maintain our current definition of a housing project to be streamlined in accordance with the HAA, and that would be at a 25% commercial level rather than 33%.
That gets us,
Different than the.
that gets us less density, 25%?
No, no, it gets us less commercial and more housing.
Build more housing.
Right.
Commercial. Is there,
Well, that was what we decided before, I thought.
the deadline?
We'll talk about that in a minute. I know what you're looking at, but
Are you making a motion on that?
yes, I made a motion that we're just going through this. We aren't doing that other
So
stuff
that
right
we
now.
need to amend your motion, right? To add a different date?
No, we're just looking at,
In other words, as part of that, so we don't have to come back to it, it was suggested that we do the timing date as of 12/31/2022. Am I in the right place?
no, are you looking at page 127? All I'm doing is striking out the sentence, "The city shall revise the definition of a housing project in the DCP to be consistent with the Housing Accountability Act."
Right.
It's that one sentence. Turn around, Phil, and look
No,
up.
But I was also looking, are we coming back to the timing change in that, or should we just do it at the same time? That's what I'm asking. If you shrink that down, now at the top, it says program, objective, timing. And my suggestion was we stretch the timing to December 31st, 2022.
Right.
So my question is, shouldn't we do that all in one vote? So if you look at it,
Yes. Hold on. I'm just looking at the screen.
that's okay. If you come back to that, maybe I'm on the wrong page still.
So I think that the question is. That's a PowerPoint slide, that's not a page out of the housing element.
Okay.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
Yes.
I do. I do. So I believe Councilmember Brock is referring to public correspondence that was received, asking for a change in the implementation date for the program. So if you look
Give it
at,
enough time for us to really develop it.
right, so the time frame right now says March 31st, 2022.
So my suggestion would be that we change it to December 31st.
But it is,
And I do think, look, I don't see us being able to accomplish anything.
So can that be a friendly amendment?
Yes, it
Oh.
can.
Okay. I'd like to
Is
make
that,
it. That's what I was trying to get to.
sorry,
That's
yes, it's a
okay.
friendly amendment. Is it friendly to you, Councilmember Parra?
Okay, thank you.
And so what is it that's happening?
Yes.
not that this matters, but with that friendly amendment, I'll be voting no on the motion. I think we need to get this moving as quickly as possible. People need homes.
Thank you.
So the friendly amendment is to change the deadline from October 13th,
From
March
March 31st
the March 31st, 2021.
to December 31st, no, from Denise, from March 31st, 2022, which is what it currently is in Program 1F,
Okay,
to December 31st, 2022.
okay.
To give staff more time to give a complete statement.
Just to clarify, right now, I thought we were doing sort of differentiating between PC recommendation and staff recommendation because that's required. We have to do that. And then potentially wouldn't program dates and timelines play into the next phase of what we're doing, or can we blend that all together?
It's already in here.
No,
so-
I understand that, but that is not a conflict between PC's recommendation and staff's, which is something we have to vote on separately,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So why are we conflating these things if they're separate things? I don't know. Maybe we can, but I thought we were just doing, we have to take up the PC recommendations as their own thing. So
Yeah, so you probably, I think that's what we were talking about in terms of structuring this, that you move through the 5 programs on the one policy.
Yes.
So we'll come back to that,
and
that I
then we'll
withdraw
come back
my
to-
friendly
Okay,
amendment.
fine, then let's just vote
fine.
on the line text, okay? So the city shall revise, and I'm moving we strike that.
Are we ready to vote?
And I see Alan Seltzer nodding, which means that was probably a smart choice, so. Let's take a roll call vote, sorry.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
We aren't doing that, I guess. on
Mayor Pro
these.
Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And now the next line item is, based on the feasibility analysis, the feasible FARs for housing projects range from a minimum 2.75 to 4.0 with heights ranging from 55 to 84 feet. Now, that was something that the Planning Commission wanted to leave out altogether.
That's correct. Second sentence.
And staff recommends it, as I understand it, because, and in the conversation with HCD, they expressed a clear preference for having some numbers in this. So I think that this is not binding us to any particular thing, but setting a basic range, which I think is good. So I'm going to move that we accept staff's recommendation.
I'll second without a microphone.
So moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock. Any comments?
I did have a question for Jane. What item is this?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is
Program 1F.
Thank you.
1F, sorry. Councilmember Davis.
Well, if we're wordsmithing, and I don't know that we are, I would make a friendly amendment that we take out in the next sentence, the city reserves the right to adjust these heights and FARs up, and I would take out the words or down.
I disagree.
That's not friendly. That's fine.
Okay, so if you want to make that motion, then you can make that motion. But for the moment, I'm just making this motion on the staff recommendation of this language.
And up or down gives us both options.
Yes, that's right. And I'm a big believer in options. So any other comments? Let's have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, so that passes 6-1.
And Mayor, I'd like the record to reflect that my no vote suggests that retaining the option to down zone, which is what the words or down mean here, is not intended to get us more housing as a reflection of the fact that we may in fact down zone and keep housing from being built. So I don't think it's a showing of good faith of our commitment to build more housing.
Okay, next one is Program 1J. It is actually the identical language that you see on the screen, minus the part about revising the definition of the housing project into DCP, because we're not talking about the downtown.
So it's just based on the results?
Correct, right. That's the only difference.
But wait, it's in 1J.
1J, which is page 130 in your book.
Okay.
And where's the difference?
It is in the first PC recommended, and then if you look at staff recommended, and then it says, based on the results of the feasibility analysis, feasible FARs, right? Range from blah, blah, the city reserves the right to adjust. Right, but we're just talking about, but these are different numbers,
What's
yes?
the difference?
Well, this says 2.75 to 3.25, and that says 2.75 to 4.0.
Ah.
So sorry about that. Yeah, so for the staff recommendation for program 1J, it's 2.75 to 3.25.
The issue is, Jing, you haven't switched these.
I know, I haven't switched, yeah.
So don't look at these.
Yeah.
Look at-
I am, that's how I read the correct thing.
Oh, so you weren't reading over there?
No, I'm reading off of the
Yeah,
real screen.
exactly, yeah.
Yes, that's how I knew it was different than what we were looking
Okay.
at, yeah.
'Cause I'm like, that's what it says
Yeah,
here.
no, yeah, right, right, but it says up there, 2.75 to 4, and this is 2.75 to 3.25, with heights ranging from 55 feet to 65 feet.
Right.
Okay, so, again, it is different. And I move that we accept the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
So moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock. Any comments?
Just that I'll be voting no for the same reason, because it suggests that we might actually revise these down, which I think would not only cause us to have a non-compliant housing element, but would be evidence of bad faith of our requirements to build more housing.
Okay, so now let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
No.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 6-1.
No, 5-2.
5-2? Oh, right, 5-2, I'm sorry. Okay, next, Jane. Thank you.
So we're moving to Program 1K, which is page 133, the Adequate Sites Program.
Yes.
Okay, wait a minute.
So the difference here is specificity, that the shortfall in the lower income RENA will be on city-owned sites, and that city-owned sites are allowed 100% residential use and require residential use to occupy at least 50% of the floor area. And additionally, while not required to meet the shortfall of lower income units, the zoning ordinance shall be amended to specify additional mixed-use zoning districts that shall be allowed 100% residential uses. So the practical effect of this means that someone doesn't have to do commercial use on the ground floor of a housing project. You could have housing on the ground floor.
Yes, and do we need that detail in here?
We do, because it's from the statute with respect to shortfall of sites.
Oh, okay.
From the government code.
I just have to tell you that in general, my approach to this is less is more, except when absolutely necessary.
This one, I think we want to be really clear because we are in a situation where our existing standards cannot accommodate the lower income RENA. So we want to demonstrate exactly how we're going to get there.
So you, just so I understand, so you think that without this additional language, do you really think this is gonna, I mean, all of these things to establish that city-owned sites are allowed 100% residential, blah, blah, and then a specific amendment to the zoning ordinance. I mean, I actually don't have any objections to any of this. It's just that I really would like to say as little as possible about what specifically we're going to do in the future, if you know what I mean.
So this program came about in response to HCD's letter. It's two government code sections, and basically it says that if we have a shortfall in sites, you have to have a program.
Okay.
To allow basically the mixed use sites to, whatever shortfall you have to allow the 100% residential use and to require that residential uses occupy 50%. So this is directly in response to HCD's letter.
I support this, so I'll move it.
And I'll second it. So moved by Brock, seconded by Himmelrich, just to keep you awake, Denise.
We reverse a little.
Oh, I'm over here. I'm looking at what you guys are looking at.
Oh, okay. Well, you can't do that, right? So the staff recommendation is moved by Brock, seconded by Himmelrich. Do we have any comments? Seeing none, let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes 7-0. Oh, and this is an example, I think, of more is not more, right?
Yeah, I mean, we are looking up the government code I mean, I think the other way we could look at it is like just reference the government code section as, you know,
Yes.
pursuant to government code section, et cetera, so.
Well, we just passed it.
Okay.
Let's go forward.
Next one is program 2D.
2D, yeah. 2D, right?
Yeah, 2D, which is the update to the density bonus ordinance, and it's on page 137 of your book.
Yes.
I move the Planning Commission recommendation.
Is there a second? Did you second?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so moved by the Planning Commission recommendation. Can we see the staff recommendation too?
The staff recommendation is basically the same thing without what's in that red box.
Oh, okay. The Planning Commission wants to give people more incentives and staff doesn't.
And more incentives is good.
Not necessarily. It reduces more parking restrictions.
So more incentives means more height, more density, it could be more floors, more units.
But in exchange for potentially more affordable housing.
No, because when you, so under density bonus law, when you have more units, you don't get any more affordable housing, you only get market rate. Is that correct, Jing?
That's correct, right?
Yeah, and we don't,
So an 20% affordable housing project, this is why I hate density bonuses. A 20% project with density bonuses becomes a 10% project because you add that many units, right? So that's why I like the AHPP better, I mean, and the way we've been doing it better because there's more certainty for us because they get to pick their bonuses under this,
yeah,
right?
you're giving the power to the developer.
That's right, and the other way we have
And
the
we don't want that. We need the power to be with our residents and the people we want.
No,
to
with
do
our
that.
planners.
Well, with our
disagree
planning
with that
department, with our
point,
planning
but-
department. That's okay.
I mean, you
didn't
can
say-
only cite the
I didn't
residents
state that
so many
right, so I'll
times.
withdraw my statement. But I understood.
I say we go with the staff recommendation instead.
Is that a substitute motion?
That's what I'm bringing forth, yes.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Okay, so substitute motion by Para, seconded by Brock to go with the staff recommendation. So we vote on that first, and then we go to the original motion if that doesn't pass. So let's take a vote on that.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
No.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
No.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 5-2.
Mayor, I'd like the record to reflect that my no vote is based on the fact that the language basically just says that if there's a conflict between the distribution of affordability requirements and the state density bonus law, that we commit to find a way to reconcile those in such a way as to maximize housing production. If we don't adopt the affordability requirements across the entire scope of affordability, then this wouldn't even kick in. So it was just to address that issue.
What's our next one?
Program 2E, which is committing to the production of affordable housing on city-owned land. Okay. So that's on page 138. And the distinction here is just language differences. So the Planning Commission recommendation includes, specifies revenue-generating uses that are community-serving and in synergy with fair and economically diverse housing and open space. The staff recommended language you see below is not something that staff made up. This was language that the council directed in June. So that this was the council's language in terms of other community serving purposes, including but not limited to green space, placemaking, and/or community serving commercial.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I have a question. So the question? So in a case, for example, let's take a hypothetical Fourth in Arizona. We're going to do a lot of housing, but we feel that there's an opportunity to do some entrepreneurship, some subsidized storefronts, for example, for resident entrepreneurs. Just to put that out there. What if we agreed that that would be a need we want to meet in our community? What language is going to allow us to accomplish that, or what language is going to restrict us from accomplishing that goal?
So I think the community serving commercial will allow us to accomplish it. And nothing on the other will prevent us from doing it, but I think that our whole goal with turning these city-owned sites into affordable housing is for the community. And the emphasis in the other is on revenue generation as
Okay.
opposed to community serving.
That's what I was just looking at, the revenue generating, but community serving,
I have nothing against revenue generation,
Yeah.
just so you know. It's not that I'm against it. It's just that I don't think for our city land, that should be our priority.
correct. The only thing is low-income people, one way to get low-income people out of poverty is economic development. But in any case, it looks like community serving commercial would still allow us to accomplish that.
It might promote it more than the other
Yeah, I
would, because it would probably be less revenue than a more commercial use.
Correct,
let's
yeah,
say.
I like that.
Councilmember Brock.
You needed a second,
I do.
but I had a question for you. Could we change the second RFP from December 31st, 2023 to June 30th, 2023? Move that deadline up
Save that thought.
by 6 months.
Save that thought. Isn't that what we're?
No, this is in the actual.
It is in the document.
Okay, so this is,
So in other words, it's in the second to last paragraph of
Oh,
the
I see
staff
what you're saying.
recommendation.
yes.
Says December 31st. I think we'd like to get RFPs moving. So leaving the parking structure out of the mix, be able to issue a second RFP by mid-year 2023,
So let's,
latest. Would that
let's
be
look
acceptable?
at our city manager, and I hate to do this to you guys, because I know that on your second day, you probably have no clue about what's possible. So maybe Ms. Klein can help you
Yeah,
with.
make Susan the culprit.
I think it's fine.
Okay, great.
Would that be acceptable?
Yes,
Then I'll
that's a
second.
fr-
Then
that- yes.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so
Sue,
the
I have a
change
question.
is, the staff recommendation.
Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lana.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to shout. I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How would this, when you say commercial community, it's a little confusing for me. So how does that impact, say, for example, Boys and Girls Club on Lincoln Boulevard?
It's different.
Would that be able to
That's not
exist?
commercial,
below-
that would be,
Nonprofit.
Community serving.
yeah, but it's not commercial.
So Boys and Girls Club could not have a housing on top and Boys and Girls Club on the bottom.
Well,
Sure they could.
yeah, they could.
We're talking about the zoning being just for commercial community, and you just said they're not.
No, this is.
We're talking
don't
about
fall.
production of affordable housing on city-owned, publicly owned land. That's the title. So are they on city-owned land?
No.
No, they're not.
Well, so it's not applicable.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Don't worry about it. Thank you. Okay, so this would, staff recommendation with a change in the language to issued by
June 30th, 2023.
June 30, 2023.
I have a question for the maker. Who was the maker? You?
Me.
Okay.
The mayor.
So is it just that there's opposition to the idea of on any of these, on any current public land, that in the future it would have a revenue generating use? Is the concern that if we add in revenue generating use as just one more in this list of green space, placemaking, community serving commercial, that revenue generating use is so fundamentally problematic. I find that like I'm having a
No,
hard
this
time.
isn't different. We're looking at the, we aren't looking
No, I
at the.
know, but I'm saying
Community serving retail is.
the combination of the two. So taking from the PC recommendation. So basically I'm asking is, would it be friendly to your motion to add revenue generating use as yet another
I'm happy to add revenue or community.
to the staff recommendation?
Yes, but what if it's a revenue generating use that's not community serving? I mean, the real issue is how are we
I
going to use?
personally don't have a problem with that.
I have a question
Yeah.
for you. Isn't community serving also, shouldn't that also be revenue generating?
Yes, that's my issue.
Well,
Is like,
no, but-
I think revenue generating is also beneficial.
But isn't it
to the
already, I
community?
guess it's,
No,
you don't think it's already part of
It's not
it?
implied if we're specifically, the difference between these two things is revenue generating. And it's causing all this hoopla because they're trying to do what the words you guys used in June, and I say you guys because I was not at that meeting, I was out of the country. And so I'm gonna say you
Excuses.
guys. So the language that y'all used in June, they're trying to accommodate in the staff recommendation. So they're removing revenue generating. And I have a very big problem with this like continued narrative that somehow revenue generating is antithetical to Santa Monica.
There is
Like,
no such.
So
look,
let's put it
Kristen,
in.
A commercial use is by definition revenue generating, and this is on excuse me, may I? This is city-owned land, and I do think we need to think about city-owned land differently than privately owned land, because revenue generating uses generally can afford to lease property, right? Or to otherwise acquire property to do their business out of. When we talk about community serving commercial, it would be things like the kitchen we're doing in Virginia Avenue Park. This is public land.
One does not negate the other. And so all I'm saying is, why can't you have both? The whole point.
Are you angry? Why?
No, but
You sound so angry.
Because I'm an angry person. I don't know what to say. I don't think I sound angry. I sound passionate about what I see us doing repeatedly.
Well, so
which
what if
is-
we made a community serving, revenue generating commercial?
I still think that hamstrings it more than I would like, but I think we can just add revenue generating as its own category.
Councilmember Brock.
We've talked a lot over the last few months about ways to have diverse businesses get a foothold. I've talked about having a way for diverse businesses, people in the city who want to start a business, to be able to incubate their business. So I understand that our only chance for that is on city-owned land. I want the next Tom's Shoes to start somewhere on city-owned land and grow. So I do see a difference. Yes, I agree. You want every business you incubate to generate revenue and be successful. But I also see what the mayor is saying, that we don't want a business because they have deep pockets to come in and take away that chance for someone in the Pico neighborhood who's begged and borrowed to start a business. And I have to, because I do this all the time, I have to share a quick story. Councilmember Delatorre and I were at the Taco Wars competition on Saturday. We ran into a woman who desperately wanted us to try her food. She's operating out of a parking lot on Olympic Boulevard and Main Street in downtown LA. She was hoping, begging, that someone would give her an award and maybe it would help propel her into a storefront, into a place so she wasn't just in a parking lot. I was so inspired but you were there. I was so
Did you give her a
inspired by this.
prize?
I wasn't a judge, but I tell you, I was so inspired. I'm going to make sure I go down there one weekend and buy food from her, because that's what I want to see happen in our city. So if it means we incubate small businesses on city land to give them a start, that's what I want to do.
I guess
That's my
don't
difference.
Understand why we can't do both.
We have a limited amount of city land, a
I mean,
limited
we've already
amount of
built the
potential
product, like,
businesses.
we're talking as if we're talking about a specific development project.
No,
we aren't.
No, we aren't.
Concepts.
Never mind.
Look,
I'm not
I
trying to-
am willing, look, I just want to say, if it's friendly to the seconder, I would community serving, commercial and revenue generating uses.
So you'll add it. Okay, I'll accept that.
I'll add it, but I want the priority to be community serving.
And I am.
Yeah,
good with
because
that.
I want someone like that Carnitas lady to have a chance.
Well, maybe she
They're
will
not-
generate revenue.
But they're not getting a chance right now in Santa Monica.
I agree. So, okay, so what we're changing your thing to is community serving, commercial or revenue generating uses.
I think the concept is that mini Best Buy comes in and they have.
And is that accepted by the maker and the?
Yes, I made sure first. So is there any discussion of this? Then let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Para?
He's,
You can start my way.
She
maybe she'll
stepped
come
away.
back.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
yes,
There you go, Kristen.
it's okay.
Get that money. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
And is that it for the differences?
That's it for the programs. There's one more policy.
Okay,
So this is policy 1.11, and it is in chapter 3, page 90. And this is about increasing housing opportunities in multi-unit residential zones.
I'm sorry,
Oh, sorry, chapter 3.
Oscar and Phil, I can't hear Jing.
Chapter 3, page 90, policy 1.11. And this is a planning commission recommended policy to explore the possibility of eliminating the unit density caps in multi-unit residential zones, with the exception of rent-controlled units, deed-restricted units, or single-unit dwellings occupied by renters in the past 3 years. This is a policy that staff is not recommending.
Or did they do this, Jing, for the, because I could see doing something like this for moderate, but they're just saying it for everything, right?
Correct, right.
Because I've met with the moderate people who want to do, I get how they do what they do, and that might be, although the truth is that, let me ask you this, so when you have those guys who are developing the moderate without any public funding or any other kind of funding, do they, and when you look at the density of their buildings, right, well, I guess, how much is it reduced by their communal spaces? Are they still much more dense than a typical building?
They probably are, yeah. They need, it sounded like they needed a lot of units, to offset the cost of doing it at the moderate income at the 100% or 120% AMI.
Right, and so we could do this later to create more of those without having additional funding, right? But we don't have to
Right,
do it
this-
right now.
Yeah, this particular policy, and it is an explore, it's a policy, so it's not a program.
Yes.
So it's an explore the possibility of eliminating unit density caps in the multi-unit zone, so all of the multi-unit residential neighborhoods in the city. There is an exception to retain that for, where there's existing rent-controlled units, deed-restricted units, or single-unit dwellings. I think staff's hesitation on this is we just hadn't had time to analyze, the
Yes.
applicability of this or what have you, but I did want to point out that it is an explore.
So I move the Planning Commission recommendation.
Hearing no second, right? Is there a substitute motion?
No, there doesn't need to be, if there's not a second.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but there's no second,
Yeah.
so I'm sorry. Is there another different motion?
I move that we adopt the staff recommendation.
Moved by De La Torre, seconded by Parr. Now you're really on your toes, Denise.
Oh, no, I am, I'm good.
I'm teasing you. Okay, let's
Look,
take.
as long as you guys are moving, I'm moving.
Let's
I'm
take a
good.
roll call vote. Right, it'll keep you awake anyway.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 6-1, and that complete.
Can I state my reasons for voting no on the record?
Please do.
This was just to explore the possibility of eliminating the unit density caps. I don't know why we wouldn't put something that talked about, again, perhaps increasing our ability to build more housing. In the housing element, there was no commitment here to do it. And so I think just saying we're not even going to explore the possibility is once again reflects poorly on our intent to really try and build more housing in this city.
I just want to comment that I just have to say, Councilmember Davis, that I don't believe we lack will to create more housing in the city. I think that the sort of numbers, first of all, everybody probably received the charts that I had distributed. These are actually about a year out of date. I thought they were more current, but and we can put it on the screen if you want, but I think that our commitment to housing and to affordable housing is 100% clear in these charts. I think we are committed. I think this entire council is committed. And I really take umbrage at the repeated statement that we aren't committed to build housing in the city, because I think we are, and I think that the numbers show it. I mean, we outperformed every other jurisdiction. And by the way, the numbers are better than this. At the end of these cycles, if you look at the bottom chart, we actually built more affordable units than Long Beach did, and they're over 5 times our size. So look, we're committed to this. We're particularly committed to affordable housing. We are stars in this area. And I don't think it's fair to say that we aren't committed to housing or to affordable housing.
Well, do you want to, I don't really want to have a debate about this, but I think I should get to respond to that, which is I'm not saying that we don't have a history of building housing in this community. And I started out when I asked my questions, reflecting on that. And that's obviously set forth. But this housing element is primarily a forward-looking document. It's not a pat ourselves on the back document. And the question here is, when we adopt this housing element, are we adopting a housing element that is designed to maximize the amount of housing that we can produce in the city given our stretch numbers? I think everyone agrees that those RHNA numbers are not going to be easily met. And every little thing we do in this housing element that constrains our ability to reach those numbers, such as reserving our right to downzone, not exploring the possibility of removing density caps, that sort of thing, I think reflects on the question because, and I was going to say this later, but I'll say it now. The question we have before us is this a technically compliant document, or is it a document that is generally being created to really, with some level of enthusiasm, generate a lot more housing in this community? It may be technically compliant. That's up to HCD. But the question is, are we in fact really committed to this notion. And I think every time we do this death by 1,000 cuts of we'll reserve our rights here and we won't do this here, I think reflects on our willingness to really embrace the commitments that you say we're making. So that has been my concern, is that if we really want to show HCD that we are serious about building this housing and that we're not just trying to check the boxes off in this document, then we should be making decisions at every turn that encourage the building of more housing.
So, and where I believe you and I disagree is I believe that our commitment should be to build more affordable housing. I think what we have in Santa Monica is an affordable housing, not a housing crisis. And as a result, and I'll bet you steak dinner right now that we will meet our market allocation as we have every other cycle from HCD. I have no doubt that we will meet our allocation and exceed it as we have every other time. Our challenge is affordable, but we have met the challenge. I mean, this challenge is a bit much, but I think that we need to do our best to meet it as best we can, and I think we will meet our market rate challenge. But I have to say that I drive around the city and I drive along Ocean Avenue, half the units are vacant. I drive, along Lincoln Boulevard and half the units are vacant. And I just believe that we have a need for more affordable housing and not for more market rate housing. As Councilmember McCowan said, I think we have a need for more family units. We used to have, and I think we still have in our code, a minimum size for units, right, that obviously we aren't building. So we need to step up our commitment to build units that are affordable to the people who are working here and on whose backs we built this city, and that the market rate is something that, look, my kids can live here, right? I mean, they can. I'm not worried about my kids. I'm worried about the people who work here and can't afford to live here and drive from Pomona every day, and that's who my focus is on, and not on more of these luxury units that aren't being occupied. So
If I can,
I'm not going to get in a debate. I'll just, when it comes time, I'll make my statement.
That's fine.
Because you're absolutely mischaracterizing everything I said.
the point that I would add is the family units are essential to the continuation of a vibrant community. And we're not meeting that. Our school district is hemorrhaging students yearly. We need to make sure, as much as we possibly can, that our affordable units include family units. And the need in this city is not for one bedroom and the old style bachelor market rate units. There's plenty of those. The need that we have is to keep our community vibrant. And that community was built, as Mayor Himmelrich said, decades ago by my uncle who worked at Douglas Aircraft for 40 years, by my grandmother who worked at May Company for 43 years. It is built by those working class people who were the electricians and the plumbers and the brick makers and bricklayers in the city. Now, everything's changed, but I still believe that we have an obligation to create a city going forward that recognizes that we want children in this community that grow up to become commissioners and council members and bankers and real estate agents and planning directors in the city. There you go. Thank you.
So we are now on to the meat of our work, which is our individual comments that would be revisions to what is going forward. Now, I have some specific things. Does anybody else have anything?
I will, but I'm going to go to the restroom.
Okay, well, let him go to the restroom. Let me tell you what
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Oh, somebody told.
No? Okay.
Yeah, so does anybody else have any suggestions in terms of, so obviously Councilmember Brock does, I do. Does anybody else have anything that, that they want to, and when I say this, sort of textual changes? Councilmember Davis.
So I didn't ask this question before, and maybe I should have, but on 2C, where we talk about update the city affordable housing, production program, one of the things staff includes is increasing the threshold to at least 6 units at which projects are required to provide on-site or off-site affordable units. How did we get to that 6 number?
Yeah, that 6-unit number comes from analysis that HRNA did. We asked them to take a look at, what's the minimum number of units that's necessary to sustain an on-site inclusionary requirement. And it was actually part of like the R1 analysis and what have you. So they said it's about like 6 to 7 units. So that's where that came from. And this particular provision was also discussed at the Planning Commission hearings. I think one of the things that we're seeing throughout the city is like an underbuilding of all of our residential neighborhoods. So people are, they're demolishing a duplex and building 3 units because they want to avoid the AHPP threshold of 4 units. And so by raising it to a level that it's just alignment with, what is the necessary number of units to get on-site units and also to hopefully get a few more units to the extent they occur in the residential neighborhoods.
Well, right, and I think I understand, and the idea is maybe we'll get some more missing middle units because 6 units on a parcel will charge probably less, and this is ownership housing, probably.
Right. It was exactly part of that missing middle analysis of like what.
But my question is, it says at least increase the threshold to at least 6. I mean, does that leave us the option to maybe make it 10? Because I've had architects tell me they could put, assuming that we got rid of parking requirements, everyone not get all verklempt about this, that you could put 10 nice family-sized condos on a parcel,
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly, it doesn't preclude doing anything like that in the future, if we wanted to consider a higher threshold. We started to do some of that research and best practices looking at other inclusionary ordinances. Cities do certainly have it higher than Santa Monica.
So this doesn't, I just want to make sure, because I just want to make sure this doesn't constrain us to 6 units. If our feasibility said you could do 10, and again, this is, to me, sounds like we're trying to generate missing middle ownership housing, which is something we really have trouble generating. So I just don't want to constrain ourselves.
No, I wouldn't constrain that.
Okay, good. Then I don't have a change then.
Anybody else? Councilmember Parr.
I think more than anything, we've talked about a bunch of things. And one of the things that we did talk about briefly was the potential of a cover letter or a preface to talk about a little bit about how to fund some of this housing and how to fund some of the infrastructure work that's going to have to take place in order to, I lost my notes again, I'm sorry, gosh. I wrote so much crap, I can't even find my own notes. Hold on. But I wanted to kind of go over, just to speak out loud some of the things that I'm concerned about. Okay, here it is. So, this is essentially, an unfunded report. I mean, basically, and I think it's a little irresponsible for us to sit here and say, we want to build, affordable housing. We want to be able to build these units, but for us to sit here and say, we're going to build 9,000 units without having the means, to be able to build or create the infrastructure needed to support those units. And so we talked a little bit about water, but we didn't talk about, if we have to build out any of the other type of utilities like gas or electricity, or talking about, community services, because if we build out 9,000, 10,000 more units, 2 people per unit, then there's, we're building out our population 20,000 more people. So if we have a population right now of 90, so that's 110,000 people that we're going to serve on top of, the visitors that are here every day and what have you. But if we look at it from a perspective of, like, let's just say our first responders, right? That we're already pretty taxed on. And so speaking from a perspective of fire, because that's what I know, you know, in the last 10 years, give or take, at least here in Santa Monica, you know, in terms of staffing and personnel, you have the same staffing levels that you've had in the last 10 years. And so if we're looking at 9 years out and increasing our population by 20%, well, then we need to increase, you know, our public safety to be able to accommodate potentially that population increase. And so where is that money going to come from? How are we going to fund those positions? And these are real conversations that we need to have. Who's going to have to pay for that? You know, is it going to be the citizens or the people, the property owners of this city that are going to have to pay for that? And that's not cheap. And so when you think about, and again, I'm all for affordable housing in our city so that we can house more people in our city. But we really have to think about holistically, how is this going to affect our city? And to have a mandate come down from the state to say, boom, 9,000 units, figure it out, without any thought or assistance or any type of finance, grant, incentives, anything, I just think it's completely irresponsible. And at the same line, you know, at the same time, I think it's important for us to say, hey, look, we put this report together. We're trying to figure out a way to make this happen. But the reality is we are also going to need more police, more fire, more water, you know, an upgraded sewer system. We may need more schools. We may, you know, these are these other things that we're going to need too. And as you know, land in Santa Monica is expensive. So how are we going to pay for an additional school? How are we going to pay for this? How are we going to pay for that in order to provide services and to the additional population that's coming to our city? And also going back to my fire analogy, you know, in terms of call volumes, you know, even though we have the same staffing levels, it has doubled 250% in like the last 10 years. So just imagine what those volumes could look like in the next 10 years. You're going to have to hire more people. So these are just some things that really, you know, it's things that we have to think about. And I don't think it's fair that our property owners have to take the brunt of taxes to have to pay for this mandate, because that's what it is, this mandate that's coming from the state. And so I think that we need to find a way to make sure that that's addressed somehow, whether it's in a preface, whether it's in a letter, you know. We're not disputing affordable housing by any means, but it's like we're being basically set up to fail. And, you know, the city of Santa Monica is not a city to fail in this arena. And Sue, you know, gave us this document that clearly shows we don't fail in this arena. And so I feel that it's really important and prevalent that we put something out there and in place to show our commitment and our concerns. Thank you.
So I do agree with that, but I have a few other changes that I want to propose. So I do think we should do either a preface or a cover letter talking about the very difficulty of this. You've probably seen the one that my husband distributed, but I think he's a better writer than I am, but either of us could have written it. I think that those are all issues we're facing and that we should just talk about in any case, right? I mean.
Suggest you get a motion on the table and then the proposed changes can be amendments to the motion.
I move that we add the preface that we received this afternoon from Michael Soloff and Denny Zane to become a preface.
Can we get his mic on?
Housing element that we submit to Sacramento.
I think it may need some revision. I just want you to know.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I didn't, and I realize there's no way to put it on the screen to really show us.
Well, and
So
it's
that's
10
something-
pages long, but I certainly think
Is
at a
there-
minimum, to whoever is preparing this, we need to take the
So
footnotes
what I was
out.
asking is,
do
can
this
we,
in order? I mean, what I meant was, I think you need, first of all, we need to, I will move, well, okay, I'll let someone else deal with it.
Well-
Why don't we move to adopt the resolution certifying the final EIR? Then why don't we adopt the resolution? And then someone can make a motion to adopt the resolution adopting the housing element, and then whoever has the motion, you can make changes. Right now, you're just making changes, but there's no there. There's no motion that you're
Well,
changing.
I'm sorry we aren't doing it in exactly the order you would want, but since the preface is in front of us, we can move to your order in a minute. I'm
no, it's not-
happy to do that, but let's start with that motion, understanding that it's not exactly what,
understanding that we will want staff and the mayor to do revisions on it to make it fit?
yes,
That would be part of the motion.
okay, good.
That is the outline of the motion, or the outline of the
Ask a
preface.
question. Do I have a conflict on this? I'm asking it publicly. Pardon me? Yes.
No.
Thank you.
Do we have a second on my motion?
I second.
Thank you.
That's why I asked the question. Moved by Brock, seconded by Himmelrich. Do we have any comments? Yes, Councilmember McCowan.
So, I mean, I think, we've talked a lot about this being an unfunded mandate, and there's nothing we can do about that right now. I mean, it is what it is, and legally we have to, send a compliant housing element. So, but, and in the housing element, we talk about, and, it's why we included city-owned land and said that it had to go, first at least to strictly 100% affordable. So like we referenced that. I thought we referenced the sort of unfunded nature of this mandate. I just want to make sure that whatever language goes in it, that we don't find ourselves in a bad way with HCD where we're, potentially causing ourselves more problems, because we have an element that's like barely there, and so I just, whoever's doing the drafting, I just want to make sure we're being very careful.
So I was in on the conversation with HCD in which I said many of the things that are in this letter. I mean, look, we are working on funding. We're trying to get more funding. I mean, we're doing all the things that we have always done in Santa Monica to make these things a reality. It's why we did measure GS and GSH, right? We have more affordable housing, all of this, but I think it would be equally irresponsible, and they weren't offended when I said it, to say, look, what do you want us to do? I mean, basically, we're doing everything we can. We're running as fast as we can, and this is really impossible. So I think we need to say that. Councilmember Brock.
Yeah, look, I don't think we're trying to offend them. What we're really saying is, we're going to need help. We're ready to do this. We're willing to do this. We have always stepped up, and I know Councilmember Davis will say that's in the past, but I'm looking to the future. I'm the one who was elected for slow growth, and I'm saying we need to do this housing element. Let's do it. So, but I also want the governor and HCD over time to realize that they're going to have to help not only Santa Monica, but every city in the state. All of us are going to need help to do this. Whether they give us back redevelopment, whatever way they find a way to help us over the next 8 years, we will meet the goals that we're supposed to meet. But we'll need public money to help do that and make it a heck of a lot easier. So I think, look, we don't want to do a letter that is inflammatory. That's not what I don't think I don't believe the preface that was suggested is inflammatory. And yes, it should be shorter. It could be abridged, but at the same time, look at, I think the intent is there. We've met our goals in the past, we'll meet our goals in the future, but boy, it would be a lot easier if we could get help from some of your budget surpluses over the next couple of years. Thank you.
May I just clarify, this motion is about a cover letter to the housing element, right? Okay, because you keep using the word preface, so we just wanted to be super clear.
Either or.
Could be either.
I'd say staff and the mayor can decide that later.
Thank you.
And constant, right, I mean, this is the whole, yes, I mean, I think it needs some crafting to make it
Yeah.
a more.
Yeah, but they need to know that, look, we'll do our part, we've always done our part.
Yeah.
And we've exceeded our part in the
But
past.
Just so we're clear, like, that is in the intro. Like, the what we've done and what we've exceeded, I mean, it's in there. So that was part of why I don't want to be redundant to the point where we're like, force feeding. Like, I think we can say that this is an unfunded mandate. It's going to be impossible given the current to meet our affordable goals in this time for, I think we can say some of those things, but I just want to, staff has, staff has heard us. They've put a lot of that in here, just maybe not as clear or firm as we seem to want this cover letter to be, but a lot of that's in here already. So I just wanted to point that out.
Not asking for fire and brimstone.
Okay, so are there any other comments on this? Should we take a vote?
Councilmember Para,
I'm sorry, what are we voting on
On
exactly?
the
cover letter.
so-called preface on the letter.
Yes.
the letter.
And just to be
Councilmember
clear,
Davis?
it's flexible for us in terms of if it's a letter or embedded into the
Yes.
document
Yes.
itself.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Sure, yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that's 7-0. And now let's move into actually what my cheat sheet tells me we should be doing, and then we'll go back to the other, okay? So let's start by, I'm going to make a motion because it's easier for me to read it, right? If somebody else wants to, I'll pass the sheet along and the next person can call for, okay, so I'm going to move to adopt a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report for the sixth cycle 2021 to 2029 housing element update.
Second.
So moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Davis. Any discussion?
Real quick.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, on the issue of water and how this might impact our ability to be self-sufficient. How I mean, it's noted in the EIR that it's going to have some impact. Is there anything that we wanted to do aside from that? Maybe is there address it in the cover letter that we were going to that we just voted on?
Well, I thought that was a good idea, and I think we ought to add that in, and if I didn't, we should add that into the cover letter as the fact that this also, we have all these sustainability goals that we're depending on, what we were doing, and now we are impaired.
Yeah, correct.
I agree with that.
Okay, so, I thought that was a good idea.
Yeah.
But it has nothing to do with the motion.
No, okay.
Okay,
I know that was what we talked about, but
so may we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember De La Torre.
yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes. Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. Now, here we go. And the next one, and I'm going to move to adopt a resolution adopting a statement of overriding considerations and mitigation monitoring plan and making necessary CEQA findings for the sixth cycle 2021 to 2029 housing element update.
Who's second?
Seconded by McCowan, moved by Himmelrich, seconded by McCowan. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that passes 7-0. And now I am going to make a motion to adopt a resolution adopting the sixth cycle 2021 to 2029 housing element update for the purposes of discussion.
Second.
Moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock. And now we're ready for discussion of whatever, if anybody has any suggested edits to the document. So I do. Does anyone else have any suggested edits? And let me start on program 2C. That's the affordable housing production. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, just the motion you're talking about right now. Can we just clarify that it already includes the 5 programs and the 1 policy? The PC staff recommended changes that you just straw voted on?
Oh, yes,
That
I'm
were-
sorry, including all of the changes that we just voted on, and any future changes that we make prior to the final vote.
Correct, right.
Okay, with these straw votes or whatever we call those. So, starting with program 2C, and I discussed this with staff before, but I do think that the affordable housing production program needs work. I mean, obviously, it doesn't suit our current purposes. It's way old. On the other hand, it has elements in it, like the minimum size of units, et cetera, that, maybe we should be looking at. And, but the other thing is that I think that I and others have some ideas about how we can improve the program to get more housing, and to maybe, I have some ideas about, and this was discussed during the production conversations, and so probably some of you heard that many developers would rather pay a sizable sum per unit rather than build it themselves. I personally, would like to have, but I think this is all part of this, and we need to revisit this program in a way that revitalizes it and makes it more appropriate for the times that we're in. So I think this is too proscriptive. It says shall be revised to include, but I think what we need to do is commit to update the program and include such aspects as, and then you can list these, but it should be including but not limited to.
That's what it says. This my copy says that.
Yeah.
What page is this now?
It's on page 25.
Well, but I see that we have these other elements, and the acquisition we have. I think we need to redo the whole program. So I'm okay with this as long as it says that it includes but isn't limited to, and lists all of these things. But I also I really don't like how specific this is, and I have to be honest, I'm not comfortable with the idea of allowing market rate projects to comply with the HPP for acquisition and rehab of existing rental units and converting those to deed restricted units.
So as a suggestion,
Yes.
because we did receive some correspondence about this, and the language, I'm going to try and download it because we did do some redlining.
Yes.
Just give me a moment.
I probably have it, right?
So what we would suggest is language, and I'll put it up on the screen, but in order to increase the number of affordable housing units at all income levels, the AHPP on-site and off-site option for housing projects located outside of the downtown shall be revised to maximize the contributions of the AHPP to achieving the RHNA affordable housing allocation and advancing the city's affordable housing goals. Areas to be considered may include, but not be limited to, everything on the list there, and then we would delete that middle part about additionally to support increased affordable housing production. The offsite option shall be revised. So it would just be like a big list.
Okay, but,
after that.
okay, so none of these are, right, these are just things that we'll, because I do think that there are ideas for doing this will make it a much more robust program than the one we have now.
Right, we didn't want to lose, I mean, a lot of these ideas came out of those working groups.
Yes.
They're very, very good, helpful suggestions, and I don't think we wanted to lose those ideas in the shuffle.
So these can still be played with and revised.
Right. But we
This is
shouldn't.
not, I guess, this is not an absolute in language.
Correct.
Okay, and then I wanted to change that March 31st date to December 31st. The timing.
Well, and certainly it would take that to redo a
Well,
program like that, yeah.
I agree. I want to make sure we do something that's robust and complete.
So,
I have a question though on the timing.
yes.
So if we change the timing, does that change?
Midnight?
Oh, hello. It is.
That's usually when those
we
noises
never
happen.
end
How did I
meetings
know it
on
was
the same
midnight?
day?
I knew it was midnight. 'cause
Not at 1
something-
a.m. yet. We can still beat that.
Yeah.
Well, it's already tomorrow. If we adjust the timing to push this by what, like almost 8 months, I guess, does that delay anything? I guess if the goal is like to start.
I think our city manager may want to, he's nodding, yes?
You would functionally delay the implementation of it, so
Of the
any.
whole
so
element?
No, not the whole element, but
The affordable housing.
that component, the affordable housing piece, so any market rate project that came in would be subject to our current regulations, it would not be subject to any newly adopted regulation.
Oh.
So
That's
like,
how it would
so
impact.
that's kind of my concern, right? I mean, I guess is the goal of delaying this, other than we received some communications on this
Because
issue of
this is the heart of our inclusionary program, the AHPP,
Right.
and it should be correct.
I understand. I just, is it not feasible to get it correct? Considering a lot of these recommendations came out of the working
In
groups
4
and the
months?
technical working groups that have already been at this, like, is that not realistic, Jing? I mean, the March 31st date was there for a reason, right? So if there are like a few additions to what came out of the technical working groups and stuff, and some other things that you guys might incorporate beyond these bullet points here, is that not manageable?
By March, you know, I think it is possible to be manageable. It depends, I mean, as public processes unfold, you know, if there's differences of opinion, you know, it might take time.
So the idea is that if we add any additional bullets to this, or take away any, that would require almost restarting the public process that you guys did to get to this point?
I will say the Planning Commission did ask us to kind of return back to those working groups to share. We actually, if you recall, our original approach was to bring forward both the housing element and all of the implementation pieces all at once. So we actually have started that work already, and we'll be returning to doing outreach with all of our stakeholders this fall, you know, and into early next year. You know, they will have their input. I don't think that adding something to this list is going to sort of restart that process, because we're just going to pick up kind of right where we left off. And, you know, all of these concepts had been discussed. I think, you know, we've been talking about revising the AHPP pretty openly over the last year, so I don't think this will be a restart of the process by any means.
How about a compromise? June 30th, because that would still allow us to get it. I see what you're saying about December 31st and lack of implementation. I don't want to delay it to where we don't get it done, but I also want to make sure that planning has time to do it right. So adding that extra 3 months might be enough time. Would that be enough time?
Yeah, I think we can do it.
Would that be enough time?
That's good. That's good timing.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So when Jing and I'm sorry, I apologize for calling you by your first name. I don't mean to be like disrespectful, but Mr. White say that 3 months would be good. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. March 31st is not an option.
Yeah, I think the extra cushion is probably not a bad idea given the complexity of this particular part of the code. So
Okay.
But I'm moving 6 months.
Okay. So June.
Okay, June 30th.
Okay, and
Compromise.
and so this is the new language, and that's good.
Yep.
Is that the new language?
that is the new language on the screen.
Wow, it's almost like having George here.
Oh, not quite.
Great. So we have a motion and a second, right? So
I
you
don't
seconded.
know. I'll second. I don't know if I ever did, but I'll second.
You said you would with the date, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So let's have a vote.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Aren't there more to come? Are there more changes? There's more changes to come.
Yeah, I think this is like another straw vote on this.
This is just a straw vote, yeah. This is
Okay,
a
so this-
midstream
okay, so-
vote. The other motion is teed up. Did I move this? Oh, you know
you
what? I
moved.
didn't move this yet.
Right, you didn't. That's what I was asking.
So I move that we adopt the staff revision of the language so as to allow us to revision our AHPP
With a date of June 30th.
with a date of June 30th.
Implementation date of June 30th.
Yes. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Oh, good.
Gladly.
Okay, good. Moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock. Let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And I think that does it with my big changes, right? I mean, anybody else have any changes like that? Good, let's vote on the housing element.
So this is, just to let everybody know, this is the housing element with the 5 straw votes, the changes.
Yes.
Plus the one that you just voted on. Okay?
Yes.
All right.
Councilmember Davis.
So I'll do this before we vote instead of afterwards. I'm going to be voting no, and I want to set forth my reasons on the record. I still have, and I want to make it clear, this is not a reflection on staff's efforts. They've obviously made Herculean efforts to try and address the issues raised in HCD's letter. Unfortunately, in all honesty, I'm not sure we made it. This may in fact be a technically compliant housing element, but I'm not sure it's really going to meaningfully generate the kind of housing that HCD expects us to generate or that we are morally obligated to generate. Housing is a fundamental right. I hope we all agree on that. But it's also a climate issue. We had a lot of talk here about water, et cetera. But what about the greenhouse gases that are spewed into the air every time someone has to commute an hour or two to get into our city to get to their job? It's a social justice issue. We do have a lot of people in this community who work in the service industry, which is historically an underpaid industry, and generating housing for them to live in is equally important. It's also, quite honestly, a community issue, and by that I mean that this community, and we know this, and it's reflected in the housing element, does have a history of zoning practices that segregate people by race, ethnicity, and other inappropriate measures. And this is our opportunity to fix it. And unfortunately, I don't believe that in its current state, this housing element is going to do that.
So I want to just talk about several generalities. I'll try and keep it brief. One is I do not think that this housing element sufficiently affirmatively furthers fair housing. We have endured hundreds of years of intentional discrimination. And if we are going to solve that, we must do so with equally intentional attempts to include people throughout the city. And yet this housing element basically leaves a third of our city, the R1 neighborhoods, completely intact with no additional housing being built there. I know that there is a good faith effort here, for example, not to burden the Pico neighborhood, which historically has borne the burden of affordable housing, and I applaud that. But I don't think that's good enough. Just to say we're not building it in Pico isn't enough. If you look at the suitable sites inventory and you look at the areas that were formerly areas where people were redlined out of neighborhoods, it's almost congruent. And I think that when you look at those maps, I think we really need to say that, are we really doing enough to place affordable housing throughout the city? And I think you just need to look at the maps and the answer is going to be no. I think that, and I feel like I need to address this issue about unit size came up. I've never suggested that we should have non-family units. Throughout my career on the council, I've supported building units that are suitably sized for families. I just think we need to build a lot of units. People from UCLA, Councilmember Brock's alma mater, did a review of studies that showed that if you build market rate housing, it actually reduces rents in the neighboring areas. So while I certainly agree with Mayor Himmelrich that we probably won't have any problem generating our market housing requirements, the notion that we should only then focus on affordable housing does not help the people who do not qualify for deed-restricted affordable housing. What about the nurses at St. John's and Santa Monica Hospital? What about the teachers in our fabulous school district or at Santa Monica College? These are people who probably live in households that don't qualify for deed-restricted affordable housing, and yet some of them are driving an hour or two to get to their jobs here in Santa Monica. And I think we do need to build housing for them as well. And yes, you can call it luxury housing. It doesn't necessarily mean it's luxury housing in that sense. If you say it's not a dichotomy, it's not deed-restricted affordable or luxury housing. There is middle-income housing. We should be building it. But it's going to be termed market rate housing, at least under the housing element. The second issue I have has to do with the suitable sites inventory, and I appreciate all the work that staff put into it. And yet somehow I look at that and I find it insufficient. I find it insufficient for three reasons. The first one, as I mentioned before, is it seems to concentrate the new housing in the area that is already burdened with housing and doesn't spread it sufficiently throughout the city. And yes, we can say, well, we don't know about current residential areas or this or that or the other thing. And yet somehow I think there must have been a way to actually do an analysis that would have more realistically figured out a way to disperse housing throughout the community. Two, with all due respect to staff, I didn't see the kind of analysis that I think HCD was looking for in their letter to us. It seemed to me that they wanted very specific analyses of sites, and I didn't see that. And it's getting to be a broken record with me, but it's just to me a perfect example that somehow we think we're going to build affordable any sort of housing at El Cholo. I just don't see that restaurant closing and the property owner going, I'm going to take this very successful restaurant that's been a part of the community and I'm going to close it and build housing. And yet there it sits on the suitable sites inventory. So I just don't see that kind of analysis being sufficient to really pass muster. But again, that's up to HCD, not me. The third issue, though, with the suitable sites inventory, I think, is that I don't see a lot of consistency. I mean, I see, for example, that we do the Agensis site, but not the Papermate site. We do one grocery store site, but not another grocery store site. And it may be, in fact, that there are reasons that one site is better than the other, but I didn't see anything in staff's analysis that would allow me to draw those conclusions, and I don't think HCD will be able to do so either. And then I want to talk about the third area about constraints that will continue to be an issue in the housing element and that we've chosen, for example, not to remove. The first one is parking. We all know that parking adds to the cost of housing, not only in terms of the cost to construct it, but the ultimate rent that has to be charged to cover that construction cost. I think going down to the proposed levels that staff has proposed is better than what we have now, but not good enough. I think if we're serious about building more housing, then we need to remove parking minimums. As staff repeatedly has said, that doesn't mean we won't get parking built. It just means we'll probably get less of it, which in this day and age is a good thing. Two, there seems to be, I'm still troubled by the relationship between state density bonus law versus the Affordable Housing Production Program. I know we've committed to revise that, and yet it seems to me that the direction that staff seems to be sending us in terms of this 15%, 5%, 5%, 5% doesn't jive well with the state density bonus law and suggests that we may in fact be building more housing, but not as much housing as we conceivably could if we were to harmonize those two programs in a better way. Three, political constraints. I've said this before with Measure SM, we need 5 votes to upzone from the LUSR to upzone the downtown community plan. If you pass this housing element, I don't know if that's a commitment to vote in that regard. And I think the lack of that commitment will be problematic. As I said, I think there's a sort of a death by a thousand cuts here. For example, not even taking out the words "or down" from talking about potential zoning changes suggests that we want the flexibility to downzone, not just upzone. And that to me does reflect on our commitment to build housing overall. And I do want to say a couple more things. We had a lot of discussion about this being an unfunded mandate. This is not an unfunded mandate. An unfunded mandate is where the state says you must do X and it's going to cost you money, but we're not going to give you the money to do it. A perfect example and a sad example of that is special education in the school district. The city does not have to build this housing. The city has to create an environment in which for-profit and nonprofit housing providers will come in. So we are not being asked to spend city dollars to build housing. I wish we had the money to build housing. I think we all probably wish that. But I do think that, and we can certainly raise that issue, and we have repeatedly with HCD and with anyone else who will listen, that more money for housing is good, and when redevelopment ended, that was bad. But I think this notion that somehow the RHNA numbers represent an unfunded mandate is really just a smokescreen to say, oh, well, we don't like this and we don't really want to do this because we are not being mandated to build a stick of housing. We are being mandated to create an environment in which housing can be built. And yes, this costs a lot of resources to get there. I'm certainly not suggesting this hasn't been a resource-intense environment, but the actual building of the housing will not be done by the city. It will be done by for-profit and nonprofit developers. And while I certainly want to free up as much state money as possible for both of those groups to build a lot of housing, I think somehow suggesting that the state is being unfair by imposing this quote-unquote unfunded mandate on us is really a misunderstanding of how this process is supposed to work. HCD may in fact find this to be a technically compliant document. And that's, I'm not a housing expert, but for me, there is, as I said, a moral imperative here to go beyond technical compliance and go to a meaningful commitment to build more housing, both affordable housing, deed-restricted affordable housing, but also housing that is more affordable to people who do not have, who make too much money to qualify for deed-restricted affordable housing, but still cannot afford to live in our community. And so for that reason, while I respect staff's efforts here and I applaud all the work that has gone into this from Planning Commission, from other agencies, from staff, I'll be voting no tonight.
Do we have any other statements? Then let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
No.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 5-2. We have a housing element, guys. Now, I guess we,
Have public input.
public input, and I do have an adjournment, just so you know.
Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And we have one caller.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I'd like to share with you my most recent letter to the manager of the Chelsea, the building my affordable housing is located in, last month. Dear Grace Stars Rochelle Herr, I'm contacting you again requesting reasonable accommodation for my health.
Denise,
Requesting that
this
you
is
stop the
Councilmember
tenant
Brock. Can
continuing-
you try and speak up? We really can't hear you on the dais, and I know that you almost always have really intelligent, meaningful things to say. Please speak up so we can hear you. Thank you, Denise.
Good evening. I'd like to share with you my most recent letter to the manager of the Chelsea, the building my affordable housing is located in, within the last month. Dear Grace Stars Rochelle Herr, I'm contacting you again requesting reasonable accommodation for my health, requesting that you stop the tenant continuing to put the identified white powder out into all common areas of the Chelsea apartment building in Santa Monica, as well as to have all the identified white powder cleaned up throughout from all the common areas of the Chelsea apartment building. As I mentioned in the email I submitted to your supervisor, Morgan Loy, on or around February 25th, 2021, when he came to the property to supposedly address my concerns about the unidentified white powder in all the common areas of the Chelsea apartment building. And as you saw, is your responsibility per my inspection by the Santa Monica Housing Authority on May 4th, 2021, as I showed you. I have been requesting both verbally and in writing reasonable accommodation for the unidentified white powder to stop being put out and cleaned up from all the common areas since Greystar took over management of the Chelsea apartment building in mid-August 2020. While you refuse to even acknowledge it when I've shown it to you, I'll spare you the long-winded questions about if your intention is to harm me or to discriminate against me, or if it's Greystar's policy to treat affordable housing tenants who have disabilities like this. But after all this time, how could I think any other way? Once again, I would appreciate if you would address this reasonable accommodation request immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. And,
One more caller.
oh, we have another caller?
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello again. Jonathan Foster. I was still calling about the 3.0 and some of the issues that I've seen out there. And it's amazing what I didn't know and what I know now. And even tonight, I've heard many comments about we wish we had money and things like this. And I keep trying to point out what some of the problems are every time I do, the way things are kind of rigged. I can't tell the truth without getting demonized. But right now, one of the things is Israel needs $1 billion for rockets. I know they've got a problem with the Iron Dome, and we're supposed to cough up that money. Everybody needs money here. So it's a little disheartening when I've seen what's happening in the United States of America. Now, I called the last time. I was talking about 2014, where I saw a lot of the council people on a video on YouTube, and they were giving comments about running and things like this. And I saw that Brock was on the Parks Recreation and Parks Commission, and I realized that he probably had something to do with making a Tongva Park over there. And I had wondered if we could have the United States of America, gun down Phil Brock and his family, and then like 100 years later, we'll put up a Brock Park And is that okay? Because that's what happened to the Native Americans. And what I think should be happening is they shouldn't be paying taxes. They should be able to live rent-free. It's really funny how what's happening out there. That 3rd Street is connected to the whole thing that's going on in Jerusalem is what 3rd Street is. You keep talking about how do we revive the place or how is it falling apart? And they kicked out that
Your time is
Christmas
up.
display at Palisades Park,
Mr.
right?
Foster, your
They
time
got rid
is
of that.
up. Thank
That's
you
what
for
the
your
problem
comments.
is. That's what the
Welcome, John Alley. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to our new city manager and city attorney. Mayor, I think your comments tonight are exactly why we are getting no progress on safety on the promenade and in downtown. I can see that you're not valuing commercial. You want it replaced. We need to ask who's going to pay for this, especially if we do not have the tax revenues from retail. Staff listed impact fees, but our impact fees are higher than other cities. Water. Only 40% of our water needs are met by groundwater. We can't depend on that. We have a drought. The fees are going to go up for water. All of us are going to pay more. Mayor, you saw lots of empty units on Ocean Avenue in Lincoln, you said. When they stay empty, the rents come down. That's called the market. More people will be able to afford it. We need more housing for families, not singles, studios, bachelors. Those units turn over more often than any other unit. I know. I built housing. Lastly, how can we build housing without more parking? If a developer is not required to spend money on parking, he or she will not. This is seen in downtown LA, where parking now is $450 to $500 a month. We need to focus on privately owned 61 sites identified last fall by staff. What's next? The pier? You want to take parking garage 3, Santa Monica Airport? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alley.
No more callers.
Thank you. And it is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in the memory of beloved mother, grandmother, sister, and City of Santa Monica motor coach operator Denise Sargent. Denise, a Santa Monica native, attended Grant Elementary School, John Adams Middle School, and Santa Monica High School. MCO Sargent's commitment to self-improvement was evident early in her career, where she began as a hairstylist while studying cosmetology at Santa Monica College. MCO Sargent joined the Big Blue Bus on March 1, 1998, and is described by operations manager Jabrion Donald as a loving, kind, and polite person who was always friendly with coworkers and the general public. Strong and meaningful relationships were important to MCO Sargent. She enjoyed being surrounded by friends and loved ones. In addition to cooking and shopping, MCO Sargent had a passion for motorcycles and was a member of the Buffalo Soldiers Motorcycle Club, where she earned the nickname Butterfly. She's survived by her daughter Shamika Holt, grandchildren Anaya and Callie, and 4 sisters and 3 brothers. On behalf of the entire community, we convey to her family and friends our deepest condolences. We are grateful for her dedication for public service, and she will be sorely missed by her colleagues. Thank you all. Our next meeting will be on October 26, 2021, and this meeting is now adjourned. Yeah. Did you know her?